who were charged in a single indictment, pleaded one out, and then the
Yo, it's Big Ant, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. This is coming from the live YouTube channel. Fair use, like they be saying, but nah, they got the actual live stream up. You know, y'all go tap in with a live, go support their platform. They like a news platform or something. But they are actually streaming the actual courtroom hearing for Young Thug. And right now, what's going on where I'm coming in at, they're explaining their sides of conflict of interest with the lawyer. This is why Young Thug's case originally got pushed back, for that reason right there of the conflict of interest of who the lawyer that he has is representing and everything in this case. Multiple people, they saying stuff could get moved around as far as dudes' offers, dudes' pleas, and they have not said anything bad about his lawyer. They weren't saying his lawyer is doing something foul or wrong. They are just speaking on making sure everything is on the up and up on how this case gonna work with the lawyers and everything like that. So that's the argument that's been going on for the last like 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And Yak Gotti, I'm gonna let y'all hear it in just a second. Yak Gotti is not a snitch. It's all over the blogs and all over the internet. Wait until you see factual information. They went and found some words in the paperwork and everything like that. If Yak Gotti snitched on anybody in YSL, trust me, they would have most definitely been out of it and had him not around them and everything like that. In that paperwork, it doesn't say he was a confidential informant, to my understanding. Now, if I am wrong, I will come back and correct it. But from where I sit at, Yak Gotti is not a snitch. I think niggas is just grabbing up and misusing the words of how it's presented. This is where I'm sitting at today. Yeah, they say he could be a threat to the witness. Yeah. Yak Gotti is not snitching. It says, what it say? I was looking at his co-defendant Yak Gotti. He went earlier, and the judge said he might be a threat to the witness and denied him. Very sad. Yeah. I hate to just say it. Young Thug will probably be denied today too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He shouldn't have called in a no jumper either. Being honest on that Yak Gotti situation. Shouldn't have called in, but I will play this court thing and we'll talk about this. Yak Gotti, from where I sit, Yak Gotti is not a snitch. He is not a snitch. Wait, you can't call somebody a snitch until they have to have somebody to tell on and they have to have some paperwork to prove that they are telling. Yak Gotti actually took his charge from years ago for the murder and the attempted murder or anything like that. But he's officially not a snitch. I'm going to play this real quick and we'll get into it. And we'll go from there, man. Let me play this.
It's actually somewhat complicated, but I'm going to try to distill it down. It involves a father and son who were law partners and multiple co-defendants in an indictment. Now, the son had previously represented one of the co-defendants in a civil matter.
See, how can you allegedly be telling, though?
And then the father took on the representation of another co-defendant in the.
Let's be clear.
The representation.
Pay attention to
co-defendant. The information from the civil matter was germane to the criminal matter.
Okay, he's just explaining right now the situation with trying to get the lawyer. They're trying to get a particular lawyer on Young Thug's case and why he should be able to, you know what I'm saying? There's a no bond on a RICO charge back in the day. You would understand that there's no loyalty or honor today. How can you allegedly snitch? You see what I'm saying? Allegedly. How do you allegedly snitch? That don't even sound right. It's either you snitched or you didn't. Ain't no he allegedly snitched. Allegedly. Don't throw that out there on nobody's name. If you can't say a nigga snitched, don't say it at all. All that allegedly snitched, he allegedly told, there is no such thing as allegedly snitched. It's either he snitching or he not snitching. But niggas be so anxious to post some shit and want to be down, and they see other blogs posted. Oh, let me follow the fucking trend. Fuck that, bro. Just wait. Let's get that part. That's why people don't fuck with media, bro. Because of shit like that. We looked at as messy ass, hoe ass, only give a fuck about ourselves ass niggas for that reason, bro. Wait until the nigga tell. There is no such thing as he's allegedly snitching. It's either the nigga is snitching or he ain't. So if you want to come here, the bullshit and the entertaining side of this because it sounds better, this ain't gonna be the channel for you, bro. Fresh as fuck. Yeah, these niggas are saying he allegedly telling. Rico the Black Man, how can you prove he a snitch? If he comes out as a snitch, we could say that, but you have no proof of that right now. That's all I'm saying. And for people who just coming in right now, they're in court, they're basically discussing having a certain lawyer on Young Thug's case. They calling this lawyer that he's trying to use a conflict of interest. So that's what they've been talking about for like the last 30, 45 minutes since I've been listening. So let's get to it. We'll listen to that for a little bit. Bro, the shit out. What do you mean the shit is out? What are y'all seeing? What are y'all seeing? That same paperwork that been out there? What did y'all see?
And
we'll look in a second.
Representations made by the.
If I gotta change it, I'll change it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I didn't see anything that says he was snitching.
Applying Georgia rules of professional conduct and inquiring into the case, did not find that there was a risk that the father, who was representing the co-defendant in the criminal case, would not be able to effectively cross-examine his son and law partner. Similarly, we have, or relatedly, there was also not an issue with, there was not a showing that the confidential information might have been material to the case. So even if there's a presumption of confidential information, it does not mean that the representation will be materially affected. So the point here is, and in that case, what the court did was say, look, the lawyers are presumably responsible for figuring out whether they have a conflict or not. The government has not substantiated that there is a serious potential for an actual conflict, something that affects the representation. And if something comes up.
You don't think the predicate offenses that are listed in count 1 to Arnold, Greer, and Blaylock are serious potential conflicts?
I don't, Your Honor, because we just don't know enough. It is far too early in this process to be guessing about what's going to happen. The state may be making representations, but they may all say, we don't want anything. And they may say it to counsel other than Mr. Steele.
That would be, I mean, of course, they're truthful advocates. I mean, I'm not saying that what's in the indictment, they have to prove all the material allegations in the indictment as part of their case in chief. But certainly,
hold on, I'm trying to find it.
If these were not in there, I would tend to believe that it's more than just mere speculation. They can prove it. So why would it be not? Why would it be speculative?
Because, Your Honor, just because those charges are there does not mean.
Bam, I'm looking at one blog
that the several defendants would be interested in pleading. It would be speculative that several defendants. That even if they pleaded that their interest might or might not, their potential testimony might or might not be potentially adverse to Mr. Williams. It is speculative.
Hold on, let me try to find this shit.
Would even be at this point. We just simply don't know, and there's not enough evidence to substantiate that claim. Because we'll take, and if I can respond to that with Berger versus Kemp, which is a case from the Supreme Court of the United States that actually grew out of Georgia, I think, down in Ware County. There we have law partners concurrently representing co-defendants in a criminal.
I'm looking for the paperwork, bro. Where does it say this in the paperwork that he told them? I didn't see the court thing this morning.
In turning on the other. And they challenged their conviction all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. And the Supreme Court said that that was not enough to show an actual conflict of interest in that case. So it just simply does not, it simply takes more to demonstrate an actual conflict than, well, this might happen. The joint representation, the simultaneous representation is enough, because in Berger versus Kemp, the Supreme Court assumed what we would call Rule 1.10 imputation, that law partners, that is the same as one lawyer representing, but simultaneous representation by a single lawyer in a case where they might have adverse interests wasn't enough. The multiple representation is not by itself a basis for disqualification. In fact,
y'all, I'm looking for this shit. I don't see it, bro. Show me the paperwork, bro, if that's the case, bro.
In actually all three of those cases. Cite back
I'll pause
to
this
an
for a
opinion
second
by
real quick. I'm
Justice
gonna pause
Frankfurter
this.
in Glassrooms, an opinion in dissent with majority.
Believe me, bro, I have no dog in this fight. I like the truth. I like the facts. They're actually saying the stuff to they saying the stuff to try to get Young Thug's lawyer on this case, because Young Thug's lawyer is, according to the courts, not able to work on this case for a conflict of interest. This is what they arguing right now in court. They going back and forth about it. Let's be clear, bro. He already did his time. That ain't the paperwork, bro. Read that. That part that's on Say Cheese page, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Now, if this man is snitching, I'll come out on this live. Somebody give me the real shit that says this man told. It says Yak Gotti reportedly gave up information which helped feds gather more info to build a YSL RICO case. It says on October 1st, 2015, Kendricks and his passenger Martinez Antoine Arnold fled a traffic stop and engaged in a short high-speed chase that ended after Kendricks ran a stop sign, lost control of the vehicle, and hit a guardrail. The police apprehended the men after they attempted to flee on foot. Upon searching the vehicle, the officers discovered a small amount of marijuana, as well as a pistol and a semi-automatic rifle, both loaded. Later investigation revealed that both the firearms were stolen. In subsequent interviews with police, Kendricks admitted that he owned the rifle and that he linked it to Arnold, who planned to use it that night to retaliate against a rival gang who beat him up. Kendricks also told police that the pistol was his, and he described an unrelated incident. That's not paperwork. This is a report. I got to see the paperwork. That's not paperwork, fam. Who is this coming from? Where is this paperwork from? This ain't paperwork. Y'all get what I'm saying? He did the time for this already, to my understanding. This ain't paperwork. From where I sit it. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to say this or that, but this ain't enough for me. I'll let somebody else break this down. Telling is getting somebody locked up. This is Say Cheese, nigga. And this is a post that comes from Poetic Flacco, who works for No Jumper. This is Poetic Flacco Instagram. Look at the logo right there. Poetic Flacco. Say Cheese reposted something from Poetic Flacco. Poetic Flacco. This ain't paperwork, bro. This is a write-up. Anybody can do a write-up. All I'm saying is, from right now, this ain't enough to say that that man is a snitch. If he is, he is. I'll come out and say that. We don't know if this is all the way that. And then if he came back and took the time for that, then guess what? He ain't snitch. He didn't get nobody locked up. All I'm saying is quit jumping to conclusions. And on this paperwork right here, this is the actual RICO indictment. This is the RICO indictment. My nigga, y'all don't even see the name that this shit came from, you stupid ass niggas. I'm not saying it ain't true. I'm not saying he did or didn't. But this right here, there's no name on it. There's no source on it. Nothing. You can't look at this and say that this is factual. Okay, you can't say he didn't, but you can't say he did either. I'm trying to tell you niggas to quit trying to jump to conclusions all the goddamn time. You niggas need to listen. On the actual paperwork, this is what it says. The paperwork says this. From the paperwork, from the indictment that they are in court for now, it says this. And trust me, I don't know these niggas. I'm just tired of everybody saying that niggas are snitches with no fucking proof. Wait to see if a nigga is going to be a snitch. It says defendants Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of conspiracy to commit murder. This was in 2015, October 1st, by driving to the territory of a rival gang with the intent to cause death of another human being in retaliation for a prior shooting by the rival gang while armed with an AK-47, assault rifle, and a .40 caliber handgun in a violation. It says nothing about Yak Gotti right there. It doesn't say Yak Gotti said anything or nothing. They're not saying this. They got both of their names in this paperwork from 2015, but it does not say. This is the indictment. This is the indictment. The indictment, the paperwork, the 88 page says nothing about this man telling. Just wait. If he telling, we'll come out and expose him. But as of right now, he is not a confirmed snitch.
Point that multiple that a publication of counsel, even though the defendant wanted to go on with his chosen counsel. The other thing, though, is completely different from what we have here. In Edwards, the witness, the former client, had offered no waiver, so there was no waiver of confidentiality, and the court did not accept upon investigation the public defender's.
Who worse than Vlad, my nigga? Rico the black man. Come on here, join the live, my nigga.
So he was trying to be ethical, but he conceded on the record that his representation would be.
Hey, who said you worse than Vlad?
Basis to infer that.
Big Ant, go hard. Hold on, real quick. I'm finna address that shit. We gonna get you trolls, nigga. I'll play back, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Right now, they just talking about the conflict of interest with the lawyer. There ain't no nothing deep. Who said it worked? Rico the black man, you been in here before. Are you willing to come join? Rico the black man, you got 30 seconds to respond. I'm finna kick your bitch ass out. Rico the black man, you just said I'm worse than Vlad. You got 30 seconds to reply or join to this chat right now. I'm finna kick your bitch ass out of here, nigga. 30 seconds. 20 now, nigga. All right, you gone then, nigga. Get your bitch ass on. Nigga, don't ever compare no nigga like me to Vlad, nigga. I'm really from this shit, nigga. Yo. Okay.
What up, bro?
What's the deal, man?
Man, nothing cooling, dog. She just went in on Rico like that.
Man, this nigga on here talking shit. You niggas ain't got no proof about nothing. Niggas don't know what's going down. Nigga gonna tell me I'm worse than Vlad. Nigga, you got me fucked up, nigga. Come in here and stand on that, nigga. Like, come on, nigga. I don't even do that type of shit, nigga.
Man, you know these niggas be hiding behind they computer screens, bro. They safe.
You got when you come on my shit talking shit to me, you gotta put your face on that. We gonna expose you, bitch ass niggas, nigga.
Oh yeah.
Straight up, nigga.
Oh yeah.
But nigga, ain't no nigga snitched dead in this shit, bro. If you ain't snitched, we'll wait. We can wait. We don't rush to have the news first. We gonna rush to have it right.
There you go.
If he told, I will tell y'all he told, but as of today, he is not a snitch. There is nothing going on with this paperwork. I got the indictment right here, nigga. This is the indictment thing. The indictment doesn't say he told. It doesn't say he told on the actual indictment. United States Court of Appeals, circuit, all this shit. Nothing say he told. These niggas is looking at a write-up that they posted from Poetic Flacco, and we don't know, it's no type of credit to this source or what it is.
You know how to put it on the screen?
Hell nah, because it's on Instagram. Way to do it, but I don't know how to do this shit.
Okay. I'll teach you after this.
Yeah, babe. So this is it right here. The Say Cheese post. They have the part highlighted in red. But look, where is this write-up coming from? This write-up means nothing. Who wrote it? What source? There's no source. It's an Instagram post.
Right.
That's what niggas gotta understand, bro. Get y'all shit together.
So
Get y'all shit together. Yak was just on no jumper. Yes, and he shouldn't have been on no jumper. My personal opinion. Shouldn't have called in there. But you know, he do what he do. They do what they do. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this court shit, bro. I don't know if you guys something you want to say, 2K?
Oh no, I'm just tapping in with you, bro.
Bet. I'm finna play some of this court case so they can listen to this shit. What's up, bro?
What's going on? Yeah, I'm just tapping in too, bro. Do your thing.
What's happening, Mark?
Court case.
What's going on?
See what they got to say. Right now, y'all, they just in court discussing the actual situation of Young Thug lawyer. Somebody said that Yak Gotti was denied bond earlier in court today. They were saying he's a liability because of his history and everything. From what I was told, I wasn't there to see that. But this is Young Thug's situation.
Right. The conflict develops.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
They said last week.
Before, and that's part of what was the other lawyer that called that raised the issue. I did ask those particular inquiries. Do you have an issue with that, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and swear me. Raise your right answer. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you'll give me in the case now here should be the truth, the whole truth, none of the truth, so the guy still firm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, go right ahead.
With regards to Mr. Arnold, there was a shooting at Lenox Square Mall. I was at my office. I received a phone call, not from Mr. Arnold, and I don't know who it's from, but it's one of his supporters. It was either a manager or a female friend, is my memory, and said, the police are all over the mall. We're afraid that they're looking for Mr. Arnold. Could you please find out if there's a warrant for him so he can turn himself in? I was busy I was either on trial or doing an appeal a long time ago. There's no file in my office. I asked another lawyer in my office, not affiliated with me, named Travis Galan, Glan, to go to Lenox Square Mall and find out if you could find out who is the police officer involved. Is there anything from Mr. Arnold? Travis Galan went to Lenox Square Mall. He got the name of an officer. I contacted the officer and told the officer that I was contacted. If Mr. Arnold was to turn himself in if there's a warrant, then he would do so rather than the police have to potentially, I'm not saying anything would happen, but go and waste resources finding the man. The officer told me, meet me at the police precinct. It's not far from the Honorable Don Samuel's office. I was there. I remember very late, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. The officer finally either showed me a warrant or gave me his word there's a warrant. I called a supporter and said there's a warrant. That's it. In the records, when the state raised this, they attached one page of an unsworn statement of a witness that says that I supposedly, and it's worded where you don't really understand it, but I supposedly made a statement, a confession on behalf of my client. I never spoke with Mr. Arnold in my life about that case.
Damn, that was fucked up. Hold on. My bad, y'all. Let me see what's going down with this over real quick.
Can these Tesla solar panels give you free electricity?
Well, they actually took it off. So we shall see, bro. We shall see. They actually got the stream off right now. Once they put it back up, we'll be back on there. Let me cut the volume down on this. They just got a beep on that bitch. But they did show Young Thug in them earlier. I'll put that. Let me see right here. They go apart with Young Thug in them.
Cases running concurrent as they did legally as well.
Okay. Mr. Rathon, is that your understanding? All right, Mr. Scott, good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Raffoff concerning these two aforementioned revocation petitions in 15 SC 138-728 and 15 SC 136?
You had something you wanted to say, Marcus?
All right. Did
you? Oh no, I was just tapping in. I didn't really have nothing really to say. My only thing I was gonna say, you can't say.
Hold on, let me let you say this real quick. Hold on, before I do this. Hold on. Okay, what you had to say, bro? Because I'm gonna let them.
Yeah, I didn't really have nothing major to say. The only thing I was gonna say is, like, niggas need to stop calling a man a snitch unless it's clear paperwork. I believe somebody snitching, but you can't say it's Yak. If it's 30 niggas going down, somebody telling, but you can't say it's Yak though. That's it.
Yeah. Nah, I didn't see the paperwork, bro. They going off.
Let it play out, bro. You gotta let it play out.
They put two things next to each other. That first paperwork, that first write-up source has no source. It has no name or none of that. It has none of that on it. None of that. It doesn't say where that came from. It didn't say what this paper was. It's a paragraph that is not used on anything. So I'm just telling y'all that's not how this game. There is no such thing as allegedly snitching. It's either a nigga snitching or he's not. The one thing you say is, hey man, hey boy, you know, I ain't gonna call that nigga no snitch, but they just saying watch out around that nigga, bro. They just saying, hey man, he might be fucked up out here. But to say that nigga's allegedly snitching, for y'all niggas who don't know nothing about the streets, that's not how that works. If you a nigga that have nobody in your family who been in the streets before, if you ain't had no family members go to prison, you just watching this from your computer, learning from YouTube bloggers, shut the fuck up and listen when a grown person come tell y'all how this shit really works. There is no such thing as, hey man, that nigga's allegedly snitching. Nobody in the streets say that.
Facts.
So to see. Wait until it comes out as facts.
And that's like saying somebody is allegedly a punk or a gay. That ain't nothing you just play around with. You gotta have hardcore evidence.
That shit is all filed. All of that shit is filed.
Yep. You gotta have hardcore evidence. You don't play with a named man. You don't throw that jacket on a man.
All y'all niggas was getting on the internet saying Casanova was gonna snitch. This nigga gonna snitch. Casanova just took 20, nigga. It ain't none of you bitch ass niggas come apologize, nigga. He went and took that 20. All y'all, man, that nigga gonna snitch. That nigga gonna tell, man. I said, hey, bro, this nigga ain't no snitch, nigga. He ain't snitched on shit. He ain't snitched
You're
on
right.
shit.
That's why I'm just listening, because you're right. I'm just listening. Mm-hmm.
Shut y'all ass up, my nigga.
You're right, bro.
It ain't no apologize to you. All I'm saying, as of today, there's nothing that confirms that he's a snitch. Simple and plain. Now he might, God forbid, I don't want to throw that on that man because that's disrespectful. If he comes out later and decides to snitch, then he did that. But everybody was on the internet, he gonna be a snitch. Casanova gonna snitch. This nigga gonna snitch. He gonna snitch. All these niggas taking their motherfucking time like G's, nigga. There ain't no paperwork, nigga.
But see, that's why
that same paperwork.
That's why the internet's so lame.
Listen up. That paperwork that y'all are reading is the 88-page indictment. They put that next to a write-up without a name on it. That don't hold up. It's a paragraph of words with no, just some write-up with a highlighted section. That's not the motherfucking snitching, bro. Wait until the nigga go to court and tell. Then you call him a snitch, nigga. But yo, Marcus, let me play the rest of this shit, bro, and I'll get with you.
Yeah, it's all good. You got it.
All right.
Sir, I can't hear you. I apologize. Do you admit that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation as set forth in the petitions? Yes. Okay, all right.
That's Yak Gotti right there.
The petition and
in the middle.
The negotiation and your acquiescence. I will go ahead and follow your attorney.
Third row from left, second row down.
Each particular indictment ending in 8728 and 6331. I'll revoke 25 days, which is the balance, and at that point in time, close the case. Okay. As to both matters. Anything else on behalf of the state or the defense, Mr. Ratfoff or Ms. Willingham?
Nothing further. All
right, then that'll be the order of the court. All right, so Mr. Scott, you are. I'm going to release you at this point in time. And if there's something else holding you in, then certainly you have to address that. But if not, then this should resolve these two probation matters for you. Okay. Thank you, sir. You can be released at this point in time.
Damn, boy, that shit is fucked up. Niggas just sitting in this courtroom getting read like they life in front of them, boy. That's why it's fucking wicked in them streets, bro. They got you going in the room on camera, nigga. This is Thug. This is Yak Gotti. I don't know who this is for sure, but this is Thug. This is Yak Gotti. They just told him he can leave and go back. He got probation holds and shit. We try to get the Yak Gotti. It's somebody in the courtroom too, whoever this dude is. I don't know who this is for sure.
When I told the
That's Yak Gotti right there. So this is Yak Gotti. They finna talk to him directly. We'll see what they say to him. I see what type of people I can't hang around too, bro. That's why I can't fuck with a lot of people, bro. Y'all don't got no mind of y'all own. Y'all don't got fucking common sense, bro. A lot of people don't fucking got common sense out here. Every time somebody died, nigga, when Mo3 died, y'all motherfuckers on the internet didn't claim 12 different people that did it. Young Dolph died, 12 motherfuckers did it. When Nipsey died, they did it. They did it. They did it. This nigga did it. He did it. He did it. He did it. Nigga, shut the fuck up, bro. None of y'all, how y'all solving crimes from y'all fucking cell phones, bro? Fucking internet detectives, nigga. You niggas reading the comprehension skills ain't even up enough.
Mr. Kendrick back.
He's in, sir.
Say again? Oh, he's in N506. Is that him?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Kendrick, we're back with you. We need to put something else on the record. So your attorney's here, Mr. App, and so we're gonna just put a couple other things on the record. Yes, Mr. Geary, go right ahead.
Judge, I want to reaffirm everything I told the court prior, including the prior conviction for attempted murder. The one thing I want to say.
See, he had an attempted murder charge before.
I told the court that he had a cell phone in the jail. I confused him with another inmate that's on this county. That does not apply to Mr. Kendrick. Everything else does. The possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, those things, but possessing the cell phone in the jail after the arrest on this case does not apply to Mr. Kendrick, and that was a statement on my part, and I want to clear that as soon as possible.
Okay.
So they saying he didn't have a cell phone.
All right, well, given that, Mr. Geary and Mr. Apt, I'm still gonna leave him in a no-bond status, based upon what's been proffered this far.
I understand.
But I appreciate you clearing.
No
that up.
bond for Yak Gotti. Let's see what's going on with Thug. Let's scoot up. See if they got to him yet.
I know his entire life. You want to talk about a representation of an attorney-client relationship? Not like anything with other people.
Okay. All right. Anything else, sir? Okay. Why don't you have a seat up here, Mr. Steele? And
It's fine.
do you have any questions you want to ask him?
We don't have any questions.
Okay. All right. Then,
I'd
sir.
like to respond to the argument, but we don't have any questions.
Okay. All right. You can have a seat, Mr. Steele. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. So briefly, in conclusion, I would like to ask the court to take judicial notice of all the exhibits that I put in with my motion. Those are all court documents, specifically just showing Mr. Steele's entry of appearance on Blaylock's case, as well as his entry of appearance on Mr. Greer's case. And I do just want to clarify for the court, although Mr. Steele represented Mr. Greer on that incident, as Mr. Steele testified to, he represented Mr. Greer on the September 2020 arrest. And of course, he was successful in getting that one charge dismissed. And that, he clearly represented him on that. That's now a predicate act. The fact that the firearm that he had was stolen, that's become a predicate act. So it's the same incident. It's just a different crime charged. Obviously, Mr. Steele does still represent Mr. Blaylock, and our real concern here is we haven't made an offer to Mr. Blaylock because we really can't make an offer to Mr. Blaylock right now. And I will say, as officer of the court, we have discussed with at least one attorney the possibility of if a person or persons wish to cooperate with the state. We have raised that to at least one attorney so far. We, of course, plan to raise that issue in the future. And so basically our point here is that because of the position that we are in right now, Mr. Blaylock and Mr. Williams, there is a serious potential conflict there. And I want to clarify to the court, the standard pre-trial is not actual conflict. Actual conflict is the standard if someone is challenging it on appeal following trial. What it is right now is whether there's a serious potential conflict. We have shown that there's a serious potential conflict. The court documents show that on their face. And further, Mr. Steele's own testimony shows that he did represent.
Dang, I wonder if they cutting it off because I'm streaming this hoe. What y'all think? Let's go back to that other part. I mean, if they don't want a nigga to stream it, just let me know. I'll take this bitch off. I ain't tripping. I'll cut that bitch off if they don't want it. They ain't send me no thing about the live stream. Oh, they got the updates on this hoe for the times. Okay. Let me see the latest shit at 9:40. 9:40 was his shit. Yeah, Young Thug ain't been brought up yet. That's what we really want to watch. But Yak Gotti has. All right, let me go back a little bit, y'all, to the other part. They was talking to the other dude on there.
Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m. If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap or false, record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use near me. 11 Alive News at 11 p.m.
So, y'all, this is the commercial plan, but, man, bro, I'm just saying, dog, I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying y'all don't have any type of motherfucking evidence to really call that shit, bro. Y'all going off of these Instagram blogs. If you read the damn shit, it don't say in the paperwork this man is telling on that motherfucking indictment. The indictment don't say he telling.
Mr. Blaylock on charges that are literally, they are the same incident. It is the February 2019 murder. It's the same incident. Obviously, here it's charged as a RICO. There it was murder. Based on that, we would ask that this court grant the state's motion to disqualify. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on to Mr. Sharp. I'm going to make your argument at that point in time or answer what you've already stated.
So, Your Honor, again, I know the court has been here a long time this morning, so I do just want to briefly state, as for Mr. Sharp, our concern here is that Mr. Sharp previously represented Mr. Eppinger. Mr. Sharp now represents Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Sharp represented Eppinger as recently as, I believe, a probation revocation hearing that occurred this March. And the probation revocation was the charges that were discussed in that probation revocation. What caused the probation to be revoked was the fact that was new incidents, particularly involving the shooting of a police officer in 2022. And Mr. Sharp represented Mr. Eppinger in that probation revocation. Mr. Sharp then left the public defender's office, and I believe he's either employed by him on his own or with a firm, and he's now representing Mr. Stillwell in this particular case. However, as a result, we believe that there's clearly a conflict between his prior representation of Mr. Eppinger and his current representation of Mr. Stillwell. Obviously, this is less egregious than what we just discussed, as it's a single client and it doesn't involve present representation. However, the probation revocation in which Mr. Sharp represented Mr. Eppinger, after Mr. Sharp left the office, it was taken over by his former colleagues. The court then handed down the sentence on that probation revocation, and that is currently being appealed right now. So that's actually a pending appeal that's happening currently on a case where he previously represented the defendant. So I think that creates a conflict there. And our main concern here is that there are no waivers. So unlike with Mr. Steele, there have not been any waivers put on the record here. We don't know if Mr. Eppinger would want to waive his conflict, is willing to waive his conflict. We don't know if Mr. Stillwell would waive this conflict, although he's waived his conflict with Mr. Steele in writing only, and we would ask for that to be on the record. Mr. Stillwell has not made any such waiver on this particular case. It would be the same cases that I cited to in the previous motion, so I don't want to belabor that to the court. But again, in those district courts where that prior representation was substantially related, there is a presumption that the confidential information was disclosed. And additionally, because they were substantially related, that's sort of.
Connor has already been denied bond.
The acts and the probate that caused the probation to be revoked, those are indicted as counts and as predicate acts in the current indictment. So those are substantially related. As a result, we would at minimum ask for this. And again, I did want to be clear, we have not at this point moved for him to be disqualified. We would like to seek additional information, whether these clients are willing to waive. Should they not wish to waive, we'll absolutely be moving for disqualification. However, we would simply like the court to essentially evaluate whether or not the court believes that this is a conflict that cannot be waived under 1.7C. And we wanted to bring this to the court's attention. That's why we filed this as a notice, as opposed to Mr. Steele's, which we filed as a motion to disqualify. Again, as with Mr. Steele's, we are not trying to deprive Mr. Stillwell of his desired counsel. We are simply trying to ensure that everything is done fairly to all parties, particularly in this case, Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Appinger. That's all I have for the court on this, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Mr. Short?
Good afternoon, Your
This
Honor.
is how court really work, though, bro. This be a long time, bro.
First of all, I would just like to start with the same place that Counsel Bullard began and point out.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Some lawyers be speaking real confident, and then some they don't be sounding as fluent. Like that lady,
His chosen attorney.
hearing her speak today, bro. Is she the prosecutor or something? Because I can't remember what her stance, but the way her words flow, she just speaking with complete confidence. It just sounds, everything she sounds so fucking believable, bro.
About the substantive charges in this indictment prior to this case being indicted. I have been meeting with Mr. Jackson prior to the state creating what they say is a conflict by indicting 28 individuals
28
with very different substantive charges all on this same indictment. Now,
Nah, she's saying a lot.
really, what am I referring to when I say the state has charged 28 individuals with charges that have literally nothing to do with each other in creating this conflict? Well, Mr. Jackson.
She keeps saying conflict because she's saying it's a conflict of interest, bro. Like,
Essentially with various charges, but the two events that he's charged with are a 2015 alleged murder, where his co-defendants are Comarvius Nichols, Demekion Garlington, and Miles Farley. Excuse me, a May 14th, 2022 murder where those individuals are listed as co-defendants, and a January 10th, 2015 alleged murder where his co-defendants are listed as Javaris Bradford, Justin Cobb, Diamante Kendrick, and Demise McMullen. Mr. Eppinger, whom I have represented in the past, is charged on this indictment with 3 substantive acts. He is charged with an alleged armed robbery from October 12, 2021, an alleged attempted murder, which was the alleged shooting of the officer on February 7th of 2022, an alleged conspiracy to commit murder, some allegation of something being done within the jail, conspiring to kill an individual from February 22nd of 2022. I will point out that Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Jackson, is not a co-defendant on any of the substantive charges that Mr. Eppinger is charged with. Likewise, Mr. Eppinger is not a listed co-defendant on any of the charges against Mr. Jackson. there is no indication at all that Mr. Eppinger is a witness, has any information on either of the murders that Mr. Jackson is charged with, and there is no indication at all that Mr. Jackson has any information on the 3 substantive charges against Mr. Eppinger, which would make him a witness. There is no indication that these 2 individuals even know each other than they're reading each other's names on indictments they're named in. The point I'm making, Your Honor, is to even get to the point where we're talking about waivers, and I will say I do have a written waiver from Mr. Jackson, who's Mr. Stillwell. But before we
Do you have
even
any issue with having that done on the record, pursuant to Taylor?
With Mr. Stillwell, I don't have a problem with that. And he's here, and he did discuss these matters with a separate attorney previously. So, but to even get to the point of waivers, there has to be a materially adverse relationship. There's no relationship in this case. There's none whatsoever. If the state, and we talk about substantial likelihood, Your Honor, you've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for a significant amount of time. We see what each individual that I've represented in the past is charged with. The state might be willing to make offers with some people. If they're waiting to make an offer to Mr. Eppinger, who's charged with what he's charged with, then certainly they need to contact GPDC, which they've apparently filed an emergency motion today to get everyone attorneys, and they can talk to whomever is appointed to represent Mr. Eppinger, and I have nothing to do with that whatsoever. If they need to talk to me about something about Mr. Jackson, they can talk to me. That has no effect on Mr. Eppinger whatsoever. The state has relied on this hype case, and it's just, there's just clear distinction between the state's cases that they're citing, which have been found to be material.
Them using them lyrics is crazy, bro. Like
And in this case, there's just no indication.
but what do you gotta know better, bro. You gotta know. The laws is the laws, bro. Like whether I agree with it or not,
because the state has brought
if
up,
they're able to use it by law, then they can use it by law. But if it ain't no law saying that, then they shouldn't be using that shit, bro. Facts.
Full presumption, and they're citing federal law.
Yeah, I got a video dropping on Rollo. I'm finna drop that at 1. I gotta finish getting that motherfucker together.
These stink. Prior to
I'm gonna finish getting that together right now for this Rollo video while this playing.
We're in front of cameras.
I'm just trying to catch the decision if they gonna
telling
bond.
the world what Mr. Eppinger had done. Someone, certainly not me, has released video of the incident, of the alleged incident, to the media. It's a Google search away. I asked the state for discovery to prepare for any revocation hearing, and I wasn't given any. So the idea that somehow I have some secret information when the state has been trying the case in the press from day one is ironic to me. Also ironic, the idea that there's a pending appeal and somehow that has anything to do with me or Mr. Jackson. Apparently, my former colleagues have filed an appeal of the sentence that Mr. Eppinger received. He received a lengthy sentence as a result of the probation revocation. There is a dispute, to my understanding, about the amount of time that was he was exposed to as part of his first offender revocation. I did not file that appeal. That appeal has nothing to do, to my understanding, after talking to the appellate attorney, has nothing to do with the facts of this alleged incident, but it's strictly a legal question. And the idea that the fact that my former colleagues happen to represent someone on appeal and somehow that's imputed upon me, I'm just wondering out loud. I see my former colleagues working in the district attorney's office right now. How many hearings has the district attorneys have they demanded to sort out the potential?
All right, y'all. We just gonna let this play out, and we'll catch the seed, and I'll give some feedback right after that. Gunner is denied bond. This is live. This is actually live.
Well, it's just kind of ironic that
this is his lawyer trying to
on this one case and
get on the case. They're saying Young Thug's lawyer is a conflict of interest. Yak Gotti was denied bond. Another guy had a probation hold on his case, was denied bond. So they won't be able to be released, and now they're waiting on Young Thug.
For you to just clear that conflict. So I think that if Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Stillwell, I could wait for those that might resolve the issue. They may not have more issue with you about that.
And I understand.
And it might, and they're just raising the issue.
Well, and I understand that, Your Honor. And as an officer of the court, I will. And my concern is skipping a step and then it being held against me later on. Because as an officer of the court, I will say that I asked independent counsel to speak to Mr. Eppinger about it. Mr. Eppinger is now located, or at least was a week and a half ago, at Jackson. Okay? That is a place that you have very limited access to people, generally speaking. It's diagnostic. My understanding is that a conversation occurred, and orally Mr. Eppinger indicated that he would be waived. But having or getting a written waiver has been an issue. There was a refusal to sign.
And that's part of why I would like to have an additional proceeding where these kind of issues I can kind of eyeball each individual, ask the appropriate questions, have them affirmatively state that they understand this and are willing to waive that, and that they've also had an opportunity to seek counsel to discuss that with them. It just makes it a little bit more. It's the more preferred procedure under Taylor.
And I completely understand that, Your Honor. And I'm not even though I'm a bit demonstrative, I'm not even upset with the state for seeking this. But the reason I asked to be heard today was if we're going to go down that route. I don't know what Mr. Eppinger's going to do when he's in court. But when we go down that route, I just want to be clear that regardless of what Mr. Eppinger does, we haven't, in my estimation.
No, we don't know yet. They still waiting to see if he's denied bond, man.
They're not materially adverse so as to require a waiver even to begin with. And I'm just wary.
Gunner has been denied bond. He will have another opportunity to appeal his bond, which I think Gunner will probably get an appeal on his bond. I feel like Gunner will get an appeal on his bond.
If I thought that their interests were
Young Thug is painted out as a top guy, a leader. We are still waiting. We'll see.
How in the world.
Innocent until proven guilty, though, and that's for everybody. Unless I see a video, unless I see you committing the act, it's innocent until proven guilty.
Could be materially adverse. I would think that to the extent that they affect each other at all, every individual in the indictment, their case would go stronger by other individuals doing well at trial with their substantive charges. So it's not a situation where there's any threat or possibility of blaming others or shifting the blame or anything like that, because again, they're not charged with the same substantive offense.
Y'all hear what he just said?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They're not shifting the blame. They're not blaming others. None of that is going on. Y'all just heard that from the lawyer mouth right there.
Take just a brief recess to consider this issue, and then I'll give you some direction on what to proceed from there, okay?
It's a long ass case, long ass court date. Y'all heard what that lawyer just said, right? I'm gonna bring that back in just a second.
Very briefly, Your Honor, I just wanted to let the court know we noticed that counsel did not mention that Jackson also has another predicate act, 173, that's a murder. Additionally, I was unsure of the context, but he mentioned someone was refusing to sign, perhaps Eppinger. The reason we're trying to see if there is an in-court waiver, that's exactly why we want to get all these folks in court to figure out what's happening. And we think that this is different from Mr. Steele's conflict. We think that this is absolutely this is probably something waivable. At this point, that's our position. We would have to learn more to see if it's not. But we do think that this could be waived by in-court waivers from both parties. But if Mr. Eppinger is not willing to waive that conflict, then we think there probably is a conflict. But at this point, we are just asking the court to inquire into it and to get everybody here and to see everybody's position on it. And that's how it differs from our motion on Mr. Steele.
All right.
Thank you.
Give me a few minutes. I'll be in recess. I need to find out a couple of things. I'm gonna try and deal with the issue of the disqualification and see what we do from here, okay? All right. We're in recess.
We in court. We going to recess. Damn, this shit be crazy. I don't know if they're gonna let this keep playing, but I want to go back to something.
Be heard today.
Come on.
Was if we're going to go down that route, I don't know what Mr. Epinger's going to do when he's in court. But when we go down that route, I just want to be clear that regardless of what Mr. Eppinger does, we haven't, in my estimation, and I think it's pretty clear, there's no material, they're not materially adverse so as to require a waiver even to begin with. And I'm just wary, of my clients and their choice of counsel being dictated by other individuals I don't represent. So, if I thought that their interests were materially adverse, I would have never got involved with this indictment. I don't see how in the world two individuals that are not charged with the same substantive acts, and for all we know, don't even know each other, could be materially adverse. I would think that to the extent that they affect each other at all, every individual in the indictment, their case would go stronger by other individuals doing well at trial with their substantive charges. So it's not a situation where there's any threat or possibility of blaming others.
So what he's saying, y'all, let me break that down for y'all. What he basically saying is, hey man, there is no situation where I tell on him this and this and that. In this case, it makes sense for everybody to be more so going in the same direction. So if he gets somebody off on this case, it makes it better for the other defendants. It's no point in having, and this is just what I'm taking from it. Y'all can tell me what y'all think. take from it. He's saying, hey, man, they not charged with the same stuff. Yeah, they all on the RICO charge, but it's like it benefits all of them for some of them to not be found guilty on things. Yeah, we'll see, Tierra Gray. We shall see. Does anybody want to come in and join real quick while they on the recess? I'll drop the link. If anybody want to come join while they on the recess, I'm going to just let the live keep running. Fuck it. Innocent until proven guilty, but this is a part of the streets. Guilty or not, you know, this a part of this lifestyle where niggas come from. People, bro, thank you, Joshua Warren. Some people are obsessed with snitching, bro. They just want to throw snitching on any and everybody, bro. That nigga snitching, man. That nigga snitching. That nigga snitching. He's snitching, man. He's snitching, bro. Niggas don't be having no type of proof, no nothing. They took a recess. They've been arguing for people just coming in. Yep, that's true, Rich Hill. Rich Hill got a point. Some niggas snitching, they don't give a fuck. People are still fuck with them. He did not get a bond yet. We are still waiting. They went to recess. Everybody else was denied bond, to my understanding. We saw Yak Gotti and another dude who had a probation hold get denied bond. They're having the issues with Young Thug's lawyer. This is what even got this pushed back to this date, why he hadn't had a bond hearing yet, because the lawyer has represented different people who are involved in this case. So they saying it's a conflict of interest for him to also be representing Young Thug in this case. So we'll know once they come back from the recess what they're going to do. That is not official paperwork. That was a write-up. If there is paperwork out there on Yak Gotti snitching, I have not seen it by the stuff online. That case has some older shit going on. It needs to become confirmed by somebody who knows what they're talking about. Somebody that knows what they're talking about needs to come out and confirm that. Not somebody who's just posting for Instagram likes and views because it's trending. You need to have a direct correlation in facts to prove that that incident that happened years ago is directly tied to this. Because when you look up the 88-page indictment, there's no mention of that in this indictment. They matched up two cases, that case and that case. From the 2015 thing to this now. Dawg said, I forgot whose channel I was watching. What you mean? I don't know exactly how and why. Yeah, I mean, if he did this, bro, if the nigga telling, he telling, but I'm not just gonna go off of an Instagram post that ain't really showing too much, bro. How do you know what the police are doing? They ain't told you shit. But I'll say this. Tell y'all like this, bro. If you shooting police and shit, if you out there shooting police and doing shit like that, bro, you can bet your ass you're gonna go to jail for it. Murder don't mix, man. They in recess right now, y'all. So we just gonna sit on here and wait, man. Ain't no point in cutting it off. But I do need to get this video together. Is y'all down to wait while I get this shit together, man? I need to do something, bro. I need to get this shit together, man. Yeah, y'all can join. I'm gonna drop the link right here. I do want somebody to join so I can talk and do this at the same time. I want to talk. I want to do this, but I need to talk to somebody. Somebody ask me some questions. Somebody come ask me some questions so I can work at the same time and not just be in silence. I don't want y'all to I don't want y'all to just be sitting here in silence and shit. I want somebody who gonna talk and got questions, ask me whatever, ask me about anything going on until it start back up. But hey, if you shoot police, bro, you going to jail. That's against the law. You break the rules in these streets, you gonna go to jail. And believe me, niggas do snitch all the time. Ain't no rules in this shit. Niggas snitch, niggas cutthroat, niggas backdoor, niggas slime you out, niggas rob. That's a part of the streets, nigga. But I want to say this. I don't believe in calling a nigga a snitch with no proof. That's just me. He just posted and deleted. My brother ain't do no time. Took my charge 4 years. Fed, no tears. Stop the da-da-da. Who just posted? Yak Gotti? He should not be posting on Instagram right now, or anybody should not be posting. Fuck what this internet got going on. Oh, my bad. All right, I'm finna join you in. You want to be on camera? You want to be on camera? If you don't want to be on camera, let me know. You ain't got to get on camera. You cut your camera off. But if not, I'm finna join you in right now then. All right, you finna come on.
Okay, okay.
What's good? What you on break?
Hey, exactly. You
Okay.
already know the vibes.
That's what's up. Where you from?
Chicago.
Shout out to the Shine. We rock with Chicago. That's what's up.
Okay.
So what you got to say?
Okay, I really feel like with this whole YSL situation, I just feel like it's wrong that they really trying to get 28 people for a couple different criminal activities, or they say. And then the fact that these niggas is really fighting based on posts and lyrics. Like they fighting for their life based on that. Like I don't feel like the shit adding up. I really feel like it's a weak ass case, but people saying, "Hey, how you doing?" Yeah, I remember you. Hold on 1 second, sir. Okay. All right. Yeah, but I just heard about apparently one of them killed a cop or something like that. So maybe that's why they're trying to come at them real hard. But I just don't feel like it's right. Like if y'all been watching them 10 years and y'all know who killed who or who did what, then go after them motherfuckers individually. How y'all trying to bring, a whole crowd of motherfuckers down?
I see what you're saying. You want some shit like affiliates should not be getting brought into this. It should just be the people who directly committing those type of crimes and shit like that. Like,
right.
Why does it have to be a RICO?
Exactly. But I guess maybe it makes it easier for them to try to bring them down. But then, it could make it harder for them too, because your case could fall in if you ain't got enough.
Facts. That's a fact.
So,
You are correct.
but yeah,
We'll see, man. Hey, they
yeah,
saying shit on
exactly.
the phone. It automatically makes you in the conspiracy. This ain't a federal RICO. This is a state RICO charge. But either way, this ain't something you would want to have on your back. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Straight up, keeping it all the way G.
Okay.
Mac, what's good, man?
What's going on with you?
Where you from, G?
I'm out of Seattle, my boy.
Shout out to Seattle, man. What you got to say?
No, man, I'm just saying, man. As far as the Yak Gotti shit go, I mean, the paperwork, it could be fake, but I mean, if he did talk, if he did give information, he ain't got to say nobody shot nobody. But I mean, if he said anything like, "Oh yeah, the gun belonged to me, but I ain't have it," or anything about, you feel me, anything that happened with some crime, you feel me, it is what it is. You got to take it out and keep it pushing. But these celebrities, man, they should already know what they getting themselves into. They got to be 10 steps ahead of this shit. I don't see how they don't look back and see everybody else ain't looking like they got caught up, even if they ain't involved, man. It's just, you got to learn, man. That's all it is. Motherfuckers don't want to learn. They want to stay where they at.
I think that's a human thing, bro. You know, I'm not a doctor and certified, but I just pay attention now more than ever to human behavior, and I know how to correlate hood behavior, street behavior, human behavior, and just everybody behavior as a whole. It's a human thing that goes to why people still commit crime while they're already successful.
Mm-hmm.
Pablo Escobar made more money than all of these niggas selling drugs put together.
Mm-hmm.
All of these rappers, Pablo Escobar, every rapper that has been to jail for being a celebrity, Pablo Escobar sold and made more money selling drugs than all of these niggas. El Chapo, all of them put together. Why was he still a drug dealer? Why was he still committing crime? Why didn't he say, hey man, I'm 200, 300 million up, 400 million up. Why I could stop selling drugs today? Let me just walk away. Why did he still keep doing that? Why does any millionaire continue to break the law? It's a human thing. I'm not making excuses for them niggas. They gotta take accountability for their actions. I'm just saying I feel like it's a human thing as opposed to an actual like street nigga thing or a hood nigga thing. You see what I'm saying?
You right, but like, so you said, well, you brought up El Chapo and Pablo Escobar, but one thing about them, that's what they did, right? All they did was sell drugs, right? They might have had little side hustles, they might have sold cattle or car dealerships, but what they did was sell drugs, right?
Yeah.
These niggas, they started out in the street and they try to go take it somewhere else. You can't do that. You gotta leave the streets in the streets.
Well, he could have left the streets. See what I'm saying? They started out in the streets. The streets is their life. They do street shit every day for free.
Right.
Street niggas wake up and make the decision at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, whatever you jump in the streets. Hey, I'm gonna be a street nigga. Fuck it. So I'm in the streets. This is how I live. So I start rapping too. Me being a street nigga makes me become a successful rapper.
Exactly.
Now, I would advise, and the smart thing to do is to turn your back on the streets. Same thing with Pablo Escobar. Same thing with these cartel leaders. Hey, man, you came up in the streets. That's how you got your money. That's how you got rich. Then you get into other shit. Well, okay, nigga, I done bought houses. I done bought businesses. I done start laundering money. I got power. I got resources. Hold on, here go Young Thug shit. They finna bring it back up. This is Young Thug, y'all. Damn. Y'all see how this shit look, bro? That shit wicked, bro.
Man.
Damn. That's the other dude. I think he had the parole, the 2 probations. He could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I think he had the 2 probations.
Is this the one with the Wayne bus incident?
Nah, that's not him.
Okay.
Did he say something on that? Nah, they spirits don't look down. I know it's eating them up, but they ain't. I mean, I can't expect the nigga to look no different. I mean, they got you in the jail suit in a fucking 4x room. So they haven't started yet, so we'll just wait a little bit more. We're gonna wait till they actually start. I'm working on this right now, y'all. You can talk to me live with Lululemon. What else going on? What else going on?
Shit, nothing. It's a beautiful day out here.
Okay.
Okay. How's it feeling where you at? You in Texas?
Yeah, I'm in Houston.
Nice.
Yeah, I love Houston, man.
Nice. Yeah, I done been there a couple times.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I came down there and got an apartment.
You said what?
Never went. I came down there and got an apartment in Katy. Never went.
Okay. Why you ain't come?
Yeah. I was scared.
What you scared of? Katy like the suburbs.
I know,
You just scared
right?
to move?
Yeah, taking a leap. Ain't really got no family down there, but very beautiful.
The judge is back, y'all.
Okay, I could barely see my screen, so I'm gonna exit off, okay?
Bet.
All right, babe. Have a
Y'all
good
stay
day.
up. Sure. That ain't got up and left again, motherfucker. We'll see what happens today.
I'm sorry about that.
They should be coming back on. I thought they was gonna get started. Y'all crazy, man. Yeah, the dude in court too, Eric Holder. His trial started yesterday.
Okay, the courts had an opportunity to reflect and consider upon the state's motion to disqualify Mr. Steele, and then the state's motion for the court to inquire about conflict as it pertains to Mr. Sharp. At this point, while I do have the court has some concerns about the potential conflict and believes that they're great. Unfortunately, Mr. Rosenwasser, I don't think that our appellate court has adopted the federal standard of irrebuttable presumption disclosure of confidential information. But And I understand about serious potential for conflict. I don't think that we have that yet as to Mr. Steele as well as Mr. Sharp. What I'm going to do is I'm going to deny the motions at this point. However, I'm putting all council on notice that there is a strong possibility that given discussions that may be had in the near future or that are beginning to be had at some point in time may require a reevaluation. And I know that all of you are ethical counsel. I've had many of you here before me for over the period of my judicial career, and know that you will honor that responsibility, that the rules of professional responsibility placed upon you as advocates. But what I would like to do in the interim, that I think that the state has raised under Taylor, and that is to actually do have a waiver proceeding where the court can inquire as to each particular individual and make sure that there are no potential, that they understand the waiver proceeding and just further satisfy all of us that there's no conflicts, and give all of them an opportunity to seek independent counsel to advise them on the waiver. So what I would like to do from all of you at this point in time is to just get, because I am going to have to figure your schedules in terms of booking this, because I am going to have to find some of these folks in the Department of Corrections, which I will ask the state for your assistance with. Mr. Chamberlain needs their DOC booking number and with their location. So, so that I would like to do that. But circling back to my original decision, if I need to revisit that at any point in time, state, I'm sure you'll let me know that. And then also, like I said, I'll remind all councils, if there's a issue of a conflict that arises given conversations or other preliminary proceedings, then please notify the court immediately so we can go ahead and I can reevaluate that particular issue. But at this point in time, the court's concern is under Lucas that it's speculative, but I do have some concerns. I have some really strong concerns given the fact that the number of people you're dealing with, 28, the equities that are involved, and even our Supreme Court indicates that the potential for divergent interest is great. And that's where I think we may have some issues in the future, but may have or potentially have is not really the standard in this particular situation. So that's why I'm going to deny the motions for at least as against Mr. Steele for disqualification. But I am going to, Mr. Shard, to the extent that it is necessary, go ahead and inquire about the waiver proceeding for both you, for Mr. Eppinger, as well as for the other folks that are involved. So with that, any questions about the court's first ruling or first?
So he said that the lawyer can represent Young Thug.
I'm not getting to that quite yet. I'm going to do that next, okay? All right. Yeah.
Our question would be, is your ruling conditioned on everyone actually waiving? Because at this point, we don't even have a waiver written or otherwise from Eppinger.
No, I'm going to require everyone to be present for either via Zoom or that's how I'll probably handle it and make sure I get a waiver from everyone. So I'll revisit the issue of conflict after we do the waiver. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, and it will remain an issue, as I mentioned, because I do think that as we go along in representation, there may be a conflict, because if you start offering or people start volunteering, that's when you're going to have some other issues that kind of come forward. But not right now. All right. So that's that. Okay. So in terms of the waiver and who will need, folks, we're going to need to locate Mr. Arnold. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Greer. Mr. Blaylock, Mr. Eppinger. Okay.
So basically, for people who just coming in,
Okay, is there anybody else that we need to inquire about later?
basically the judge, I mean, this whole thing that we've been watching was for Thug to be able to have his lawyer work on his case.
Mr. Steele has represented, that is in this case.
That he's mentioned, so Mr. Steele, I think there were a couple other folks that we, Mr. Kendrick, is Kendrick?
Yes, he was here this morning.
Okay, and then who else?
Also Mr. Stillwell, who is obviously.
Okay, Stillwell, all right, okay.
I think that is all of Mr. Steele's prior.
Mr. Steele, is anybody else I've missed, sir? No, Your Honor. Okay, all right. So what I'll do, what I want to do is now that I've identified all the folks for waiver, we need to kind of talk about when I can actually hear or have that proceeding done. So I know that July, you all have conferences for the public defender, for the public defender and for the state. I know the court has one early August, but.
We start, I believe, on Sunday the 17th, I believe, Judge.
Oh, what month?
July, Judge. Okay. And we're normally out that week or most of that week, Judge. I think Mr. Smith and I have already filed a lead for that week to cover it. But other than that, I believe we're open into the future other than that week.
Other than the week of the 17th? Right, so that would be the 17th through the 22nd?
Whatever that week of July is, just, yes, Judge. I believe the 15th is Friday, so the 17th will be Sunday, 18th probably Monday.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes, sir. That week we filed a lead for. Other than that, I believe we are at the discretion of the court.
All right, Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams or Mr. Sharp, any conflicts during the month of July? I mean, I'm gonna probably, more than likely, I'm looking at early August, I'm thinking.
I'm fine now. Guess who's not? Judge, in the month of July,
I'm not talking about.
Not July, August.
Yeah, because there's too many conflicts. People like, like take vacations and have.
Y'all tap into whatchamacallit too, man. They the one that's live streaming this in court right now. Shout out to them.
I was trying not to compete against that issue, so
yes,
I was thinking probably sometime in early August.
So along those lines, I believe between August the 3rd and August the 10th. It actually goes beyond that, but I'll be available anytime after the 10th.
Mr. Chamberlain? How's that? Well, no, we have jail, we have people back in jail. So we.
Yo, we can't hear it in court because they're not talking directly into the mic right now. What's good, everybody coming in, man? We gonna do a close up on this in just a second after they get everything understood and how they gonna move with the. But the lawyer can now represent Young Thug. The judge did come back and say multiple times that if he needs, if they feel like it's gonna be a conflict of interest in the future.
Folks, I'm going to defer on that issue just for a second. Mr. Chamberlain's going to make a call to.
Bro, this is a long ass court date, boy.
And see whether or not they will have that date. I'm looking right now, just.
They trying to get a date.
18th of August. So if nobody has any conflicts for that time, for that date, I'll see if they are otherwise available and make these folks that are in DOC custody available. So I'll circle back to you in that second, in that regard, just a minute. Let's move on at this point in time, since I resolved the issue of representation for the time being. Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams and Mr. Sharp, I'll turn to the issue of bond. So, Mr. Steele, if you want to be heard on the issue of bond as it relates to Mr. Williams, go right ahead, sir.
Judge?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can we arrange first?
Oh, yeah. You know something, I didn't know whether or not Mr. Steele, have we arranged Mr. Williams already? No, sir. Okay, all right, then let me go ahead and do so. Mr. Williams, raise your hand for me, please.
This thug right here.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute. Violetta, can you unmute or, yeah, there we go. Oh, wonderful, I got you. Okay, all right. Mr. Steele, would you like to enter a not guilty plea on behalf of your client, waive formal arraignment, otherwise have 10 days to file motions upon receipt of discovery system?
Yes, Your Honor, except would Your Honor consider 60 days for motions like you did with one other person?
Mr. App's client, I think, yes, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. That's granted, sir. So if you would turn now and talk about the issue of bond, you can go through all the factors and then the factors you feel are necessary to make a bond determination. And right now, I'm going to say, just it goes without saying, 9 January of 2023 is the trial date, and I am in receipt of your demand for a speedy trial pursuant to 17-7-170. And I noted in your motion that you're aware that the statutory speedy trial has been told by Chief Judge Brasher by order until, I want to say, I think it is the 3rd of January. We're going to check 2023.
2023? Oh, yeah, that's next year. Okay, my bad. I'll be forgetting we're in 2022 sometime. 2023. That's
January 1st of 2023. So we'll keep that in mind in terms of scheduling. Okay. Of course. All right. All right. Go ahead, sir. I know just that one moment. There are 2 people that will be proffered, but they're in the waiting room, the sound court's waiting room on the Zoom. Is there any way the sound court will allow those 2 people in? Who are they? Amina Dion and Garfield. I do not have anybody in the waiting room right now, other than I assume that your beloved wife, Ms. Steele, is in the waiting room, and then I have a Justin French and Kimberly like that. So we have otherwise restricted that unless you're a witness or counsel, since we are in public forum. So if you want to make a phone call and have them join the Zoom, but are they going to testify as a witness, and what are they going to testify as to? Yes, I would proffer them too, but we want to hear that. You can proffer them, that's fine, sir. Yeah, but they're not in the waiting room. Your Honor, may I approach? You may.
May it please this honorable court, wish to thank you for all the time you give to everyone, always. Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Jeffrey Williams, Mr. Adams and I respectfully request, along with the Honorable Davis Hornsby, bond to be set today. Your Honor, I give a case law to this honorable court, as well as the prosecution and Mr. Adams. Mr. Williams is aware of this case law, Your Honor. And the first case I gave this honorable court is Coward, C-O-W-A-R-D-S versus State. It's 266 Georgia, 191. It's a 1996 case on page 2 or 3 of the copy of the honorable court. And the parties, the right-hand side, it's in Division 2. It's 15 lines up from the end of the paragraph, first full paragraph on the right-hand side. And it reads that the defendant's guilt or innocence of the underlying charge is not an issue at the bail hearing, especially since the defendant enters the proceedings cloaked with a presumption of innocence. And then the court explains that in the next lines, skipping 2 lines in the middle, the decision of defense counsel to bring the extraneous issue of guilt or innocence into bail proceedings do not preclude, and goes on to.
I'm not going to consider anyways. I'm this well settled. That's a well settled premise, Mr. C. We can move on from there.
In the United States versus Solano, S-A-L-E-R-N-O, which is 481 U.S. 739. It's 1987 on page 14
of 20?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And on the left-hand column, Your Honor, the last paragraph in the Division 3, the highest court wrote, in our society, liberty is the norm, and detention prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception. We hold that the provisions for the pretrial detention in the Bail Reform Act of 1984 fall within that carefully limited exception. The act authorizes detention prior to trial of arrestees charged with serious felonies who are found after an adversary hearing to pose a threat to the safety of individuals or the community, and this is what I stress, Your Honor, which no condition of release can dispel.
All right, sir.
In Jones versus Grimes, which is Grimes, 219, Georgia, 585, 1964 case. It's cited off, Your Honor, on page 3 of 4. On the very top right-hand side, in Division 1, the High Court wrote that excessive bail is the equivalent of a refusal to grant bail. And that's what my issue was. I just want to point to the court, because in the next case, which is Coleman, C-O-L-E-M-O-N versus State, 361 Georgia Appeal, 901. Your Honor, this came out recently, November 2021, so maybe 8 months ago. It's on page 3 of 4. It's the appellate court, or second highest court, is talking about excessive bail, which obviously is equivalent to no bail. And then the court wrote on the left-hand side, on the in the paragraph that is indented, excessive bail is prohibited by the Georgia Constitution and the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution. For purposes of the 8th Amendment, excessive bail is defined as bail set to an amount higher than an amount reasonably calculated. And this is what I'm stressing on, to ensure the presence of the defendant. When fixing bail in Georgia, a trial judge's foremost consideration, and it's stressed in the text, Your Honor, is the probability that the accused, in this case Mr. Williams, if freed, will appear at trial, and to a lesser extent, which is also emphasized in the text, Your Honor, the accused's ability to pay, the seriousness of the offense, and the accused's character and reputation. A defendant who seeks release on bail has the burden of showing roots in the community that the defendant does not pose a significant risk of fleeing, threatening the community, committing another crime, or intimidating witness. Your Honor, if you then look on the same page, on the right-hand side, the last paragraph, again, the court writes, and we're reminded, certainly we are not unmindful of the length of Coleman's pretrial detention and the presumption of his innocence. Your Honor, in Brown, which is BROWN versus State, it's 314 Georgia Appeal 1, 2012 case, on page 3 of 3. On the left-hand side, in the second full paragraph, the appellate court wrote, the General Assembly, which is our General Assembly, provided for the creation of programs of electronic pretrial release to, among other things, assist sheriffs in alleviating jail overcrowding by creating alternative methods of pretrial release and monitoring and home confinement. Indeed, the General Assembly found that a, quote, program of electronic pretrial release, monitoring, and home confinement incorporates modern technology to accomplish various purposes. Thus, the General Assembly explicitly recognized a defendant's home as a place where he or she could be kept within bounds and restricted in movement for purposes of electronic pretrial release program. The next case, Your Honor, because we are going to ask for home confinement as an electronic monitoring. The next case is Ayala, which the court already noted, AYALA versus State 262 Georgia 704. Your Honor, on page 2 of 3, that I've given this honorable court and the parties, the very top left-hand side, our highest court wrote, the purpose of a pretrial bond is to prevent punishment before a conviction and to secure the appearance of the person in court for trial. And then it goes through the 4-part test, which is indented, Your Honor.
We'll see,
on
y'all.
the right-hand side, Your Honor, the first full paragraph in the middle, our highest court wrote, in this state, unlike many other states, the presumption of innocence has always remained with the person accused of a capital offense, even during trial. The most fundamental premise of our criminal justice system is that a person ought not to be punished for a criminal offense until the state demonstrates guilt, beyond a reasonable doubt, unless the right to bail before trial is preserved. The presumption of innocence, secured only after centuries of struggle, would lose its meaning. Your Honor, the last case is Dunn versus Edwards. If I gave it to you, if I didn't give it to you, I apologize. No? Okay. I will hold it for a minute. And then the last case that I gave the court, easy out bonding versus State. That is 224 Georgia Appeal 706, 1997 case. It's on page 3 of 3, Your Honor. Second to last paragraph on the left-hand side. And the appellate court wrote, it is further assumed that appellant who has taken a financial risk, appellant in that case with the bonding company, in ensuring the defendant's present at trial would be motivated to keep track of the defendant's case and prevent the defendant's flight or relocation until the surety is relieved of its bond obligation. Such risk of flight is inherent in the criminal justice system, without which there would be no need for bail bonds, for bail sureties. We have a bail bonding company that is here today, Your Honor, that will be representing that they would be willing to go on Mr. Williams' bond. They have vetted Mr. Williams and they will be heard. Your Honor, with that being said, that is the premise of our law, and I'd like to call as our first witness Mr. Charles Middlestep.
And they bring your witnesses up?
Testify to.
Your Honor, he is a private investigator. He is good standing throughout our state. I know him personally. And he is going to talk about his efforts in securing home confinement with current law enforcement officers working second jobs, detail, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to ensure that Mr. Williams is confined to his home, no contraband, no weapons, no flight, no visitors come to his home whatsoever, and Mr. Middlestat has done all this work in the case.
Okay. Hey, it sounded good. Sounded good for him.
You need to stand up, sir. I'm sorry.
Making it sound real good.
My name is Charles Middlestat, and the last name is spelled Mittelstadt. And my occupation is I'm a criminal defense investigator.
And Mr. Middlestat, would you do me a courtesy and give this honorable court your background?
Yes.
Excuse
me. Your Honor, I've been involved in this profession. I started out in the security industry. My background is in corporate security and dignitary protection. And then for the last 25 years, I've been involved in criminal defense investigation. I've been both a board certified security professional, and I'm a board certified criminal defense investigator. I've done cases coast to coast now for the last 25 years. I've done hundreds of cases here in Fulton County. I have worked with the DA's office in assisting in one cases. I have helped represent members of the DA's office at the highest level, and worked with former DAs in private practice post career in their after they left the DA's office. So I've had extensive experience at this, and I've had the opportunity to be a part of similar sort of efforts that have been responsive to trying to address the concerns of the court as consideration with regard to bond. And Mr. Steele contacted me for that purpose to try to craft some solutions responsive to concerns that you might have, and to do some investigation into different circumstances that might be present with regard to some of the offerings that Mr. Steele is going to make today.
Investigator Middlestat, would you tell this honorable court, first of all, do you have any relationship with Mr. Jeffrey Williams, who's on the Zoom?
It's been a long day in court. For people just coming in, this is a private investigator that's on.
Do and explain what you did, and take the court through every scenario of what we are proposing and through your work.
When you contacted me, you asked me to get with Mr. Williams' representatives for the purpose of having access to the various properties that are within his control. There are 4 such properties located within the metro Atlanta area. For purposes of evaluating the potential of these properties for home confinement purposes, and looking at them from the perspective of a security professional, and in terms of what the staffing requirements might be for each property, and the feasibility, active law enforcement only in lieu of utilizing private security or private investigators or anything lesser than a post-certified officer. We seek to provide comfort both to this court and to the state, responsive to the concerns that I've heard. Frankly, I sat through the first hearing a week ago, and I was relieved to hear that what we crafted is entirely responsive to the concerns that I've heard from this court, which really revolve around the issue of witness tampering and any other concerns that could arise from communications that might occur.
And Investigator Middlestat, is it fair to say that we did all this work well prior to the Monday, May 23rd, 2022 initial hearing that you're referring to.
Yes, as a matter of fact, if you'll note, Your Honor, the letter that I addressed to you is dated May 20th. And so this was everything that's contemplated within this proposal here was crafted well before, I'm sorry, and it contemplated these sorts of concerns. And candidly, it's the most extensive, far-reaching effort that I've ever been a part of in terms of trying to directly address the concerns that could be anticipated in such a wide-ranging indictment with 28 defendants and 56 counts and the nature of these sorts of allegations. And so, in addition to the home confinement piece, ankle monitoring, a GPS ankle monitor for Mr. Williams, literally 24-hour, 7-day-a-week law enforcement. There are 4 different settings which have been contemplated, some which, based on my estimation, would require 2 officers, some which could require 1 officer only, and very candidly, we're completely, I have the staffing and we have the ability to supplement the staffing to any force level that we need to. So if Your Honor decided that we need 3 officers per shift, that's feasible. If the state, and the way that I have contemplated this is whatever the state, whatever concerns they may express, we have the ability to respond to that. Part of that contemplation also deals with the fact, incorporates what I'm terming a hammer, which is a 60-day reserve. So the best way I can explain that is there's 60 days worth of advance funding, and this is an incredibly expensive proposal. Just doing the math based on 2 officers, Your Honor, the cost to Mr. Williams is in excess of $1 million a year just for the staffing alone, and there's additional fees on top of that. That math is based on 2 officers per shift times 3 shifts at a negotiated rate of $60 an hour. That is what law enforcement is requiring to undertake this sort of off-duty assignment. And this is money that he'll never get back. This isn't like a bond. This is money he'll never get back. It's a tremendous amount of skin in the game. But in addition to that, there is a 60-day workforce reserve incorporated. So if he were to violate for any reason, that 60-day reserve would be dispersed amongst the officers that are working that assignment. And so it almost gives them an incentive to violate, in a sense. Beyond that, this plan also ensures that whatever restrictions the court puts in place with regard to limiting and restricting and controlling visitor access or any sorts of devices or any materials that you would not want within that environment, that law enforcement, not me, not the defense team in any way, but the law enforcement officers that are assigned to this responsibility are empowered to actually control everything that comes in and out of that environment.
So if somebody comes to my house and has a burn phone, or they can be searched before they come in?
Yes, sir, absolutely, Your Honor. What's contemplated is the moment that you approve this bond, that prior to Mr. Williams occupying it, is that a complete search will be conducted of that, whichever property you assign. It will undergo a complete search that can include canine, drug dogs. It will do whatever it takes to satisfy your own. And we will search that, and we will bless that environment. And from that second forth, law enforcement will be put in place, and nothing will come in and out of it. And I think that's very, very significant, because what we've heard, and I have heard, throughout these proceedings, is it's almost sort of an admission by the state at its frankly inability to do so in a detention center. We've heard the state talk about the fact that, in fact, it's even in the indictment, there are charges relating to the possession by of communications devices by incarcerated persons. We've heard about drones being flown in or attempts to drop phones in. And we all know that the fact of the matter is, in spite of all the best intentions of the good men and women of Fulton County Sheriff's Department.
Facts, Brandon Harris. That's a fact, Brandon Harris.
Any detention center around this country is that contraband gets in, whether it's in the form of phones or it's drugs or any other sort of contraband. It's just a fact of the matter is detention centers are just wholly unsuccessful in keeping that out. It mostly does not come through visitors. It mostly comes by the jailers themselves. And we've also heard testimony and proffers by the state about the fact that there are other ways to beat communications if we're talking about threats being called in or any sorts of orders being called in through code sharing and other means of making that happen. If the real concern is, in this case, accepting the state's concerns at the face value, is to basically freeze Mr. Williams out, eliminate his ability to communicate, eliminate his ability to present a threat to anybody. This is the only plan that's going to be responsive to that. The state has demonstrated, or not the state, the law enforcement, unfortunately, based on its, again, in spite of its best intentions, has demonstrated an inability to do any of that.
So Yak Gotti did actually respond to these rumors.
Materials from last time.
2015, my brother never did a day in jail because I claimed my shit. I did 4 years with no tears. Stop the cap.
I'd like to give a redacted parts because I didn't think the court would want the law enforcement officers' names, but we have that as well in additional names. So if you want that, they're unredacted.
He said, stop the cap.
So, but I just wanted to take a look at it. So,
In addition to that, we also make provisions for closed-circuit television monitoring. There are a couple of these properties that already have fairly extensive surveillance systems in place, and we'd be happy to turn over control of those systems, access to those systems to whoever the court deems fit, whether that's even the state or Fulton County Sheriff's Office or anybody for that matter, whoever you seem fit or wherever that comfort level may arise. And we also are willing and capable of adding additional cameras to increase the monitoring.
Mr. Millicent, may I ask you a question? Sure. About the video surveillance outside the home and inside the home?
It's both inside and outside.
And if, let's say, this honorable court set bond, but with all these requirements, and wanted the opportunity to have certain designated people, whether the sheriff, prosecution, and the honorable court itself, to have access to the to see for themselves live video or the past video, would that be able to be done?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I apologize.
Mr. Steele, can you tell the court about the issues involving communication in terms of phones, email, internet, and other third parties that would come to house? One of the things that the court is made aware of is the potential to engagement is trade or occupation. Thank you, Chairman.
Your Honor, we will go to the extent that we will agree to a condition as far as there's no electronics in the house. There's no internet in the house, there's no cell phone, there's no burner cell phone. Anybody who comes into the house, if approved, they would be on a list, they would be patted down and wanded, by the way. And if it's a woman coming, they would have to have a designated time because there'd be a female officer to pat down that woman. As far as work for Mr. Williams, we contemplated, if the court permits, building a studio in his home, wherever of these 4 homes, if the court ratifies and approves. And those people would, of course, be searched, and then all that equipment would leave, and there would be a search of the house as well, or the apartment as well. So we thought about it, Your Honor, and Mr. Williams is aware. I've spoken with him personally about it. As opposed to the way he's living now, he would go back to the time I was young, and there'd be no electronics whatsoever.
Will there be people present when he has other people in the house, other law enforcement present?
We had that discussion as well, and we would have video surveillance. Mr. Williams would waive any privacy rights, would be in the house, and law enforcement can be present at the same time. Or, and we're not asking for this, but Mr. Williams can have 0 visitors in the house as well, except obviously his lawyers, doctors would have to go see him, and we would hope family members and business associates. But if the court says, I'm willing to give a bond, but no one's visiting him, we would take that as well, except obviously I'd like counsel to go.
Oh, accounting, you were not saying.
Okay.
You wouldn't be able to visit me as well as any Okay, anything else, sir, you want to ask Mr. Milson?
With regards to drugs, there's allegations of drugs in the home. I heard you mention drug dog, drug testing, if the court wanted drug testing to occur.
That's correct. Again, this plan essentially contemplates addressing any and all concerns of this court and the state, frankly. And we have the ability, and I will make it my personal undertaking and responsibility to secure any and all necessary, whether it be a canine dog or any sort of drug testing, any experts we need to pull in to satisfy the court's concerns. As Mr. Steele had touched on, one of the things, Your Honor, that we want to assure you of is the fact that we had in place the ability to do thorough screening. So that's why we do have both male and female officers, so that we have gender appropriate screening and pat downs and wanding for the very purpose of keeping out anything that you deem to be restricted. And I've heard you loud and clear in the last 2 hearings about the concerns with regard to communicating and the potential of threatening witnesses. And so paramount to that is the ability to keep those devices out, to keep those to prevent that very thing from happening.
And if a visitor stated, you cannot wand me, you cannot pat me down, have constitutional rights, what would be done for that person?
They would not be allowed access.
And there'd be reports each day by each shift, is that fair to say?
That's correct. I'm sorry, I failed to mention that. The plan would be for the officers at the end of each shift to, during their shift, they would be generating activity logs to be completed at the completion of their shift, and then once a day, we would upload to a cloud, through cloud access, all 3 shifts the reports for that day. And those could be, again, available to whoever the court designated needed access to have those, including the state. The state, I'm sorry.
And with regards to weapons, there'll be no weapons in that home. By weapons, I mean hand grenades, handguns, whatever it is. Same thing?
I think it goes without saying that we have
Okay.
weapons in that home. We seek to keep all of that.
Now, when Mr. Williams does have to come to court, would there also be provisions that he'd be transported to and from court by the sworn law enforcement officers while on bond?
Absolutely.
So he will never leave that home except in the custody control of lawful officers who are off duty but sworn. But if he refuses that, they report it to the court as a violation of bond.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you leave anything out, Mr. Middleton?
I don't believe so.
If the court wants to hear about the different locations, Your Honor, we can do that. Otherwise, there are 4 different locations, Your Honor. Mr. Millstat did write about them. We did redact, obviously, we can give the state the exact addresses in this honorable court, but for privacy purposes, we did not file that with the record. And Your Honor, each one of those, or I'm asking you, Mr. Millstat, each one of those.
It's a lot of bad false news getting reported on this case, bro. One nigga just said,
Visited each one of those and vetted those and assessed the various features associated with those, which I have enumerated in this letter to Your Honor. And I stand ready, and I'm certainly willing to provide any more details or answer any additional questions with regard to any one of those locations.
And then finally, if this honorable court grants bond, conditionally that the house, which is chosen for Mr. Williams to reside, is then properly swept, approved, sealed, all that goes to the court and the prosecution. The prosecution can bring in people if they want as well. You would have a sworn law enforcement officer meet Mr. Williams outside of the release area of the jail at the South Court. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
So it's not like Mr. Williams gets in the car with one of his family members. He would be right from the sheriff of Fulton County into the hands.
That's correct. He's essentially remaining in custody, but remanded to the confinement of his home.
Okay. Now, with the ankle monitor, since I gave this honorable court the option, or suggest, I don't give the honorable court, but suggested that if the honorable court was troubled, electronics would be removed. It's not my first choice, but if that happened, the ankle monitor, to your knowledge, can an ankle monitor work without there being electronics in the home? And if you don't have that information, there's another person here to talk.
I'll defer to that other person.
That's fine. I want to thank you. Is there anything else that I've neglected to ask you that's important to sound the court?
No.
Okay, and the off-duty police officers, right now, they have been given approval for this type of detail?
They have, and I have been reassured of that. And as late as this morning, once again, I have reconfirmed that all 24 officers are still good to go.
And if there is a visitation list that has been approved by this honorable court, those visitors lists would obviously go to each detail. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Millsap. Thank you so much.
Cross. All right. So you can stand out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we would call Mr. Jamil Mitchell, which is Jamil, Mitchell's Mitchell.
so they put it out earlier that
He should be right here.
I thought I clearly heard them say that Yak Gotti
Once you get there, be so kind to turn and face Deputy Talton this morning.
did not have a cell phone, but another guy did have a cell phone. They said that ain't have nothing to do with Yak Gotti on the phone thing, but blogs are putting it out that he got caught with the cell phone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell.
How you doing, sir?
I'm okay. How are you, sir?
All right.
Can you do me a favor when the honorable court is ready? Just where were you born, raised? But let's wait for the honorable court. Where were you born and raised, sir?
I was born in Jersey City, New Jersey, but I've been in Atlanta since I was 4 years old.
And when you speak, just address the court.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Steele, go ahead. I apologize.
Mr. Mitchell, where were you born and raised?
Jersey City, New Jersey, but I've been in Atlanta since I was 4 years old.
And where in Atlanta area have you been since 4 years old?
I reside from Cleveland Avenue.
What's your educational background?
I went to the University of St. Augustine, then I transferred and went to the Art Institute of Atlanta after my freshman year.
And what type of study did you do?
At St. Augustine, I was doing sports management, and then when I went to the Art Institute of Atlanta, I did videography, audio engineering.
Do you have any prior criminal history?
No, sir.
In your community on Cleveland Avenue, tell this honorable court the types of works that you do.
I actually own a nonprofit organization where we have football players and cheerleaders, so we try to push kids into sports, you know what I'm saying? Trying to get them to do something positive instead of just being around, just running around, doing nothing.
Okay. And do you know the gentleman who is on this honorable court's Zoom screen, Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yeah, I've been knowing Mr. Williams since he was like 13, 14.
Tell this honorable court the ties that Mr. Williams has to this community and what he does to support the community that you are in.
He actually supports my football team and cheerleading team a lot. He sponsored my football team with uniforms, banquets, buy trophies. When we do barbecues for the kid, he helps with that. He pays to cook. Like we did a Juneteenth event one year, a barbecue, because we never heard of it. So when we heard of it, we was like, okay, this is our 4th of July. So he helped give me money for that, and we paid to cook. He helped do a lot for the community, really, when it comes to the kids and everything.
And what did he, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just trying to push positivity with the kids.
And does Mr. Williams speak with the next generation of children to do positive things with their life?
Yes, sir. I have him plenty of times where we FaceTime each other. You know, he moves around a lot. He's an international star, so he FaceTime. I put the kid on FaceTime with him. They get excited. They shocked. They be like, "Oh, you really know him?" I'm like, "Yeah, he's my friend." Like, he'll come to the banquet if he get a chance. He'll come to a game.
And does he also come to the area in Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, he came there. He passed out shoes a couple times. Do community barbecues. Feed the homeless. One year he came, gave out like 90 pair of shoes to the homeless and to the kids out there. Like he do stuff for the community a lot.
How old are the children in the football program?
My crew go from 5 to 13. The 13 is the cheerleaders, but from football it's 5 to 12.
And are there girls playing or a girl playing football as well?
I had a girl last year, yeah. I had a girl play football last year.
And what's the name of the organization?
Cleveland Avenue 49ers Youth Organization, Development Organization.
Does Mr. Williams support that organization through the children as well as breast cancer?
Yes, he actually, I told him my grandmother passed away from breast cancer right when COVID hit. And he sponsored my football team with breast cancer uniforms. And on the uniform, you'll see his record label logo, because whoever sponsored, we put the logo on there to try to show support.
And what's that logo?
His label, Young Star Life Records.
YSL?
Yes, sir.
How about tell us honorable court what Mr. Williams did with Trunk or Treat?
This is around COVID time, so the kids couldn't really go trick or treating, and they not used to that. Like, especially like my daughter, they used to going trick or treating and stuff like that. So instead, I sponsored him I teamed up with another program, another nonprofit, and we did something called Trunk or Treat, but we had people decorate their trunks. It was like going to a house, and we gave out candy, and then we gave the best trunk award.
And did you team up with law enforcement officials on that?
Yes, actually we did, because right where we practice at, I guess did like a training academy back there, like back there by the post office, and we had police out there. We gave them food, barbecued, everything. They was there, police was there.
And Mr. Williams is integral in all these events.
Yes, sir.
With regards to children going to school, getting educated, please tell us, honorable court, what, if anything, Mr. Williams does for school supplies.
We did a backpack giveaway one time in our neighborhood, or 2 times in our neighborhood, and he helped sponsor that, where He gives us the money, we go buy the backpacks, we put it together, and then we just give them out to the kids right before school starts. So make sure everybody have like supplies for school, at least for the first month of school.
And we're talking about papers, notebooks, pens, pencils, folders,
Everything
calculators,
you need. Everything you need.
and
Don't matter the grade.
And that was Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Power behind that.
Yes, sir.
And is this for kindergarten through high school, everybody?
Yes, sir. Kindergarten through high school.
But the entire area in Cleveland Avenue.
The entire neighborhood.
He does that often.
Yes, sir.
How about tell us on the court what Mr. Williams did, if anything, involving shoe wear for people in the
Well, like I said earlier, he just popped up one day, like, didn't nobody expect him to come. And then he had like 90 pair of Adidas, and he just gave them out. Like, anybody, if your size was there, you could have got a pair. A lot of homeless people got a pair of shoes. So he do a lot of stuff like that. Like, he just popped up that day. Didn't nobody expect him to come.
How about food for the people in the community of Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, we do barbecues a lot. We try to do that. Barbecues a lot just to feed the neighborhood. Then we did like a barbecue one time inside the apartments. And that's the same day he gave up the shoes. Like, we got plenty of things he do when it comes to that stuff.
And Mr. Williams feeds people off in that community?
Yeah, we do one big barbecue every summer. But we just do barbecues when we get bored. Like, let's have a barbecue.
How about
pay the DJ. We'll have a DJ come out there. Pay the DJ.
And this is all Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Giving back to the community.
Yes, sir.
How about assisting in an effort to have children read and being interested in reading? Does he do anything with that?
Yes, sir. I had a book company, and I told him about it. And then what I did, like, whenever I got ordered kid books, I would give them out to my kids' school. Or, you know, if you go in the neighborhood, like, I stay downtown. You go in the neighborhood where they got put a book in and take a book out. Well, I just leave the books and I wouldn't take no books out. Or I give the books to my daughter. I think she was in like the 6th grade when we started doing that. And I was like, you take something, give something to your friends or your teachers. And he helped sponsor that because during COVID, when my company was having a bad time, I told him, like, man, I'm having a bad time. He helped me buy books. And then whenever I buy kid books, I just give it back to the school.
How about Mr. Williams actually speaking to people in the area? Does he do that?
Yeah, all the time. He's a motivator. Everybody know that. Like, without Jeffrey Williams, I'm gonna keep it real. Without Jeffrey Williams in the neighborhood, I don't know about y'all ever been to Cleveland Avenue, but without him, the neighborhood would be terrible. Like, you got to think about all the people he helped motivate. Before rapping, there wasn't nothing else to do. He helped motivate people to rap, man. I seen other people from my neighborhood get deals and become stars and do what they had to do. See what I'm saying? So to me, and I know to a lot of other people, he's a motivator to us. You know what I'm saying? Because before that, didn't nobody motivate us. We either were playing sports or running around.
Did you ever hear Mr. Williams talk to the people in the community, the vast number of people, about staying in school?
All the time. He tell you that all the time. He got that. He tell people that all the time.
And what does he tell them?
Stay in school. That's the best way to do. What else you gonna do? Become a lawyer. Become, you know what I'm saying? Get into sports. Become a rapper, entertainer. Be a manager like me. I'm a music manager. Like, he motivated me to
That nigga said, don't go all screw.
You hear Mr. Williams say something to the effect of be a thinker, not a criminal?
Y'all niggas is wild.
And he tells that to the children?
Yes.
And the parents?
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't have to be hopelessness?
No, sir.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about, you know anything about Mr. Williams paying for the bond of strangers for the Fulton County Jail just because they couldn't afford their bond?
Yeah, I was actually there in the meeting when they was talking about it. Like, we're gonna pay for bond for people with bonds who can't afford bond. I'm like, bro, that's cool. Like, nobody does that. Like, you gotta think, Atlanta's been the hub for music for the last 20 years. Name a rapper who ever bonded people out he never knew, never met before, and take them out to eat.
All of the items that you talked about, does Mr. Williams want any credit for that? Does he ever say, hey, put my name on this, tell people I'm doing it?
No, not at all. He's not that type of person. He don't want.
This has been a very long hearing, man. I ain't expect to be on here this long, but I don't want to come on here and then we don't get to the bottom of it. I got to use the bathroom though, man. Y'all keep watching. I'll be right back, man.
Nobody did that from us coming up. See what I'm saying?
Yak Gotti did not snitch, man. People just throwing shit out there. He took the time. Unless it comes out, I would have to see more. I seen this paperwork put online, but whatever, it looked iffy.
Your Honor, if the court would allow my coworker, I'm honored to work with this court.
It's hard to say no to a bond after hearing everything today, bro. I'm not gonna lie, for me though. That's for me. I don't know about them, but I'm use the bathroom real quick.
I'd like to, with the court's permission, show the court a photograph and the prosecution for Mr. Mitchell to explain.
Where are they, sir?
Oh, it's in Colette's. It's in my wife's name.
So you want me to get your wife so that she can show me these pictures?
Yes, but it will be an alias because it's Courtney Edwards who's actually must be on that device.
I see your
Much better. I agree with you.
but I don't see this.
Right. She said that she's using my device that is in my wife's name, I assume.
Okay.
So Mitchell, if you can look at what Ms. Edwards just displayed on the screen. Ms. Edwards, if you could blow that up at all. Is that a representation, an example of some of the one of the uniforms?
Yes, actually, that's one of the uniforms that sponsored.
And you see the logo you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And that's YSL.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's the 49, it's the Cleveland Avenue 49ers.
Yes, sir. Playing in City League.
One more time?
Playing in City League. So.
Congratulations and thank you. Okay. Next, Ms. Edwards. Do you recognize, can you blow it up, Ms. Edwards? Do you recognize what this is?
That's our trunk and treat that we had.
And that's what you explained?
Yes, sir.
And that's by Mr. Williams. I know he's not named on there, but that was his.
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
him
yeah.
doing that.
Yes, sir.
And that was all for the children.
Yes, sir.
So they can have Halloween. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, please.
That was a Juneteenth barbecue.
And Mr. Williams, again, without taking any credit, he's the one who was behind that.
Yeah, he helped sponsor the food, pay for the cook, everything.
And you called it our 4th of July.
Yes, sir.
And this was just brand new information. People
Yeah,
that
that was
area.
something we never knew about. So when we heard it, it was the idea.
And Mr. Williams wanted people to be educated?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, please. What is
That's the football team right there.
And all those uniforms, all the Gatorades, all the equipment?
Yes, sir.
Who pays for all that?
He paid for the uniform this year. We was doing the equipment and everything.
Perfect. Okay. Next one.
Yes, so you can see the logo more often. You can see me out there coaching.
Okay. Next one, please.
It was the cook. This one we went to buy the food for the Juneteenth event.
And that's the cook who's going to buy all the supplies?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Williams is backing all this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one, please.
This was the event. I don't know if y'all want to play the video.
With the court's permission, Ms. Edwards, can you play it for a moment?
So you can see kids out there running around. Everybody having a good time. They tore down the volleyball thing the kids did. We had them out there playing volleyball. This is actually the park that we practice at, and it's the same park we had the trunk or treat at. And right behind here, on top of that hill, is why I'm telling y'all the police academy or the volleyball thing. That was the police academy up there, where the police academy helped us.
Now, maybe you can't tell from the video, but many people come to this?
A lot of people come.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
This was the video when he came to the neighborhood.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, can Ms. Edwards play that, please?
And he gave out the shoes.
Yes. Thank you. And this is just Mr. Williams just coming?
Yeah, we didn't even know he was coming. He just came, and then everybody came out once they heard he was there. He gave out shoes to the community. A lot of homeless people got shoes.
And that's Mr. Williams right there,
Yes, sir.
coming back to the community.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mitchell, we are here for a motion. The motion is it's a term being used a lot in courts, but we're asking this honorable court to consider releasing Mr. Williams on a pretrial bond.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On your oath, knowing Mr. Williams the way you have since he was 13 years of age, do you have any evidence or belief that if granted bond by this honorable court, Mr. Williams would flee the jurisdiction of the court? What that means is he would not come back to court.
No, he more definitely come to court.
Do you know if Mr. Williams has family in this area?
And which in Atlanta?
Yes.
I know his whole family. Yeah, so he more definitely. He never leave his family.
His whole family's here.
Yeah, I know his whole family.
Saying on your oath, any evidence or any belief, any speculation that if granted bond, Mr. Williams would obstruct justice,
No, he wasn't
bribe a juror.
Nah, this is the bond hearing. We're still waiting for everybody who's just coming in.
Mr. Williams would be a risk.
Basically, they just had somebody, they having a friend, a person that he works with in the community to help the kids.
Any evidence that Mr. Williams would be a danger to any person in the community or any property.
So this is how they decide, man.
So I can't see him hurting nobody.
When you say a motivator, does Mr. Williams actually talk to people in the community about being lawful?
All the time. We can get, if y'all want, we can bring 100 people in here from the community. And they can tell you one by one, he motivate them. Like, if you got, like I got a buddy who cut grass. If you cut grass, he'll help buy you more equipment to cut grass. Like, if what you want to do, okay, do it and do it 100%. He got the thing. He stayed down with music, and we seen him go to the top and say the same thing. Stay down. You can have 3-4 lawnmowers. You can be higher on people. Like,
Nah, the Yak Gotti statement, to my understanding, is not real. From the jump, I came in here and said that he wasn't a snitch because I looked at that and that does not confirm. I don't play with those type of laws and rules when it comes to snitching, homosexuality, child molestation, things that are detrimental to a man's character. We not saying that, bro. We don't play like that over here, bro.
Your Honor, we will call, thank you so much, Mr. Corey Jackson.
What's Mr. Jackson going to testify to?
Your Honor, he is a young man.
How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Steele?
Six, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the next witness going to testify to?
Your Honor, he's a young man. He's just turned 15 years of age. He met Mr. Williams when he was 8 years of age. He was selling CDs in the perimeter mall. Mr. Williams, he was in poverty. He's from Jackson, Mississippi. His family's here as well in the courtroom. Mr. Williams explained to him that
Hang tight. Mr. Steele, if it is your goal to establish that Mr. Williams has significant ties in the community, I believe you've established that to the court's satisfaction. Not that I don't want to hear your witnesses, but it's cumulative at this point in time. I mean, if that's the purpose of these next witnesses, unless they go to some other bond factor, you know, I'm kind of really at this point in time, I'm not really interested in hearing them at this point.
well, he goes to a different factor, Your Honor.
And what is that?
Danger to the community, which is what I thought the state is arguing.
Okay, all right. If he's going to danger the community, all right. Come on up, young man. Please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you be so kind, turn face to every talking.
Bro, they should have told the homie get a regular haircut, though, bro.
Well, I know what for you. Okay, go ahead.
Not that big a deal, though.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this lawyer's a great lawyer, bro.
ACKSON.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
It's up to the court. And it's also up to you if you want to take off your mask with the honorable court's permission. If you want to keep it on, you absolutely keep it on.
Okay.
Your choice, man.
I'd like to take it off then.
Mr. Jackson, introduce yourself to the court. Tell the court what you do.
Well, I'm Corey Jackson. I'm a recording artist, motivational speaker, and actor.
And are you in school?
Yes, sir.
What grade are you in?
I'm in the 11th as of right now.
And you're 15 in the 11th grade?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Well, I'm homeschooled and I stay up on my studies and I work on that.
Do you remember meeting a gentleman named Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Most definitely, yes, sir.
Do you see him on this honorable court's Zoom screen?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet Mr. Williams?
Well, the first time I ever met him was in the mall. It was in Cumberland Mall. I was probably 8 or 9 at the time. I had first met him with my music and I approached him and I didn't know who he was. But later on that day, after I had met him, I found out who he was as far as an artist, and I found out more about him. And then when I really met him and we made the connection, made the bond, was later on when I was like 10 or 11 years old at the time.
And were you in, I know it's a person, but were you in poverty at that time, if you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I understand what you mean.
And where were you living at that time?
Well, I'm from Jackson, Mississippi originally, so down there it's called Cromwell Street, Shady Oaks, Christian Brotherhood.
And is your father in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And other family members?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell this honorable court if Mr. Williams ever took you to where he was raised on Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir, he has.
And tell the court what you learned from that and what the purpose was.
Well, at the time, he took me there because I always expressed to him how at me being at such a young age, being able to achieve what I have and have the knowledge that I do have, that's why I started motivational speaking, because I want to inspire the youth and show them that anything is possible. Because you can look at somebody while they're older, you say, oh, that's good, they're doing it, but now you have an example that's your age and close to your age that's showing you that it's possible. And Mr. Williams, he showed me, he took me to where he was from. And he showed me where he came from. He showed me the poverty that he lived in. And he told me, he told me the saying, each one teach one, which is something that he lives by. He has also helped instill in me that I live by now. Each one teach one. And he told me whatever knowledge you have to be able to spread it, because this is who you are trying to inspire and show them that they can become successful. So that is what he took me there for, and to show me how he was able to achieve what he has and where he comes from. And what I'd have to do if I want to motivate more young people like me.
And tell this honorable court whether you have gone across our country talking to other students, people your age and younger at schools.
Yes, sir, I have. I've did different things like different school tours and doing motivational speeches for different organizations like the Boys and Girls Club and different things of that nature, and different youth centers, detention centers, of course, schools. Yes, sir, I have.
And has Mr. Williams put upon you the duties? So you have to always be positive and try to get other people not to do crime.
Yes, sir, he has, and he has always motivated me in that goal and that mission. He's always showed me that path and always deterred me from anything that could be negative or affect me in a negative way. He always deterred me from that and showed me the right way and showed me a positive way to do anything I have going on.
Has Mr. Williams taken you on tour with him, with your family's permission, taking your family?
Yes, sir, he has.
And if you can remember, what are some of the places that you went with Mr. Williams?
Atlanta, Georgia, Los Angeles, California, St. Louis, Chicago, New York. I've been to New Orleans with them before, many different places, Tampa, and some more places. It's been a lot.
Houston, Texas?
Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas.
Okay. And have you been on stage with Mr. Williams and talking to people about all positive, motivating, in a positive direction?
Well, yes, sir. I have been on stage with them, and we have also made motivational videos with motivational messages.
And when you go to schools, is that with Mr. Williams' request?
Yes, sir.
And what do you tell the other children when you're there?
Well, first, I speak on my 5 keys to success, which are hard work, determination, dedication, motivation, and ambition. And I show them how you can utilize, if you are utilizing these 5 keys to success, how you yourself can become successful. And that is also what he helps and he sponsors me with. And when I go through schools, I also speak on things that aren't at this stage in life taught, because while you're in school, you're going off of your report card. But when you get out of school, you're going to go off your credit report. And that's why I also teach and speak on financial literacy.
Yeah, they just basically speaking to like
Did you ever have conversations?
They speaking to Young Thug's character right now, trying to get him a bond for everybody that's tapping in. They trying to see what they can do.
The way you are outlooking.
So like, you know, have everybody see like he's a positive person.
Him with the name for Young Thug. Did he ever explain to you not to do that?
Well, actually, we have had conversations, and he has been very vocal about not liking the image that is associated with the name Young Thug, because when you picture that, you assume, you know, he's a thug. And that's why we have talked, he has discussed with me how he would like to reevaluate and re-image, reshape his image into his name, Jeffrey, and how he would like to go forth with that being his name, and that's what people associate with him, Jeffrey, instead of the image of a Young Thug.
Is it Mr. Williams' communications with you that he wishes that people do not do drugs or alcohol or be a danger to the community?
Yes, sir. He has expressed that to me, and he has also expressed that to many others.
And does he use you as a lightning rod to express it to other people?
Yes, sir. He has, and he still does.
What is YS? Are you a member of YSL?
Well, I'm not signed to the label on papers.
What is YSL to you?
Well, to me, YSL is a family. To me, YSL is, ever since I first met him, it's been all love, all respect, and it has been pure. And for me, when we spoke on it, other than, you know, the name of the label, Young Stoner Life Records, I told him my YSL means Young Successful Life, because that's something that he has created. He is a young, successful man himself, but also he is helping more young men and young women have successful lives, such as myself, for example. And that's why my YSL stands for Young Successful Lives, because that is what he has done, and that is what he is now creating and showing and putting into the community.
Sir, has Mr. Williams' tutoring and guidance to you taken you out of poverty and your family?
Yes, sir, it has.
Has Mr. Williams ever asked you for a nickel?
No, sir, he has never asked for no profit or proceeds from anything that he has helped contribute with. Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Ms. Edwards has a very short video that relates to Mr. Jackson.
Oh, they got a video. It's looking good for Thug, man. It's looking good.
I don't see the dangerousness in this, Mr. Taylor. He certainly buttresses again what I indicated earlier, which is he has significant ties to help people in the community. But I don't see the danger of the community that you promised me from this from the testimony.
It's the opposite. I think that my promise is good. Mr. Jackson is saying that the entirety of Mr. Williams' desires is that people do not commit crime, do drugs, do violence, and to stay in school. That pinpoints the whole Daniel community is risk of crime, risk of committing crime. He's doing the exact, he's Mr. Williams through, along with Mr. Jackson, diametrically opposed.
Okay, all right. But this video, you want to show me how long is it?
2 minutes.
And what's it going to show me?
It'll show you Mr. Jackson on the Ellen Show. It'll show him on CNN. It'll show him interacting with Mr. Williams, interacting with schools, just to give you an idea of how this message is all across the country.
I think you testified that more than significant. I mean, I'll accept your video as proof of that, further proof of that particular issue, but I think Mr. Jackson here has well articulated that issue.
Okay. Then I have no other questions for Ms. I want to thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the time to come and speak.
You're very welcome. Any questions, Mr. Garrett? All right, then you can step down and see the gallery if you like.
Now I'd like to proffer the next person then.
Okay, here's your proffer.
Your Honor, she would like to be identified as Diamond, D-I-A-M-O-N-D. I have a video of her, a news video if you want to see it, but in the sake of time, do we have that if you want to see it? She is, she was raised on Cleveland Avenue. She lost her child, her son, to gun violence. He was murdered. She heads a team to stop gun violence. She's partnered with Travion Martin's mother, Breonna Taylor.
Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to this channel also. It's
persons known and unknown who've lost family members to violence. And Mr. Jeffrey Williams
alive. I'm gonna have a link in the description too after this.
With trying to stop gun violence and trying to get people not to think that this is a video game and shooting is okay, and that everybody needs to speak about their controversies and their disputes and put down the guns. And she wanted that to be known, and there's a video if you want to see it, but otherwise that.
Yeah, go support them too. Alive. Also like this motherfucker. Look. We gotta shut them out because they were streaming this motherfucker in there. They like a news channel or something.
ILES, and he has known Mr. Williams since Mr. Williams has been just an adult, and we'd like him to come and talk about the factors for bond.
If y'all ain't hit that like button, y'all better hit that like button too, man.
He has come here to give testimony on behalf of Mr. Williams.
If you in here, hit that like button, man.
He lives in New York. I don't know where.
Got 350. Should at least be 450, bro, on the cool.
So if you please approach witness stand once you get there, be so kind to turn face to the talk and sworn as witness.
You just said allegedly IP mercenary.
Before you sit down.
So go check out hold on, this the record label, dude?
Kevin Lyles, K-E-V-I-N.
Oh, they showed up to court for him, man. The label showed up.
I'll let you know. Can you do me a favor and give the Samba Court, educate the Samba Court on who you are, your background, the court, and not be familiar.
I'm gonna post this on IG.
4-year-old father of 4. I'm kind of emotional because how good this guy is. I have Morgan State University. I built a stadium in my own school. I have a street named after me. I have all kind of honorary doctorates.
This is Kevin Lyles, man. I would never think I would see.
I was the president and the CEO of Def Jam. I've been in this music called hip hop for 38 years. And for the life of me, I don't understand why I have to testify the good that hip hop has done around the world. I've also started a company with Jeffrey called Young Stoner Life. And I remember what he said to me. We're not just starting a company, we're gonna change some lives. And that's what he's done. And he's definitely changed mine.
Mr. Lyles, how long have you known Mr. Williams?
Well, I was a fan for probably 12 years, but I personally got to know him over the last 10 years.
And have you signed in your company, signed Mr. Williams?
Yes, he signed to us. I hate saying that he signed to us because it's my partner, but we have 2 deals. One deal is a deal for him as a non-solo artist, and the other deal is for Young Stoner Life.
And I know this is personal, but
y'all can hear that? My bad.
There's been testimony that if this trial, and I'm not saying if the court will allow it, but if it doesn't take place for a year, there'd be over $1 million in expenses just for 24-hour security of police officers to ensure officers and police officers' second job to ensure Mr. Williams does not flee, does not get types of weapons, does not intimidate a witness, not a danger to community or property in the community. Can he afford, in your personal knowledge and how much money he earns, can he afford that type of undertaking?
Jeffrey can afford it, and I can afford it, so we'll be paid for it.
And you are willing to back him as well?
I'm going to back him personally and professionally.
Please explain, if you can, and discuss fully
Yeah, my bad,
how your
Joe.
life intersected with Mr. Williams' life.
My job is to seek out talented people. And I think God brought us together in a very weird way. But I think we were meant to be together. Jeffrey is not just an artist. He's an influencer. He is a person that I think was put here to change the people around him. And he's so talented. He's creative, he's innovative, and he's fearless. He's a risk taker. And those kind of people, I call them change agents. I'm not signing just artists. I'm raising a young man. He looks at me as a father figure. He's not, like I said, we can't limit it to just his lyrics or his music. He's a young man and he will be a contributing citizen to this world. And that's what I invest in. And I truly believe this whole thing that people are talking about, it's not him. The Jeffrey I know, give me clothes off his back. The Jeffrey I know, I can give him my kids, he give me his kids. That's the Jeffrey I know.
You mentioned lyrics. There's been a lot of argument by the prosecution about the lyrics and songs. Can you explain, if you have any insight, what is selling in the rap industry dealing with the lyrics, and why are they being promoted, and why are people wanting it?
Your Honor, you've I don't know how old you are, but you're older than you. So I've been fighting this battle for over 40 years. It's not new. And it's funny how we're the #1 music in the world now, and they want to bring this back up. Now, we don't argue about any other movies or other genres of music that talk about I ran them over in my truck, or I got drunk and I went and shot him. We don't bring those things to court. But quote unquote, our music, we've been on trial. And we constantly on trial about who we are, what we are, why we're. And nobody gave us nothing. So we sit here on trial, we talk about lyrics. Lyrics. I don't understand the thing. I will be here and I will keep fighting for it because I believe self-expression. And I believe we should protect Black art. We should protect Black art. And I'm on trial for lyrics. Come on, man.
With regards to Mr. Williams, and the court may not be familiar.
He kind of coming there kind of cocky, ain't he? Is that going?
If there is such a ranking in the music industry. Shows his employment status as part of the other factors and whether the record company is going to continue to back him.
I think you've already established that too.
You understand that Mr. Williams was charged in 2018 in DeKalb County with a offense of involving, he was riding in a car with 2 other people.
Hold on real quick, y'all. Let
And
me
there was
credit
a
this
gun
source.
and, a small amount of drugs in the car. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that case is still pending, believe it or not, but it went up to the appellate court. I don't know, are you familiar with all that?
Yes.
Everything was suppressed by the Honorable Superior Court judge in another county, and then the state appeal got reversed and it's pending. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Williams is actually on bond for that case.
Okay.
The allegation also entails the fact that when Mr. Williams was arrested at the home here in Atlanta, a search warrant was then executed at that home, and there were multiple firearms. One firearm is allegedly illegal. It's turned into like a machine gun. And there was supposedly about 2 pounds of marijuana and some items in, looks like an energy drink, but it supposedly contains either Schedule 2, 3, or 4 drugs and codeine, supposedly. You're familiar with that?
I'm ready.
Okay. Understanding all those facts, the DeKalb County case, current bond, and the search of the home, you're also aware that many other people were in that house at the time of the search warrant, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you the following questions in addition to the fact that we are charging 2 counts in this current indictment. You're familiar with the RICO conspiracy and the gang
Yes.
count. Okay. On your oath, would you be willing to back with your own personal property and wealth, as well as your own company's personal property and wealth, the bond for Mr. Williams if the Honorable Court wanted a high bond?
Judge, she's asking answer. He's all the witness actually is on the statement.
Yeah, he already said he put up his own and his company's resources, so it's outstanding.
Would you be willing, okay, if it's the same question, I apologize, but it's a different question. You have to understand that you would, if the court wanted to, you would lose that wealth if Mr. Williams violated condition of bond. It's not just go on bond with Mr. Williams in custody, you're released. The court could have you signed as a co-signer on that bond, and you would actually have a lien against your wealth if Mr. Williams violated condition of bond. Are you still willing to do that?
Like a son to me, yes.
Without hesitation?
Without hesitation.
All right. Do you believe that if granted bond on your oath, Mr. Williams would intimidate any witness?
Nah.
Obstruct the administration of justice?
No.
Be a danger to the community or property in the community?
Not at all.
And a risk to commit a crime while out on bond?
No, not at all. He has too much respect for me, and too much respect for the company that we're building, and too many people that depend on it. It's not about Jeffrey. It's why it's about the family. It's about the community. You know, he understands. He's inspiring the world right now. There's a kid that he changes their life every day. I really believe that.
For the better?
For the better.
I have one last question for you. If this Honorable Court granted bond, but it was very, very restricted. Mr. Williams is not coming out to studios. He's not doing the videos. Speaking with him may be curtailed. Is your record label still willing to keep him as a vibrant member of the scene?
That's my partner.
And just for the court's edification, I think you just said, Mr. Williams is not only an artist, he's an owner of the company. Right?
He's a businessman. I told him hip hop has given him a way to be an entrepreneur, a way to empower people, a way to educate people. And he has a responsibility. He knows that with the success comes responsibility. And we made a commitment to each other that we're going to do this for the rest of our life.
I want to thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron.
I'm all set. Any questions? Okay, all right. Then I'll release you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Officer, take all this. Go ahead.
Now, I'd like to proffer the next person. He is on your Zoom. Thank you for letting him come in. And if I say anything wrong, I would just ask if, with the court's permission, if Mr. Garfield, Garfield, Larmond, Larmond, Jr. would make sure that I am corrected, because I'm not trying to say anything wrong.
What's
Okay?
Mr. Larmond going to tell me?
Your Honor, he would say the following. He's a part of the management team for Mr. Jeffrey Lamar Williams II.
Kevin Lyle showed up, man.
The former Young Thug. Mr. Larmond graduated from Georgia Southern University with a bachelor's degree in business marketing. In 2015, he met Mr. Jeffrey Williams in the Atlanta, Georgia area. At the time, Mr. Larmond was pursuing a goal of his career of photography, but soon found himself
Yeah, it's still going, man.
to put his college degree to work on the management side.
I ain't know it was gonna take all this, but we done been in here for so long. I don't want to just go tell y'all. I don't want to just cut it off on y'all, man. We gonna ride it out till they bring the what we looking for. Fuck it.
Music industry. Now moving forward to 2002, he would state that he has built a strong, well-rounded, and positive relationship with Mr. Williams. A relationship that he
shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. We appreciate it.
As an individual in society,
your mic is so loud.
Mr. Williams is kind, well-spoken, intelligent, and a giver to the community. Not only does Mr. Williams influence millions of listeners around the world with his music, he does so with his actions as well.
Can y'all hear me?
During the holidays,
let me know if y'all can hear me.
Williams ensures
can y'all hear me?
Anonymously to give back to the community through tour.
Let me know if y'all can hear me.
Donations to various organizations such as Planned Parenthood, to Cancer Society.
This is live. Yes. Can y'all hear me?
Affect people around the world.
Can y'all hear me?
Just recently in 2021,
am I loud?
Mr. Williams, along with the record label, paid bonds for numerous inmates in the Fulton County jail system in an effort to reunite people with their families, show them no matter what, they've not been forgotten.
Okay, now can y'all hear me? How do I sound right now?
He didn't ask for anything from them. Mr. Williams is a family man.
Can y'all hear me now?
Parents, 6 children, brothers and sisters, all right here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. If Mr. Williams is not working and bringing his talents to the stage outside his state, every holiday and celebration in Atlanta with his family. Mr. Williams' family gathers together for dinners, Christmas celebrations.
This is happening now for everybody coming in.
And they have recently purchased a home for future family gatherings not too far.
Drake Morris, you out.
Mr. Larman would tell us on the court on his oath that there is no world where Mr. Williams would abandon his side of the family and children in order to avoid fighting this case. His family and the community are both large pillars in his life, and they both support Mr. Williams throughout every court date and every step of this upcoming trial. Mr. Williams has never been convicted of a crime. He has never missed a court date. And Mr. Larman has personally traveled the world with Mr. Williams. They have performed on every single continent, Your Honor, except Antarctica. Mr. Williams has performed in front of as many as 300,000 people. And he always returns to the state of Georgia with no issue. Mr. Larman's oath backs Mr. Williams for pretrial bond. Mr. Larman was also at the home at the time of Mr. Williams' arrest. He would testify, and it's on video, the surveillance video, that there were many other people in that home. Mr. Williams did not have a gun. Mr. Williams did not flee when the police came to the home. I received telephone calls from Mr. Larman. I received a telephone call from Mr. Williams. I told Mr. Williams, no one's going to hurt you. Surrender peacefully to law enforcement. He asked me to please come to that area. I came to his home. Mr. Williams was then, after I got there, escorted out of the house. He did nothing wrong. He was actually drawn in the house. There are drugs and guns in that home, according to law enforcement. Mr. Williams, I've interviewed these people already. They hide those items from Mr. Williams. He could be drug tested. He's been drug tested, by the way, since 2018. Mr. Larman would testify to what I just said. If I am wrong, Mr. Larman, no, you have to correct me because this honorable court takes that as your testimony.
I will accept that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, this is Jeff, which is Geoff, Hogan Lessie. And he is in your court.
What's he going to testify to?
Your Honor, he is very close with Mr. Williams. He's a very accomplished young man. He's very, very well known in the music industry. He will testify that in 2018, I received word that there was a warrant from DeKalb County for Mr. Williams' arrest. Mr. Williams was actually performing at that time in Las Vegas, Nevada. Mr. Williams, it was the first ever tour with a performer known as J. Cole, Your Honor. And when Mr. Williams was informed that there was a warrant from DeKalb County, he immediately left the tour, missing several dates of the tour and significant income. He turned himself voluntarily in, I was with him, Your Honor, to the sheriff in DeKalb County, and he would testify that Mr. Williams will comply with all conditions of bond, and he will not be a flight risk because Mr. Williams' commitment to the law, to the family, to his family, to his musical career, and his roots here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And that if Mr. Williams did become a fugitive, he would end all of his contractual obligations, all of his money would end, and all of his royalties would end because as a fugitive, nobody would deal with him. He would be harboring a fugitive. Mr. Hogan Lessie, Your Honor, is the vice president, current vice president of A&R for 300 Entertainment and vice president of Young Stoner Life Records. It's a record label that was created by Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, by the way, Your Honor, is CEO of that record label. Mr. Hogan Leslie has worked since the inception of that, of the 300 Entertainment company in 2014, and for Young Stoner Life Records since that inception, since 2016. Young Stoner Life Records has become a hugely successful Black-owned company, enjoying millions of records sold. In 2020, he also became Mr. Williams' personal manager and has been working on a one-on-one relationship with Mr. Williams since Mr. Williams' ascension to stardom. But he'll also tell you that his relationship transcends Mr. Williams as an artist, a record label, or a business partner. They've developed a deep friendship. He would tell the court that Mr. Williams has achieved the following successes. He was 2017, Your Honor, MTV Music Video Awards, Best Editing. He won that. 2017 United Kingdom Music Video Award, Video of the Year, Best Urban Video, Best Editing Video. He won that. 2018 MTV Music Video Awards, Video of the Year. That was a song called Havana with another great artist. He won that. 2018 American Music Awards, Collaboration of the Year, Video of the Year, as well as Favorite Pop and Rock Song. He won that. 2019, Mr. Williams won Grammy Awards for Song of the Year. In 2020, Soul Train Music Awards, Mr. Williams was the Best Collaboration as well as the Best Dance Performance. Won that. 2022 at the Grammy Awards, Album of the Year went to Mr. Williams. 2022 XXL Awards, Your Honor, Video of the Year, Mr. Williams was deemed the winner of that. Also in 2014, BET or Hip Hop Awards, Mr. Williams was nominated for Who Blew Up, Make You Look Award, and Best Banger Award. 2015 BET Awards, Your Honor, Coca-Cola Viewers Choice Award was nominated for Mr. Williams. 2017 United Kingdom Music Award, Vivo Must See Award. 2017 Music Video Awards, Best Production Designer in a Video. 2018 MTV Music Awards, Song. It's pretty impressive to show who we're dealing with here.
But you established, I think, his ties in this step. So I'll accept Mr. Olisai's Crawford and what he testified to.
Yes, of course. Ogunlesi. Your Honor, since flight is the most significant issue that this honorable court has to deal with for consideration of bond, as the cases that I've already referred to, Mr. Ogunlesi would also explain that Mr. Williams prioritizes his family. He's had opportunity after opportunity, even before he was well known. He had an opportunity in 2015 to work with Kanye West, Kanye West, W-E-S-T, to collaborate and work. It was a rare opportunity. Mr. Williams wanted to bring his family with him, his sister, his mother, and Mr. West stated no. And Mr. Williams then said he didn't want to hurt his sister's feelings, so he declined that opportunity. And that's who we are dealing with, Your Honor.
Yeah, Gotti was in court today, y'all. He did not snitch, man. Sorry to interrupt the listener, but he did not snitch, bro. He pled guilty to a crime that he did.
Raising his hand to the court. Your Honor, Dr. Matthew Norman is here, I believe, in your courtroom. Okay, he is outside, Your Honor. Hopefully he will come in. And
Is Dr. Norman outside?
Judge, just a question. We were over 6 weeks, about 8 weeks ago, so I'm just curious how much we're going to repeat.
Damn, he threw a mean slug.
Mr. Steele, I believe that we already have, I was clicking off that as well. By testimony or by proffer. This is number 6. Mr. Overson will be number 6.
I wasn't counting the proffers.
I'm counting those. You want me
Then
to
I have
you want me accepting the testimony, so
of course.
So
well, I have 3 more witnesses or proffers, but I'd like to make them for the court's understanding.
what's this?
Mr. Williams, where he's being held, and he would, I'd ask him to educate the court what the conditions are for Mr. Williams and how that, this Dr. Norman is very well known.
Yeah, Gotti was in court today, y'all.
The studies show that the conditions that are being placed upon Mr. Williams is living under are detrimental to his mental health, and they disintegrate people. And that's what Dr. Norman is here for.
All right, y'all. If y'all want me to quit talking, I'll quit talking and let y'all hear this. They not getting to the this decision on the bond yet. They're not getting to the decision on the bond yet, bro. They just talking about, they letting different things be said. If y'all want to hear that, I just want to come in and say this, bro. Stop calling people snitches. Stop listening for bloggers, YouTubers, or Instagram pages and shit to confirm if somebody is snitched or not. You can actually look for a credible source if you see in paperwork, bro. Look for credible source, bro. Look for a credible source. To my understanding, the man pled guilty to a crime in 2015. Duke was around him when this happened. So that means either he pleads guilty to the crime or Duke is charged for the crime. The fact that he was actually pleading guilty to it means he got Duke cleared. He got Duke cleared. He pled guilty. Renzo Amado Capando, whatever the fuck your name is, if you're not going to come on here, I'm finna block you. You got 30 seconds to grab this link. They not doing the decision yet, y'all, so we not missing nothing. Young Thug still has to speak. So we got time until they come on here. Renzo, are you going to come on here and join? You got 20. The judge is listening to what he's saying. They're talking about the jail conditions again. We already know what that is. This is the lawyer talking. Okay, we just gonna block you then, nigga. If you plead guilty to your side of it, so let me ask y'all this before I put this shit back on, bro. Let me ask y'all this, because I'm tired of y'all coming in here with the snitching shit. If I commit a crime and we around each other, the police come. If I don't say nothing and take my charge and I let you go to jail with me, I'm a whole ass nigga. But what he did was, hey, I did it. This is my gun. I had the intentions to do this and do that. He got 4 years. He took the 4-5 years on his own. Simple and plain. If y'all don't like what I'm doing on here, you could get off. It's streaming on another channel, straight up. Go to another channel and watch it, nigga. It's on another channel. Go to 11 Alive. It's on their channel. Go support them anyway. This day stream. Go over there and watch it on 11 Live and support them and hit the like button and subscribe to them and subscribe here, whatever.
I will take into account, okay?
And then, Your Honor, we have in your courtroom Gara, which is G-A-R-A, Dallam, D-A-L-L-A-M. Your Honor, he's a bonds person, representative of Free Atlanta.
Who's your, I'm sorry. So I will take Dr. Norman. I will take what you were going to proffer about Dr. Norman. I will accept that, but I agree with the state. It is not relevant for the purposes of my making a bond determination. But okay, so what about, who's the bondsman you have here?
The gentleman who is seated. His name is Gara, G-A-R-A, or Gara, excuse me, Dallam, D-A-L-L-A-M.
That one more time, D-A what?
D as in David, A-L-L-A-M.
Down, okay.
And he's a representative, Free Atlanta Bonding Company here in Fulton County.
Okay.
He testified that an ankle monitor can be used, even if this court got rid of any electronic equipment in the house. It would have to go to a landline, and then that landline obviously could be just for the, not to make calls, it would just be for the ankle monitor alone. And that the insurance company is willing, they have already vetted Mr. Williams, his ties to the community and his risk of flight, and Free Atlanta bail bonding and the insurance company are willing to stand behind Mr. Williams' bond if this honorable court grants bond. And under the case that I gave this honorable court earlier, that's for the significance of that case, whereby courts take into consideration the fact that there's another layer of protection with a bonding company on a bond. If I said anything wrong, Mr. Down, you need to correct me. Okay. And then, Your Honor, we have Counselor Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, who should be here. He's raising his hand to this honorable court. He is actually the preferred person that Your Honorable Court, Fulton County, many counties, but use for all the drug programs in the counties. We have the pleasure of using him. Judge Adams wanted, in Judge Adams in DeKalb County, down the DeKalb County Superior Court judge. And when Mr. Williams was on bond for that case, Judge Adams wanted Mr. Williams to be drug tested. And even during the pandemic, Counselor Michael would meet with Mr. Williams, give him drug counseling and drug testing personally. And these are all filed in the court in DeKalb County, and I could give a copy to the court if you want it, from November 26, 2018, until the Honorable Judge Adams said, this is ridiculous. He's proven that he's not on drugs. Goes up to January 28, 2022. Mr. Williams was not using any type of codeine or lean is what they call it, or other drugs, Your Honor. That's 3.5 years. It's approximately 3.5 years, Your Honor. And that's why we will be fighting the open warrants here from the search warrant on the May 9th arrest of Mr. Williams, the search warrant of the guns and the drugs. Mr. Williams is not using those drugs, and not with the guns, and other people actually live at that house more often than Mr. Williams. He will testify that he would continue. He's actually, pursuant to our request, continuing. We need an order from the court for continuing counseling with Mr. Williams, 1 time a week for himself, 1 time a week with his partner. And when he's been at Mr. Williams' home, there are no drugs in sight. Mr. Williams tests negative. That would be Counselor Michael.
All right, turn on accept the proffer.
Is that true what I said? Your Honor, there are some videos that we have, and I could proffer one from Colson Baker, Colsonbaker. He's a performer known as MGK. It's in Exhibit S. I've already submitted it to the Honorable Court. It's in the Dropbox link. You could look at it yourself if you want. And he talks about Mr. Williams assisting the community. There's also other videos that we've already given to this Honorable Court, talk about Mr. Williams appearing when there's tragedies like hurricanes or tornadoes. He is constantly going to other states, as well as when there's tragedies here in Georgia, and performing for free. All the monies go to Target to restore the neighborhoods. Mr. Williams has employed thousands of people had studios put up in the Cleveland Avenue area, so children don't have to think that it's all about selling drugs and running the streets and being in gangs, that they can go and have places to be with sports, dance, reading, tutors, and the like. Your Honor, I have Mr. Williams' passport. It would be, we'd ask that if the Honorable Court grants bond, the passport be surrendered. I could either hold it personally and I would not release it without order of this court, or we can give it to the court or the sheriff or whoever the court designates. Your Honor, there's also a gentleman, Mr. Cohen. He is the worldwide person who does all of Google Music, all of YouTube Music. He's on a video that you already have. It's in Division or Exhibit S. And he stands behind Mr. Williams, bond, all 4 factors of Ayala, and he puts his reputation next to Mr. Williams as well. Your Honor, I along with the Honorable Avis Hornsby, as well as the Honorable Keith Adams, we will be ready for our trial. We understand the enormity. I've only had 2 cases with this type of discovery that I'm being told 5 terabytes would fill up the entire hallway on the 8th floor of the Fulton County Courthouse or more. You can't get through that discovery. So what we did in other cases, we have a search engine company that we already spoke with. I asked Mr. Heron, he's been telling me he will get it to me. There's no problem. He's an honorable person always. and we are going to go through the discovery. It's like searching Lexus. We're not going to be able to read everything. No one's going to be able to read all that. But we do our search terms, and we are with the court on the 9th day of January 2023. If that gets bumped, because I understand that there's a lot of people here, the court may say, I don't want to sever, or some people may ask for continuance that's granted. That's why I filed the demand for speed trial, understanding that I'll file it again once it's good with Judge Brasher's order. But I wanted to be upfront with everybody and give everyone notice that that is our intent. Your Honor, Mr. Williams has family in your courtroom. His father is here, Jeffrey Williams Sr. His mother is here, Bertha, B-E-R-T-H-A, Greer, G-R-I-E-R. He has brothers. They're not all here, Your Honor, but that's not for, that's for reasons of violence. But it's Oscar Greer is his brother. Quentin, Oscar is typical spelling, Greer, same spelling. Quentin, Q-U-I-N-T-E-N, Greer. It's his brother, Letitia, L-A-T-I-S-H, Greer. His other sister, Angela Greer. His brother, Gregory King. His other sister, Wyshena, W-Y-S-H-E-E-N-A, Greer. His other sister, Alexis, A-L-E-X-I-S, Greer. His other sister, Catherine, C-A-T-H-E-R-I-N-E, Greer. His other sister, Dorothea, she goes by Dora Greer. And Mr. Greer is the second, Mr. Williams is the second to youngest. All these people are in the Atlanta area. They're all here. They all would testify that they would swear to the IL factors. Jeffrey Williams' children, Your Honor, he has 6 children. They're all here. They live with him. Most of them live with him. Kydion, K-Y-D-I-O-N Jackson, he's a 14-year-old son. Jacob, J-A-C-O-B Ragland, R-A-G-L-A-N-D, 12-year-old son. Haiti, H-A-I-T-I Rice, 11-year-old girl. Amari, A-M-A-R-I Steele, S-T-E-E-L-E, 10-year-old girl. Hayden, H-A-Y-D-E-N Rice, 7-year-old girl. Jameer, J-A-M-I-R Ragland, R-A-G-L-A-N-D, 7-year-old son. They're all here in this area, Your Honor. Your Honor, the way I understand the law is that the issue is flightless. This is how I've always understood it, and that's why I gave you the Coleman case. It came out in November 2021. The preeminent issue is Mr. Williams going to come back to court? If the answer to that is yes, then conditions have to be met. If they can be made for all the other factors, which is intimidating a witness, danger to the community, property of the community, obstruction of justice, risk to commit a crime. And that's why I brought Mr. Middlestat, and I want to thank him. I want to thank everyone, but I want to thank Mr. Middlestat, especially, Your Honor. What we have developed, I hope, is anticipating every potential that could go wrong. And we have Mr. Williams now with sworn law enforcement officers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He is confined to his house and under Brown, B-R-O-W-N, versus state case, Your Honor. I gave a signed report, which is a 2012 case. Our court realized that our legislature is using things like electronic monitoring, house arrest, rather than the in custody treatment that Mr. Williams is currently undergoing. Your Honor, based upon this record, I will ask this honorable court to permit me to answer any questions that you have. In addition to that, we filed on at exactly midnight on Sunday, May 22, 2022, going into Monday, May 23, 2022, our brief in support of pretrial release and pretrial bond. It has several attachments. I know this honorable court well, and that you've read it and digested it, but there are multiple attachments there about other people who know Mr. Williams who all vouch for the fact that he will come back to court. Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Adams, Ms. Hornsby. I wish to thank Mr. Williams for allowing me to stand with him. We will be ready. I, of course, want to thank this honorable court for everything it does for everyone at all times. Mr. Williams will be objecting, as I know the state's aware of this, to any dealings with a proffering that Mr. Williams' lyrics mean something or he's on a video. We want to challenge that evidence. We are not accepting it, and we rely on the case law that he is presumed innocent of any type of criminal activity. Thank you.
Just to hear before you get started, I'm a person of a certain age and I've been sitting here a while. I need to use the facilities, and I think many of you probably need to do so as well. So we will be in recess for about 15 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and let you present that one time, okay?
Bro, they doing another recess, bro. They doing another recess. Jay Suggs. Jay Suggs, you want to be on camera? You can cut your camera off if you want to. If you want to cut your camera off, Jay Suggs, you can. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm getting burnt out. Well, fuck it. We already halfway there, I hope. Once they come back from the recess, we should have a decision. I'm not gonna lie. I've been feeling like I've been in court all fucking day, bro. We've been sitting up here listening to this shit. I'm gonna drop some links, man, so some people can join. I'll bring a few people up. Bring Jay Suggs on right now. I did want to do a video on Yak Gotti responding. I'll probably do it as soon as this shit over. I'll go outside and do it. But Jay Suggs, I'm finna bring you on, man. If you want your camera off, you can cut it off. Yo, we here, man. We been in here listening, man. So we just gonna ride it out. Jay Suggs, I'm finna bring you on, man.
All right, for sure.
Yo, what's good, man?
What's up with it, baby?
For sure, what's going down? Where you from, man?
I'm from Oakland, bro. From the Bay.
Shout out to the Bay, man. What's
One
good?
love. One love. Yeah, I hope Thuggy come from up under that, man. But you know, crazy.
This shit here getting wicked, man. Like,
man.
I ain't never went on a nigga trial. I ain't never went to court with no niggas or nothing. I didn't visit my partners in jail before.
Yeah.
I didn't visit my pops in prison before. I done been to court before for minor bullshit. Never nothing serious, but like actually sitting in there when they trying to lock a nigga up, that shit different, man. I ain't never did no shit like that.
Yeah, I've been there before. It's been a long time, but I've been to prison myself a few times. The 90s and the early 2000s. But I had to get my shit together, man. That shit is for the birds, man.
Nah, facts, man. You gotta stay out them folks' way, bro. They looking to catch you fucking up. Niggas gotta remember that they get paid to catch you fucking up.
No, that's their job.
Yeah, I always tell niggas that, man. That old mystical song, still smoking, but
straight up.
He said, big country white boys in the big white truck. You know what's up. They looking to catch you fucking up.
Looking to catch you fucking up.
They getting paid $20 an hour to catch you fucking up, nigga. And they gonna get paid to fill out the paperwork to fuck your whole situation out. But nah, man. Yeah, what you say?
We gonna see how many niggas solid though after this though.
Yeah, they putting it out there, and that's why I put that in the title. Yak Gotti is not snitching because of what they presenting. What's being put online is not saying that he is snitching. They just put some pieces of paper together and some write-ups together.
Yeah.
Part of the indictment with Duke has his name on there according to this case. That whatever. But it's not like, in my personal opinion, man, he not snitching. You know, from where I sit at, I can't call him a snitch. Everybody always says somebody snitched. They said Casanova was snitching. They then said he was gonna snitch. Never did. Nobody came back and apologized to him.
They never apologized.
Yeah, they throw snitching out here on so many niggas.
Right.
And then nobody ever comes back and says, hey man, that nigga a real solid nigga, bro. Like, man, my bad, bro. You ain't no snitch. You held that shit down. Casanova facing 20 years right now. And ain't nobody came back in and said a goddamn thing. They just saying he gonna snitch.
That's cold.
And that's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up. And it's like, Yak Gotti already did time. He pled guilty. Let me ask you this as far as a brother that went to prison before.
Yeah.
What I'm understanding, and I got this tweet from somebody who's certified on Twitter. I don't know exactly their position, but he said this. He said a lot of talk about how Yak Gotti snitched. It's not quite that simple. He pled guilty when he and YSL Duke were caught with rifles a few years ago as they were on the way to a retaliation hit after a fight at a Magic City strip club. If pleading guilty is snitching, that's a high standard.
Wow. That's crazy.
He basically took the charge because Duke did not go to jail for this.
Right. That ain't because he pled guilty. That ain't like no snitching. He just took that on the chin and got that out the way. You feel me? That's crazy.
Now, let's see. If me and you get into it with some niggas at a strip club, we in the car ride together, we got choppers in the car and we got pistols in the car.
Yeah.
We get in the car, we get pulled over. What does that mean?
That means I'm bouncing out running. First of all, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, they did. They got out the car, ran, and got caught.
And still got caught with the chopper? They tripping.
They footed it and got caught. That's what niggas do. I'm giving
right.
I'm giving niggas the internet niggas who don't go outside. You little niggas in Idaho and shit like that. And I know it's real niggas in Idaho. Certain parts of Idaho got real niggas. North Dakota, South Dakota. You know the suburb gangsters and suburb keyboard trigger man. If you get jammed up in a car with a nigga, one of y'all got to take this charge.
Yeah.
Nigga riding with you after y'all done got to some shit in the strip club. He take his charge. He did what he was supposed to do. He took his lick. He did his time. So therefore, it is now disrespectful and
if you get at that man like that,
for y'all to call this nigga a snitch right now.
Straight up.
Everybody involved in this case is in this case because they are in some way affiliated with YSL. Now it's an unfortunate situation. It's an unfortunate situation.
Very unfortunate.
For Duke to get time, if that is the case that got him in this RICO, or one of the standards that got him in this RICO, that's an unfortunate situation. But that nigga didn't know that this motherfucking RICO was gonna come about, and nobody's gonna know that in this situation. And before I let you talk, let me explain this to y'all. If I don't plead guilty, we both go to prison for this motherfucking gun. That means I would have been serving 5 years with you as an accomplice. We both get 5 years if I don't take the lick, which means I'm a whole ass nigga because I got you locked up.
Right.
So
it ain't trying to help a motherfucker get out.
Exactly. So
that's the cold shit. Bro.
Yep, this is not a federal case.
Yeah, it's not a federal. That's what I heard. It ain't no federal case. So, and then
nah, we don't got the bond thing yet. I'm ready to get off this motherfucker. I've been on almost 4 hours, man. I'm like, damn, keep thugging and like, damn.
Right. Hey, I heard a few motherfuckers done beat them state RICO cases before though.
Oh, I can see a state RICO, but now that I'm looking at how it's working,
they
most definitely have it out for YSL, but I can actually see somebody, I can actually see them being able to beat this, you know what I'm saying? But the feds, I'll be honest, like I said from day one, the feds
a whole nother different animal.
At any time. Feds can pick this up at any time because even with Young Thug getting caught with the guns in his house, and they already had a prior gun charge from 2018, well, somebody took that charge for them. him, Gunner, and like 2 other dudes or whatever was riding like in the line of cars or whatever. Those charges got taken by somebody else, so Gunner and Thug didn't have to deal with those. But they actually have to fucking wait and see if you know what's going on with the 2018 case. But him getting caught with these guns in his house, he would have to find somebody because there was multiple people there. One of them would have to take those charges.
Right.
Because him
Damn.
being a convicted felon or whatever, and then having these guns, it still makes it a federal case. And if the feds can get all of this evidence and everything, it'll get real tricky.
Yeah, then they washed all of them. Man.
You say what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
If they
That's crazy. I'm finna get up out of here, though, dog. I gotta go handle some business real quick. So I'm gonna get on up out of here.
So do your stuff.
All right, brother.
All right. Shit, the feds care about anything, nigga. They love making examples out of niggas, man. Talking about the feds don't care about this. You fucking crazy. Bala Vision. You said it ain't enough drugs and money involved. To be honest with you, that Treyway case, there wasn't a multi-million-dollar drug operation. Y'all do know that, right? That Treyway case was not a multi-million-dollar operation. Gunner will have a chance to appeal his bond. The trial doesn't start till January. The trial does not start until January, man. They need to come on, bro. I'm trying to get fucking moving around and do some shit. They got me stuck here. Thug is supposed to go back in January too, from what I heard today. So we'll see. I want y'all to know, man, your thug, they brought the people out. The lawyer most definitely doing his job, y'all. So for people who just coming in, what is going on right now is they took another recess. This is the second recess. We've been on here all motherfucking day. I was not trying to be on here this long. I thought this would probably be like a 30-minute to an hour live. I was just going to talk, give some feedback after the information got presented. But it ended up getting pretty long. Shout out to OG Percy up in here too, man. Y'all go subscribe to OG Percy, man. OG Percy, you got to start dropping some videos on your channel, man. At least twice a week. Turn your channel up. Y'all go subscribe to OG Percy. We got another video dropping tomorrow. Go subscribe to OG Percy. Turn his YouTube up. Go run him up. You got to start dropping on this shit, Mo. Y'all tell him. Tell OG Percy, drop on your YouTube, Mo, man. Go tell him drop on his YouTube, Mo. But that's the YouTube right there. Go subscribe to OG Percy. Got to start going live a couple times a week, OG. OG Percy, man. You can join in. Y'all go subscribe to OG Percy channel and turn them up, man. Go start dropping on now. There is no update. The update is we're waiting. They're on a recess. They're actually on a recess right now. The recess is coming in just a minute. I ain't been able to even go get done what I got to get done today. But we waiting. Thug lawyer is doing good. He brought all the witnesses up. His job right now is to convince these people that he is not a harm to the community and that he will not run on bond. Kevin Lyles came in. He had a kid come in, a young dude speak. A community football coach and a dude who do a lot of community work. So he had and he had several people come and speak on his behalf. His family is in the courtroom. So they've also offered excuse me. They've also agreed that they will spend the money for Young Thug to have 24-hour watch. Let's see, bro. We done sat here. It's been suspenseful, man. We've been here for hours waiting. I thought this shit was going to be over. So we going to figure it out, man. They saying the Lord put on a good argument, man, but it's up in the judge hands. It's in the judge hands, man. And they will have, I'm hoping they get right to it after this recess right here, bro, because I'm tired of sitting in this motherfucking chair. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I need to eat something like a motherfucker. So as soon as the judge come back in, probably a few more minutes, and we'll be able to see and decide if they're going to decide are they going to give him a bond or not. They already took a recess earlier. We sat through that one, and now we sitting through this one. Yeah, y'all go subscribe to OG Percy YouTube channel. Right there, OG Percy Show No Mercy. Whatchamacallit was denied bond though. Yak Gotti. Yak Gotti was actually denied bond. They saying he won't have any type of communication, no electronics. The goal is just to get the man to come home today. That's what they'll do. They'll work all that other shit out later if they want to be. You can work. The reason why people like to get out on bond is it's better to fight your case free than locked up. Trust me. Easier. It's better to walk into the courtroom with a suit on as opposed to a jail jumpsuit on. He did not get bond yet. We don't know. They waiting. We waiting on the recess to come over, y'all. As soon as this recess is over, this is live. This is live. Yak Gotti is not snitching, man. For everybody just coming in, they are on recess right now. As soon as the recess is over, we'll start. I'm gonna go back to Twitter and find out what that other dude was speaking on with the Yak Gotti case. Let me go to Twitter right now. This is the bond recess, y'all. They have not decided it yet, bro. They have not denied them. This is live. We are watching live. The fact that this shit been going on so long, bro, I think that nigga might have some action. But a big part of this was the fact that his lawyer had to be cleared to be able to represent him because of conflict of interest. So that took up a big part of this shit. It took a big part of this shit up today. I'm trying to find that Twitter, dog. Hold on, y'all. Think we about to get back started? Yep. Here we go. Is the recess over? The recess is over. I'm gonna wait till you come back out before I put the noise on there, bro. I'll probably This is live for the people who just coming in, man. The people who are just coming in, this is live in Atlanta. They have not gave the verdict on Young Thug Bun yet, but they like in a recess. We had an earlier recess. The first part of the day was done with fucking them trying to figure out if Young Thug's lawyer was basically eligible to represent him because he would be representing other people and had represented other people on this case, and they trying to say it'd be a conflict of interest. The judge made it clear that he could come back later and say this is a conflict of interest, but he will allow Young Thug's lawyer to work on his case. Said that he'll allow it, but he said if it does come out that there is a conflict of interest, he will come back and he can remove him from representing him at any time if there becomes a thing that has been like presented as a conflict of interest. So waiting to see that right now. Coming yet? Damn. All right, let me find that shit on Twitter. Come on, man. We here though. We thugging. Who thugging with me, man? Fuck it. Who thugging in here with me? Let's do some shout outs, man. Let's kill some time, man. Let's see what's going down, man. Let's see who in here. Who in here today, man? Let's get it. We waiting. We waiting. The recess is counting down. Who all in here? Shout out to Good Brother Promotion. We here. We here. Tivia Jones here. New Age Black King in here. DMV up in here. Troy Dalton up in here. Okay, then there go the lawyer. I mean, there go the, here you go, here you go. Let's get it.
Candy, is that what you're doing, Mr. Adams? Is that a new low for you?
I thought that was being done confidentially.
I do have some sugar-free cough drops if you want them, but those are old as heck. We're not offering them to you because they're old. They were just in the closet.
Sounds like you're just trying to get rid of the
from a previous administration, so that's the best we have.
Shout out to Jersey.
That'll work for right now. Thank you. Let's hold it right there.
Little Rock.
This is the first thing since dinner.
South. Detroit. India. I see y'all. King Weezy. Jackson, Mississippi. South Carolina. Detroit. India. 253. Borderline Junkies. Tata Fisher. H-Town, Texas. D-Rock. Oakland, what's the deal? Shout out to Oaktown. Atlanta, Zone 3. NY, Connecticut. Dallas, Texas. Tampa, Florida. Everybody here. Zaire Santana, T. Davis. Y'all said South Central, Miami. I'm putting y'all on the screen as quick as possible. New York, 313, that's Detroit. Chicago, Aaron Washington. LA, shout out to Los Scandalous. Funky Town, motherfucking Fort Worth. I just came from out there, Baton Rouge, BR. Y'all going so fast. New York, New Jersey, Miami, Florida. JB Hustle, Julia Bands. San Antonio, Texas. North Carolina, 252. Australia, One Touch Detail. JB Hustle, East Atlanta. Angela L, what's good, bro? William Cox, New Haven.
All right, Council, we're going to go back on the record and for those of you interested parties.
Media Vision TV, Atlanta.
Before we go
H-Town,
ahead and
Texas.
the state's portion, and I'll let Mr. Sharp kind of judge his portion.
sorry to interrupt you, Judge. It doesn't look like Mr. Williams is back on the screen.
Let's see if we can fix that.
281 H-Town, I see you. 815 Brooklyn,
Miss
Australia. Everybody in here. They finna start back up now though. Flatbush, Brooklyn, Augusta, Georgia.
We don't seem to have Mr. Williams from Kyle.
Okay, they gotta put Thug back on the screen, y'all.
Looks like he left.
Y'all say we went to. Shout out to Chris Randall. Say he went to Westfield for shit show. What's good, gang? It's love. 609. Alabama 214. Dallas. Brooklyn in the building. Rochester, New York. Iowa in the building. Jackson, Mississippi. Sandusky, Ohio, if that's a real place. Vegas. San Antonio. Prayers up out there in San Antonio area. Uvalde. Not too far from there. You Maryland. We finna get back to it though, bro. They finna start it back up. They trying to get Thug back on the screen.
Okay, all right.
Let's get it.
Now I've lost one of my necessary parts here, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to recess in place. He'll be back in just a minute.
There you go, right there. See what's going down, y'all.
Okay, councils, before we continue, as I mentioned, I have a litigation manager, Mr. Chamberlain, out here with us, and we've been working on at least trying to get the date of August the 18th for us to be able to have a proper waiver hearing session. So it looks like if all of you are available, the 18th of August would be the date that I would do it, 9 o'clock via Zoom. The only issue that I foresee right now, Mr. Chamberlain can speak, this is involving Mr. Eppinger. So right now he is in he's in a special management unit. And we are attempting to reach the department. We've reached out to the Department of Corrections, but State, you may want to use your resources to at least to make sure he's available for that date, because that's not something we can do. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I should see. Hopefully, I'll see a response tomorrow, and they will let me know if it's scheduled.
If they can make him available for the 18th of August. So we'll circle back with y'all, but tentatively right now, that's what I'm gonna give is the 18th of August for the release of the motion on the waivers. Okay.
We'll work with the chamber on that to make sure.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Okay, all right. Okay, with that housekeeping matter out of the way,
Thank you. I think the other side, the prosecutors.
Mr. Geary, is it your preference to go ahead and deal with Mr. Steele's assertions first, or do you want to go ahead and let Mr. Sharp make his presentation, and then you just deal with both of them? Whatever you play.
I think we still got a ways to go, y'all. I think the other side get to say they shit now.
Okay, all right. And, okay, go ahead and you can respond to Mr. Steele's presentation at this point in time, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Now they finna try to make Thug look very bad, I think. This what they about to do.
Judge, I'm gonna rely on a statement of age to say that I'm about to have a Paul Harvey moment. We're sitting here and you got the song and dance, but now you're about to get the rest of the story. And the rest of the story will tell the court why a bond should not have been granted or should not be granted in this case. Of course, the court is aware of the indictment. The court is aware of some of the evidence that's been presented in the other cases and or proffers. We intend to.
This is not going to be good, y'all.
In this case as well, hearsay is admissible, and we intend to go in that direction. And Judge, I'm going to say something here in a minute. It's not my intent, please, to offend the court. I'm going to go somewhere with this, so please bear with me a second. This is all about money. This is an attempt to say, Judge, I can buy a bond, respect to the court. Judge, everything you heard was someone that has a financial interest or some other professional interest relying on Mr. Williams. Yes, they need him out. Yes, they need him to be there. Yes, it's very important to them because it's all about the money. Mr. Williams has said in his songs, it's all about the money. And there's no difference. That's exactly what it was today. It was, I've got money. I can pay for whatever you want me to. But here's the problem. And I'll get to the specifics in a second. Every other defendant that's had a bond motion, we've shown they're in danger. And there's no issue about, well, what can, okay, can you pay for this or pay for that? They don't meet the Ayala factor. They want you to just get by the Ayala factor and say, here's what's more important. We can pay for all this. But their logic falls on themselves. The investigator that came up very nicely stated, jails are corrupt. They can get stuff in there. And he shouldn't be in there for that reason. What officers are they going to hire? How do we know? Because there's no supervision if he hires those same officers he's speaking about in jail or on the road to be those 24 officers. Now we have even less supervision and less ability to ensure the safety of the community. So again, it's about the money and what can I do to pay my way out of jail. Judge, I understand all of the witnesses that just testified and the proffers that were made. But bad people sometimes do good things. Even the Gambinos, one of the big crime families, the crime.
Well, he comparing these things to the Gambinos?
They ran legitimate businesses. They did that as well because they want what Mr. Williams wants. He wants the appearance in the community. That's what he put up. He put up the appearance in the community, and he put up people that are financially dependent upon him. And quite frankly, that's objected for relevancy, and that's not relevant to the facts of bond. The fact that he can pay $1 million a year is not relevant. Your Honor, Mr. Steele stated to the court that guilt is not a factor and innocence not a factor. I wholeheartedly agree. But the nature of the offenses charged, guilt or innocence, is at a time later. And that's the reason is why if someone's charged with a misdemeanor, they automatically get a bond. Felony, they've got to come before a judge and ask for a bond and be judged on the Ayala factors 1761. And that's why that's that way. And for the court's knowledge also is, and it was talked about, and I don't know the court's intent, so I'm going to address it one way and the court can inform me otherwise, is we have two things here. We have the indictment charged that I understand they're seeking a bond on, and then we have a separate case. That separate case is 22 CP 208957. That is the arrest of Mr. Williams on May 9th, 2022. And that is the one where in his house, there are drugs all over the house. There are weapons all over the house. One of the weapons has been modified to be a fully automatic weapon. Mr. Williams is talking about how important his children are. To my belief, Judge, one of his children was there present in the house. And these guns aren't locked up. They're out. I do not believe a cruelty to children charge was filed, but I believe the evidence certainly would have supported it, Judge. Judge, there was a sawed-off shotgun or a sawed-off illegal dangerous weapon. There was an automatic weapon. The court was already informed by Mr. Steele about how much marijuana was there. When the police arrived, one of the individuals tried to flee the house. It was obvious what was in the house and what was about to happen, so one of them decided to run. And I'll be fair, that was not Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams did not attempt to run. Judge, I want to say, and I told Mr. Steele I would do it this way. Since the last time I was in front of the court, we have evidence and information of even more threats to our witnesses. But I want to be clear, I have no evidence directly that Mr. Williams made a threat or directed anybody to make a threat. But our witnesses in this case are being threatened with violence, serious violence, and death. Again, I have no direct evidence that Mr. Williams has done this or was involved in that. What I can tell the court is Mr. Williams is the head of YSL, and the S doesn't stand for stoner, it stands for slime. It's young slime life. Judge, this gang, and I call it that because that's what it is by definition of Georgia law, this criminal street gang pre-existed the label record. So as a spinoff, he used YSL again and substituted one of the words. I believe he does have a clothing line. Like I said, I believe many of the crime families get into legitimate businesses, and I believe Mr. Williams has done no different. Judge, I want to say this too, contrary to what Mr. Steele said. He has always appeared. No, he hasn't. When he was arrested, he had an FTA. Now, I will say, and be honest to the court, I believe it was for a traffic offense. But then the logic is, if he's willing to blow off a traffic offense with no recourse, I think he surely think about blowing this one off if he's looking like things aren't going well. So he did have an FTA, and it was current on his arrest, which was 9 May of this year.
When was the FTA from?
When was it from?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I can't answer that question. I apologize.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Steele put up that there's no evidence he's done drugs. You know, he's had these drug testing. Everyone knows we listen to jail calls. We've got a call from Mr. Williams at Cobb County that he needs help for his drugs and he needs to detox. He needs drug help. That's on a jail call.
Damn.
So that's directly from Mr. Williams. So that's not accurate. I know Mr. Steele says he's got his visa. Mr. Williams now
passport.
I'm pardon, Judge?
Yeah, passport. You said visa.
Well, passport. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir, Judge. I'm just used to one of those red things that I know the court knows, and that's what I've always traveled on. Judge, he's got access to a private jet. Now, I don't know if he owns it or if he leases it. I know he continuously flies on a private jet out of PDK into DeKalb County. Again, I'm not speaking for or against the officers that are on this list. I don't know any of them. That list has not been provided to us. We've already been contacted by 2 police agencies who want to know, because if their officers are on that, they will not permit that to happen. So there might be some pushback on that list. I take the investigator's word that he's cleared all that. I don't know. I don't know who's on the list, Judge. Judge, I will also say that we have taken proffers from fellow gang members from Mr. Williams. Some are on this indictment, some are not. They have stated uniformly that Mr. Williams is dangerous. They are afraid of him, that if they cross him, he will kill them and their family. And they were very clear about that. Your Honor,
Yeah, he
when I
kind
said
of throwing a
we
lot
had
of
case,
shit out there that ain't
I'm gonna
good.
also go back to that 22 CP case. A bond hearing was held on that. I have a copy of the results from the court. I believe Magistrate Judge Robert Wolf on the 11th day of May, 2022, denied bond on the charges based on the arrest. And as it stands now, it is no bond. Now, what I understand from the order, and I'm going to provide this copy to the court in a second, it was denied for a flight risk and risk to commit additional felonies. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of questions he couldn't answer. He say they got proffers. Hopefully not, H.O.
May I approach, Judge?
You may, sir.
So respectfully, Judge, if you're not considering that today with the indictment, as I understand the motion, then he's already on a no bond for 2 of the Ayala factors. Your Honor, count 1 alleges racketeering, and it basically alleges that the enterprise, if you will, for the racketeering is a criminal street gang as defined by Georgia law. That criminal street gang is a gang called YSL. That's Young Slime Life. Young Slime Life has a reputation, if you will, both inside and outside the court system. Your Honor, I'm going to go through some of the things in the indictment just to let the court know. Mr. Williams, in Act 4, which is from 9/9/13, had a stolen firearm on him. Now, I will say I believe his counsel was, in fact, Mr. Steele, and that act was to a pretrial. So it is not a conviction, but it is still a predicate act under Georgia law. He did possess a stolen weapon. I will say there's a Act 9 on 4/20/14. It is a song. The name is EWW. And in it, basically, the defendant says, all I ever wanted was the money. Basically, if you mess with me, you go into a wheelchair. That's what that one says. Your Honor, we have other, and I'll leave some of the social media, I'll handle that generically for the most part, but we have numerous social media posts where the defendant is in what I would call gang colors, flashing gang signs with his fellow gang members, some of which are his co-defendants on this indictment. And on those, they are, on the videos, they are replete with gang statements, gang hand signs, threats, etc. Judge, and again, they're listed in the indictment. Judge, the murder of Donovan Thomas that we've spoken a few times, that's basically Act 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. In that series of acts, in Act 16, the state can prove that, or I will say this, it's the state's contention that the car used in that murder was a car rented personally by Mr. Williams just days before. And evidence will come in concerning the beef between Mr. Williams and Mr. Donovan Thomas that involves another well-known rapper and how that gentleman's career was going to go. And Mr. Thomas and Mr. Williams had a serious disagreement about that, which led to Mr. Thomas's untimely death. Your Honor, on Act 25 from January 25th, 15, we have a conversation. A conversation is an electronic digital form where the defendant states sacrifices must be made, soldiers must fall in order for battle to be won. And then it goes on to talk about everyone has to line up between all the sex, money, murder, which is a subset of blood, which basically YSL comes under, that they must all line up under one of 5 leaders, and they must do so immediately. And that is again from Mr. Williams. Your Honor, on 126.
Is that in a, you said that's in a digital?
It's in a digital format, yes, Judge.
Is it a conversation? Tell me the context.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. It's a conversation?
It is, I believe it's in the form of a group chat where Mr. Williams is putting this out to many, but to his crew.
And when did this occur?
This occurred on 125-15, Judge.
Okay.
Okay. Now the next day, 126-15. Remember, now let me take you back again already. On 110-15 was the murder of Donovan Thomas here in Atlanta, Fulton County. Okay. So approximately 16 days later, Mr. Williams releases a video, and he's basically stating, or doesn't basically say, I should be quoting, is that he basically says, if anybody goes into a courtroom and tells the God's honest truth, and pardon my language, they need to get fucking killed.
Oh my God.
And again, that's only 16 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas. And that was a threat that still is being talked about by some of his own gang members and some of our witnesses as to what will happen to them if they continue to cooperate. Your Honor, on 7/7/15 in DeKalb County, Mr. Williams made a threat when he threatened a head of security from Perimeter Mall. And I will tell you that DeKalb County dismissed the case. They thought the threat to be conditional. I don't have that requirement as a predicate in a RICO count. So the terroristic threat resolved or formed from Mr. Williams and his associates entering the mall on those 2-wheel hoverboards, and the mall told them they weren't allowed to have them. They informed mall security that to F off, they could do whatever they wanted to do. You can't tell them what to do. Mall security followed them out to the vehicle to inform them that they now have a trespass warning and they have to leave. As the officer, who is now a certified police officer, told Mr. Williams that they can't come back in, Mr. Williams, identified by this now officer, told the officer, if you don't back off, I'm going to shoot you in the face. At that time, the officer, or the security guard then, did back off. They have pictures on the scene of Mr. Williams and of the car. Your Honor, on
hang tight. Ms. Amana? It may be a situation, if everybody concerned, we booked the Zoom for the day, and the day ends at 5. So that's probably why it probably cut off. So let me just see if we can fix that. We may have to send out another link. So just bear with us a second.
Yes, Judge.
They TV done cut off. They've been in here so long.
To all concerned, we're just going to recess in place. That's exactly what happened. Was our Zoom timed out, so we're going to need to set up another link. So just give me a minute, okay? We're just going to recess in place.
Bro, this is crazy. All right, they finna take a look. They just got to get their Zoom link and shit set back up, man. Do anybody want to tap in real quick? We still waiting to hear is Young Thug gonna get his bond. I wasn't trying to be on here this goddamn long, but I feel like I gotta stay on here now. Nah, he didn't say YSL is snitching. We don't know that. They said they got witnesses. But that doesn't mean that that's true. Yak Gotti did not snitch from the information that's public. Yak Gotti pled guilty to his case. They brought that case back up. To my understanding, I could be wrong. Yak Gotti pled guilty to a case that he caught with Duke. He took the time, did the time, but that case was brought back up in his RICO. But understand how this works. If you go and get locked up with a nigga, y'all both in the car riding with guns. Lil Duke got out of the car and ran himself. By him getting out the car running, that means he wasn't innocent, in my personal opinion. You know, I could be wrong, but Yak Gotti went and did the time. Of course, he's going to say the members are scared of Thug. Homie that's trying to join, you got to cut your camera on, bro. I got to see what you look like and make sure you're real. Nah, it's not confidential, my nigga. How you gonna say nigga probably a confidential? Come on, bro. If you don't got the direct hardcore evidence, man, be quiet on that snitch shit. Be quiet on it. It's getting out of hand, bro. Y'all remember how y'all used to be on here saying, oh, Casanova snitching, this nigga snitching, or that nigga snitching, or that nigga over there snitching. Then guess what? It come out they didn't snitch. Y'all remember niggas was trying to say Pooh Shiesty was snitching. Come on, y'all. Just be quiet, man. Wait until a nigga snitch. Niggas is not snitching. Until they do snitch, you can predict that a nigga will snitch. That's a difference. If you want to predict that a nigga gonna snitch, then you can do that. But don't say a nigga is allegedly snitching and you got no fucking proof. You sound stupid as fuck. They got to get the Zoom set back up. For everybody just coming in, for everybody that's just coming in, they got to set it back up. Back up from your camera, Devo. All right, I'm going to bring you on. You cut your camera off if you want to. If you want to, you cut your camera off. It's on you, though. What's good?
What's up, Brody?
Yeah, man. Where you from, G?
I'm from Chicago.
All right, shout out to the shot, man. What's going down with you?
Shit, man. I'm just listening to this shit like, bro, Thug damn now slow as hell for this, man. He was moving all type of wrong, man. This shit looking ugly.
Looks very ugly. You are correct. Looks very bad.
I don't know. I feel like, man, I'm just listening to this shit and I'm just thinking back to all his music, his lyrics and all that shit. Do you consider this nigga Thug a rat?
Not at all. A rat is when you tell on somebody else, bro. That's a rat. You tell on another nigga to save yourself. That's a snitch. Don't let these new niggas come in here and create all these rules and da-da-da-da. A rat is when you have taken and committed to being a criminal and being a gangster. You get caught, and instead of taking your time, you decide to make a deal to save yourself, so you tell on other niggas. That's a rat. That's a snitch. It ain't too many different definitions of snitch. You know what I'm saying? They try to redirect this and redirect that. I know that people get microphones and podcasts, and some people got clout, so you start paying attention to what they saying and da-da-da, bro. It's only one way to be a motherfucking snitch, bro. Did you intentionally... you know, niggas tell indirectly at times or they overtalk. That is true.
Right.
That is true. Some niggas tell on accident. Some niggas get to talking too much. But just understand that it's pretty much clean, cut, and dry, bro, what a snitch is. And all this other shit you hear these internet ass niggas say, don't listen to them, bro. They not doing shit. They ain't been through shit. They looking at this shit for entertainment and putting poison out there. All them big ass YouTubers, they be saying shit like, oh, 6ix9ine is a genius. He's a genius. No, he's not. He's a dumbass nigga. There's nothing genius about being a nigga that jumps into some gangster activity who doesn't have to.
All right.
There's nothing genius about that. It's never going to be genius. There's nothing genius about being disrespectful to go viral. It just means you a disrespectful motherfucker.
All right.
They call that genius. Let me get out here and disrespect Nipsey Hussle and disrespect these Chicago dudes from O Block. That's not a genius move. That's called a desperation move. Anybody can do that. But you know what they decide to do? To not do that because they don't want to deal with, guess what? What he dealt with. Niggas trying to whoop his ass and go into prison.
All right.
So that's that. What you got to say though, bro?
Shit, you just broke that shit down for me for sure, man. That's all I really want to know. You feel me? You just broke that shit down right,
It's
bro.
bad. I tell y'all niggas like this, bro. If you out here living a certain life, you active, you in the mix, stay your ass off the internet, man. It's a lot of niggas, and it's crazy because I know niggas that cop pleas, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
I know niggas from my neighborhood who pled guilty because they Instagram will be used in court.
Right.
Niggas out my city going out of town, selling shit, setting up shops in other town. other towns I'm around. I done been around some niggas like, man, yeah, bro, we was going out there, nigga, man, they got my damn Instagram. The lawyer say, man, they got my fucking Instagram page, nigga. Nah, he did not. We still waiting to see if he gonna get the bond. They had to reset their Zoom up.
But shit,
what'd you say?
Appreciate you, bro. I just want to get on here. You feel me? Chop it over with you.
For sure. It's all love. Appreciate you tapping in, man.
All right, bye.
Bet. The link, you gotta grab the link, Nubian Earth Angel. It's a link. I'm gonna drop it one more time. You gotta grab this link, click this link right here, and then that link is gonna tell you what to do. For people that's just coming in, I'm getting tired of waiting. I ain't gonna lie. Man, they probably got about 20 more minutes, bro. I'm burnt, nigga. I done gave these motherfuckers all day. Jay Hood, I'm about to bring you in, man. About to bring you in. You can cut your camera off if you want to. It's on you. Anybody else that want to join, the link is in the chat, but I'm about to add you, Jay Hood. All right. Yo, what's good, man?
What's good, bro? What's good, man? Salute
What's
to your
going
channel
down,
on the
man?
platform, bro. I watch you all the time. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut.
Shout out to New Haven, man. Shout out to Connecticut for sure. What's going down with you?
Yeah, I just been listening, man. I hope that brother ain't guilty of all that stuff they saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if he has something to do with like murders and all that, I ain't with all that. You know, I'm killing our own people and stuff. But I don't know. I can't say guilty. I can't say innocent. I'm just listening. I ain't gonna call the brother no names. I'm not gonna say the other kid Yak Gotti is telling. We got all these other platforms talking about he snitched and paperwork is out and all that. I was listening to Owning TV and he was saying that he was snitching and all that. I'm not jacking that. I'm not calling nobody a snitch until like you said, until we see it, until we have the proof of it. You know what I'm saying? You hear me, brother?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Shout out to Hoods and News Media, man. That's my people right there on the donation, man. Hoods ND News and Media DMV. Y'all go follow their Instagram too.
Yeah.
I think they got like 3-4 Instagrams now, nigga. I don't know what the fuck he got going on, but he said it perfectly right here. I do want to make a video on this tonight and drop the video with Yak Gotti because dog pled guilty to his case. They called the case together. He took the charges and went to prison. That does not make him a snitch. He did not tell on his homie. He took his time. They both got out of the car and ran. They had an AR, a gun in the car, and a pistol. They fled the scene. By him taking his case, he has to say, hey, man, I was in the car. I had the gun. It's either both of us go in or one of us go in. He took the case. By taking the case, the other nigga is already around him. You see what I'm saying? Sick shit messing up. But shout out to Hoods ND. We not calling nobody no snitches on here without proof yet, man. HB, cut your camera on. Langston, if you want your camera off, you can cut it off. I'm going to bring you on. HB, White TD, and M Frank, all y'all need to cut y'all cameras on if y'all want to come on. Langston, if you want to cut your camera off, you can cut it off, man. HB, you might want to tap out and then come back in. Yeah, HB, you want to come back out. But Langston, what's the deal, man? Where you from, G?
I'm from San Antonio. Can you hear me?
Y'all get your shot to San Antonio, man.
Yeah. So I just graduated with a criminology degree. I'm going for my master's, right? So this case is very interesting.
All right.
However, the prosecution he's kind of just throwing things to see what sticks. In Thug's case, in Thug defense, they had a lot more accolades and things that were accurate that they can prove to give him bond. And so I feel like that's very interesting because prosecution, he's just throwing things and saying things on the character behalf, but he's really just tossing and see what can stick. So I feel like I don't know. Hopefully this goes in Thug's favor for this, and I feel like it will. But then again, it's all about what the judge is thinking, you know. But for him just talking about random things that happen and then a traffic violation, that's against Thug's character. There's a lot of things of why he didn't show up. Was he on tour? Was he doing these things? So, and that was never mentioned. So hopefully those type of things don't mess up this bond hearing for Thug. And with Yak Gotti snitching, how can somebody snitch if they serve their time? And what do you snitch about? Both of them ran out the car, and he went to jail for it and served his time. What is he snitching about? So
you
I feel
read
like
that yourself? Did you read that part yourself? You read that on the thing on the paper?
No. I'm just going off of what I heard.
Yeah, me saying yeah.
I'm just going off of
they had that on the paper
that
he
like
did
that.
not.
Yeah, so to say that that's snitching, or and people throwing out the snitching word way too often without educating themselves on rules and regulations and thoughts of the law and why things happen in court the way they do. Let's stop throwing out snitching and open up a book, and then you might figure out, wow, okay, that can't happen. Or well, Thug's looking bad. No, well, it's really not, because this prosecution, he's just throwing things against his character that really has no facts. And like you stated, a lot of things he was saying, he didn't have any evidence to back it up. Then this supposedly the security guard, who is this guy? I don't know. Why is he here talking on his behalf? Why hasn't he written anything? Or you're using some imaginary security guard that nobody really knows is real or not. See what I'm saying? So he's just throwing out things. On the other hand, Thug's lawyer has witnesses brought up to speak on his character and what he has done. High profile witnesses at that too. So hopefully, if all works out, Thug can get his bond and he can actually defend himself properly without being locked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I had to say, man. Appreciate it, man.
So, appreciate you tapping in, man. Shout out to San Antonio. That's good to hear from somebody who's working in this field, man. That's what's up. Appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me get on here, man.
For sure. It's love. HB, I'm about to bring you on, man. You cut your camera off if you want to. It's on you. Coming on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yo.
What's going on with you, Ann? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Where you from, G? You next.
I'm from the Bay Area, California, but right now I'm on the East Coast, man. I'm in Virginia right now. First thing I want to say is a shout out to you for what you're doing. The awareness that you bring in to situations like this and educating not only the youth, but educating people that's our age that don't understand some of this stuff, that talk like they have been in these type of situations. And it's a different thing when you know people that have. It's a different thing when these things touch you personally, right? And I think that's what inclined me to get up here and talk to you, brother, because I do my own live stream thing too. So I wanted to shout you out for what you're doing by bringing this awareness. Sure. The first thing I wanted to kind of pick your brain about is I don't think people are understanding the difference between a state and a federal RICO. And this is something that I have been speaking to different people that I know that have been in these same type of situations. I just had a family member, a very close one, come home on something like this. And I think that people need to understand that with the state RICO, this is designed for the state, for the feds to pick it up. What they're trying to do is they know this man got money, right? They know he has a strong conglomerate of people around him that got money. They've been following this for around 10 years. This has been about a decade. They're trying to make an example out of this young man, and I hope that they don't. However, we can't sit here and be naive either about the situations these young men put themselves into. You know, they follow these publications, they follow these interviews and different things that these guys going like Wallow and Gilly, right? They watch these things. They watching these kids' responses to certain things and stuff like that. And I want y'all to understand this. And I want to know how you feel about this too, Ant, because bro, I've been sitting here. This is my first time jumping in your stream, man. But you know what you're talking about, bro. And when we sit here and we talk about a state RICO, listen, man, I think that there will be some loopholes there. I think that there were some signs with his attorney, the conflict of interest that they pointed out with this and him. And there was something about him that he was like, listen, I can't do too much fighting with this. My reputation on the line with this. There's a lot of different things here, but this is designed to drain this young man's money. The feds are going to pick this up as soon as y'all done enough here. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I'm scared for him. Because once the feds pick this up, man, this ain't going to be good, bro. And talk to me, Ant. Talk to me, Ant.
I had, and I'll bring more money on real quick. More money, I'm going to bring you in, bro. They's trying to set the Zoom back up, and I think they did. But real quick, I'll say this on now before they get back started. They haven't started yet, so they sitting there, they get the Zoom set back. They actually, with the state case, they have certain things, certain evidence. Like I say, I don't know if they can bluff. I don't know if they really have witnesses who are really ready to testify. I don't know if you can bluff in the courtroom or anything like that and try to bluff these guys. But I will say it's a thing whereas the feds can come in at any time on anything. And having convicted felons who are touching firearms or have firearms around them. I know Thug went to prison very young as a teenager. I don't know if that still sticks to his record. It's just the feds can pick up anything, bro.
Yeah, they can pick it up.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I know
man.
My partner cousin, actually my partner, not his cousin, his brother, my nigga Bishop, my bro, his brother got caught selling crack out of some apartments or a house, and he had a gun in there, and it was next to a school zone. He didn't even have a bunch of money. He wasn't rich. He wasn't this big crime lord. The feds picked that up.
Yeah.
These things happen. But I think we're gonna get back started, y'all. We're gonna probably get back started in just a second. So let me get back to the audio of this right here, and y'all can come back in after this is over. More Money. Okay. Let More Money do his thing first, because we've been on here. More Money, where you from, man?
Man, I'm straight out of the H. I'm down the street, baby. I'm residing in Katy right now, bro. But I'm from the H. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, shout out to Katy, man. For shit show. What's going down?
Yeah. This is just, this ain't where I'm from, but this is where I pay to stay. You feel what I'm talking about?
I got you. A little bit of migration. Yeah. I know Katy live out there.
Yeah. A little something going on, man. You know how we do it in the H. Yeah, man. And just want to shout you out, man, and let you know, man, you handling your scandal, bro. And you looking good out here, man, on these YouTube streets, man. I be peeping your little channel. And shout out to Big Bro too, man. You keep holding it down and doing it where you from. I'm getting into the podcast business myself, so I'm just peeping how y'all handle y'all business and soaking up game. But shit, hell yeah. As far as this street shit, I feel like boys shouldn't be playing in the streets if they don't know the law. Period.
Lay your ass out the streets, period. Should nobody be playing the streets at this point? We have enough information and knowledge to know now what you're facing up against. I think these last 3-4 years have been so evident that if you ain't trying to get out the streets now, bro, you know what I'm saying? You setting yourself up for failure. But
say, man, somebody said something about a couple of months ago back during the pandemic. They say, man, if you ain't making money off this phone, you was bullshitting, period.
Thanks.
You got to get some bread off that phone. That hoe in your hand every day, all day. You got to figure out how to make that hoe work for you, because you sure paying to use it.
So you ain't lying. It's money,
man,
on
but
this motherfucker.
And this was what I was saying, man. They know these young boys got money to play with. They know these young rappers got money to play with. So they ain't been too successful. You got to think. They just got Pooh Shiesty just lucked up and got a nick. He got a nickel, dog. Pooh, you think Pooh Shiesty in jail crying about this shit? Hell no. That nigga like, bro, I'm about to come home. So they looking at this. You got these different prosecutors, these DAs that's losing. Yeah, they got him. They got him for 5. He got time served already. He getting ready to come. He get some good behavior, do a program. He out of there. He gonna hit a halfway house, do 6 in a halfway house. But these prosecutors, they're tired of losing, and they losing to a younger generation that got way more money than all of them.
Hold on, let's be clear. If you get convicted, that's a win. They got them to plead guilty, bro.
Yeah,
that's a win for them. They want you. It costs money for them to go to trial.
Oh, for sure.
It costs a lot of money, so they want you to plead guilty.
Well, let me excuse myself, and because you're right, and you good for that correction. I'm not saying that they not winning, but they are going after a bigger picture. You get what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, they still winning. They gonna get them for what they gonna get them for. But they ultimately want to see these. They want to see all of the rappers go to jail, bro. They want them in there for a long period of time. 5 years ain't good enough to them, and that's the way your mindset gotta be. Especially if you out here playing around. You out here playing around. You out here doing what you.
I feel what you're saying, big bro. But peep this though. Hold up, I'm gonna cut you off. But peep this though, bro. These young men are getting real money, like better money than the guys who paved the way for them. What they getting right now, them boys would have been scratching and digging and clawing at the door to get what they getting right now in the industry. As far as like shows and stuff, where they really making their money at. And they go out and do these irresponsible things, and it's the people around them that's encouraging it. I personally believe you're going to be like the peers that you set yourself up around. You feel me? I guarantee you, Pooh Shiesty, if he was sitting around some billionaires, he wouldn't have been on, let's go rob somebody.
I disagree with that. He around Gucci though.
That Gucci making millions, like up there, bro. Gucci making millions.
So I'm saying he had Gucci. He had just did the interview with Gillian Wallow. They told him the same thing, like, hey, you making a different type of money now, bro. Some people just don't do what they gonna do, bro.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? That's hey, look, everybody gotta walk their path, our best teachers was our parents at some point or another, and we did the opposite of what they told us every now and then and bump our head. So it ain't like we ain't used to getting good advice. That's probably not their problem. I'm saying it's the impact that the people that are around you, that you do associate with, that aren't related to you, how they impact you and what their time and they're on. And you right, he did have a Gucci Mane around him, but it wasn't like Gucci got a bunch of people that he got to be around. He can't just give all his time and energy to one individual so he can behave. No, Gucci got to space himself out between all of his businesses to be able to become lucrative.
Let's be clear though, bro. Let me tell y'all this before I'm gonna bring you in, King Yuri. You can cut your camera off if you want to. Y'all mute y'all mics real quick if somebody shit static. Let me bring King Yuri in. King Yuri, what's the deal, man? Where you from real quick?
Man, I'm from Miami, King.
Shout out to Miami, man. I'm gonna get you on in a second. You're gonna say your shit. Let me tell y'all this, bro. It ain't nobody's job to really babysit and take care of no nigga, bro. You can only tell a nigga so much, bro. I done gave you a record deal. I didn't help you make money. I done gave you exposure, nigga. You already know. Hey, my nigga, I don't need to be out here crashing out. I can only tell you so fucking much. If you choose to get out here and still do street shit, that's on you. And we have to understand as people, bro, they make it a black thing. They make it a black thing. Somebody shit's cracking, but it ain't King Yuri, though. It's out of y'all two shit that's cracking. But the thing is...
Go ahead, King.
Now, the thing is, you gotta understand and know, and they put it out there to us. Of course, what these niggas be doing is stupid. Of course, going to jail, robbing after you already rich, banging is stupid. I'm not making excuses, but make it very clear, this is not just a rap thing. This is a human thing. What criminal you know most of the time do stop doing crime once they get money and get rich? All of these niggas, like I told y'all earlier, drug cartel members, these scammers, corporate thieves, corporate white collar crimes on Wall Street, all these things, these people decide, hey, we will continue to do this off of greed and the rush. Pablo Escobar made more money selling drugs than all of our rappers. He could have walked away from drug dealing at any time, but what was he addicted to? Power, influence, the rush of being the motherfucking man, the feeling of being the top dog. You done already made hundreds and hundreds of millions selling drugs. This nigga built his own prison, bro. Why can't you just say, you know what? I don't want to deal drugs no more. Y'all can have it. I already made my millions. I got shit stashed everywhere. What was keeping him selling drugs? His fucking ego and the rush and who he is as a person. It's the same thing with some of these rappers. If y'all wonder why they decide to continue to be street niggas after they make it,
Man,
it's a
talk
rush.
to him. Talk to him.
They get a rush. They get a vibe. They get praised. These niggas listen to me, man. Niggas got respect for me. That goes to people's head. Hey, I get respect out here for doing this bullshit.
Niggas love glorified being a gangster, man. That shit crazy. It's gonna eat our generations though.
For sure. King Yurt, you got the flow, man. I'm gonna bring Elevated in just a second.
All right, bet that up. First off, I would like to say, if you ain't been in these streets, you can't really talk about what's going on, because a lot of people really don't understand. Once you break the state law, you're breaking federal law, because the federal state set the rules for every state in America. That's one. Two, for people who've been in the streets like me, I've been in the streets 18 years, got out, educated myself, you feel me, to the things around me. So like these brothers, these dudes got enough money to start these non-for-profits, start these businesses, go on SBA.gov and tell it they non-for-profits and businesses around these billions of dollars. So the people you hang around, if they telling you do wrong, why would you have them around you? For one. Ain't no way that you're gonna be a multi-millionaire and you want to be in the street. You want to throw it up, do the gang signs and all this, because as you can see, this is how they get caught. Instagram, Facebook, social media, and then you got to fight for your life. As we sitting here watching this on your YouTube, man, we seeing the state smile, laugh, kick it. Oh boy, we got us one. And it's sad because most people who doing wrong won't look at the crimes that they do beforehand to see the years that they're gonna get, and what's the potential penalty to this.
Y'all, we starting back up, y'all. We starting back up. Let's get to it. We'll do the chat after this is over, bro. I'll bring y'all back on.
All right, King.
I'll bring y'all back on. We starting back up, though.
All right, love.
The
indictment, which is on 3/25/16. It is a music video entitled Slime Shit. And it talks about YSL shit, killing 12 shit, 12 being a euphemism for police officers. Fuck a jail shit. I'm a VIP and got a pistol on my hip. Again, and you know, I took what Mr. Lau said, and I don't disagree with him. if we have someone singing these kind of lyrics and isn't living this lifestyle before they sing about it, I don't think that's a crime. That's not the case here. We're basically singing lyrics about what they're doing. The fact that Mr. Wiles isn't aware of what his business partner is doing is the other issue. In that song, it goes, again, fuck the police, fuck the judge, mob life. On 9/24/17, Act 68, I believe 69, 70, 71, and 72, Your Honor. This is a act out of Brookhaven Police Department that Mr. Steele spoke of, where Mr. Kitchens and Mr. Williams were stopped in a car based on a traffic violation, and a stolen weapon was found in the vehicle, and methamphetamine with intent to distribute, hydrocodone with intent to distribute, marijuana with intent to distribute, and a criminal street gang charge arose from that. And the interesting thing on that is when the officer asked Mr. Williams' name, the response from Mr. Williams was, I'm a superstar, can't take me to jail. The officer did. I think Mr. Williams discovered there that that didn't work. Your Honor, on Act 73, on 12/30/17, Mr. Williams appeared in a video. It was called Original Slime Shit, with lyrics, murder gang shit, YSL till you're dead and pale. Act 74 is a music video on 4/12/18 where Mr. Williams states or sings, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. That would be our position, is that as the leader of this criminal street gang, Mr. Williams probably has never killed anybody. I don't know that to be true or not, but he probably has others do it for him as we understand the evidence, Judge.
Who was that Act 74 music video?
Which one, Judge? I'm sorry.
Act 74, you said.
Act 74 was 4/12/18, Judge. And again, the way as we address it in our evidence, Judge, we essentially address that as a confession by a party opponent.
It's 4:38 next time. I don't know what it is with y'all. Boy, I've been on this bitch too fucking long, nigga.
Judge, which is another traffic event in DeKalb County. It's on 5/18/18. In prior songs, the defendant sings that he travels with snipers. He travels with a dangerous gang. You can't mess with his people. In this, it was a traffic stop. Two vehicles speeding down the road. Officer stopped them for speeding. Mr. Williams was driving the lead car in a Porsche. I do not believe any weapons or any drugs were found in that car. Mr. Williams.
Hey, I need 70 likes, man. Y'all know I don't be tripping on no likes, but I need 70 likes right now. 70 more likes. So if you ain't liked, go like it, nigga. I've been on this bitch. I don't even be asking for likes and subs like that, but y'all gonna like this shit today, nigga. I've been on this bitch all fucking day. Everybody in here better give me a like, man. I need 1,000 likes before we get 8. What they say? How many we got?
On Act 78 from 1/15/19. It's a video called Bad Boy. Now, understand at a point.
So I got 931.
Got into
if you ain't liked, you need to go like, man.
With another rapper by the name of Rayshawn Bennett, also.
Yeah, so I got 931 on my phone.
At some point.
Y'all need to go like, nigga. I've been on this bitch all day.
The song comes out with Bad Boy that says, let's see, you better watch the way you breathe around me, for that breath be your last, boy. Smith & Wesson 45 put a hole in his heart, better not play with me. Killers stay with me. I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Again, we believe that Mr. Williams doesn't sing about random theoretical acts. he sings about gang acts that he's a part of or his gang participates in. Following that, Your Honor, in the same year, Act 96 on 8/8/19,
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all.
on Instagram I guess a post, if you will. It said, IFN or YFN, if ain't like what you do for your mother and your kids, I would have killed you. And that was tagging YFN Lucci. Now, I'll go back and I'll get to that later. But this year, a YSL member attempted to kill Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, aka YFN Lucci, at the Fulton County Jail. That's on video as well. And we can tie that to the gang, and I'll get to that later. Your Honor, on Act 97 from 9/16/19, Mr. Williams posted a video called Just How It Is. There were lyrics in that one as well.
What number is that?
97, I'm sorry. And it said, last N-word tried me, almost got popped at Lennox. Ask the cops, ask the detectives, they know all the business. Ask the cops and detective all the jurisdictions. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killings. Mob business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all of the kittens. Also, it should be noted that it's alleged that Mr. Donovan Thomas was the head of the Inglewood family criminal street gang at the time. And irrespective of his position that he might have had in a gang or not in a gang, Mr. Thomas didn't deserve to get gunned down on the road in Atlanta. Position or Act 102 judge from 3/12/20. Mr. Jeffrey Williams is in a conversation with Mr. Huey, also a defendant in this indictment. Now, let me set this up, Judge. And you heard part of this last time, that there was the theft of a car by someone in the gang, Mr. Huey, and it belonged to I believe, the manager of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams was upset to find out that it was, and he basically texted his folks to say, give it back. Okay? Now, in that, he responds to Mr. Huey, says, if he don't take it back, he gonna die. Followed that, Mr. Huey basically was begging for his life in the conversation. It's very clear that he believed that statement by Mr. Williams. In Act 127, Your Honor, from 2/4/21, Mr. Williams is in a conversation with other defendants listed on the indictment, where he stated, YSL rule the world, kid. 24 million on an N-word's head. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all stop playing with me. That was in reference to gang activity and basically evidence that he is in charge and all the money goes to and flows through Mr. Williams. On Act 130 from 4/16/21, Judge, there's a social media post titled Slatty, SLATTY, lyrics stating, I killed this man in front of his mama, I guess sister and his cousin. I shoot out, kill him, not leave a trace. It said, you think you a gangster? You got a pistol, look at my trigger start itching. YSL, we going overboard. And again, YSL is a direct reference to Young Slime Life, the criminal street gang. On Act 131 on 4/16/21, There's a video released called Ski, S-K-I, with lyrics stating, "I fuck with slats," slats being basically slang life forever. "We come to eat rats. I came with some piranhas. I tote an FN," a reference to a handgun. And in that one, which is interesting, Judge, which you'll hear in the evidence of this case, is this is a hybrid gang. This gang isn't pure Bloods. There are rolling 60s in it, Crips. There are 30 deep. It is a combination of many different gangs to form this gang. In Act 132 from 5/13/21, Judge, a conversation where Williams asks the others in the conversation, "Y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet? Y'all N-word getting soft." And I believe that's directing the activity of the gang to stand up for the reputation of the gang and not be disrespected. Your Honor, in Act 139, I'll miss 139, Judge. In Acts 150, Mr. Huey, which I spoke of earlier, had gotten out of jail. He had communicated with Mr. Williams, basically stating, and this is Mr. Huey, "You know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama. Sit down" is a reference by the gang, is "I'm willing to go to prison for you. I'm willing to do time for you." In Act 155 from 12/31/2021,
What date is that? I'm sorry, one more time.
I apologize, Judge.
What date and
12/31/21, Judge.
And that's predicate.
It's an overt act, Judge. There was a photo released by Mr. Williams with him wearing a YSL pendant with basically with taking his finger under his nose like this, Judge, which is a gang sign from YSL. That's one of their signs. When we watch the videos, you'll see that a lot, Judge. Judge, in Act 156 from 1/16/22, defendant released a video, and why we think this is important, Judge, is because the gang signs mostly done by Mr. Williams are YSL gang signs, Young Slime Life. They may argue that it's Young Stoner Life, but in this video, Mr. Williams flashed a Bloods sign. Not a YSL sign, a Bloods gang sign. He's also got a photograph where he's got a red B right about here on his chest, Judge, which is a common Bloods tattoo. On 3
This is real.
22 in Act 172, Williams posed for a photograph with the caption, "Slat Business YSL 4L for Life." Judge, we have proffers that from gang members, and some on the indictment, some not, that Mr. Williams is the leader of the gang. He directs the gang activity. This gang, as you can see through the indictment, there are numerous murders, there are numerous armed robberies, there are numerous attempted murders, shootings. Just like, again, I spoke about the Gottis, about the criminal gang, mafia families out of New York. The bosses themselves never got their hands dirty. The position here is, Judge, is Mr. Williams directs and has directed all of these individuals, Judge. And he recruits people continuously, Judge. We have a proffer, Judge, even from the mother of one of the defendants in this indictment, who told us.
I think everybody just
Mr.
waiting for
Williams
this shit, bro. Like,
community events.
it's
in order
been
to
all
recruit
fucking day.
More people. That her son was recruited by money, shoes, clothes, because they didn't have anything. And now her son's, by her statement, is in jail for the rest of his life. And that's that's the mother from one of the defendants on this case. Judge, Mr. Williams essentially is YSL. Everybody else is a follower. There are leaders. We said Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Greer, they are also leaders. But the leader, the top dog, the most dangerous man here is Jeffrey Williams, because he doesn't have to get his hands dirty. He has others to do his business. Judge, in an analogy, you found the others danger to the community, danger to commit additional felonies. And I would say, of the least of them, you found them dangerous. This is the most of them. This is the one that you see the shadow in the back of the room. He's the one directing traffic. He is the one that we're all afraid of. He's the one that's king slime. He's pulling the shots. He is the most dangerous of the 28, Judge. And I implore you not to grant him a bond. He is dangerous. The setup they've given to you is actually going to be less control, not more. If he gets a burner, Judge, and the court may know this, a lot of the communications that Mr. Williams is on FaceTime, because it's not traceable, it's not trackable. And we know that to be their MO. He gets a burner, he gets in there, he runs his gang from inside, and he won't get that, and no one's going to throw his cell. I know what the investigator said, with all due respect. That's not the jail, that's their job. It's not the job of 24 officers being paid by Mr. Williams. That's not their job. The job is the sheriff of Fulton County or any other sheriff where our sheriff decides to put Mr. Williams. That's their job. He is dangerous. And I normally don't do this, but I don't hesitate in this case. Respectfully, Judge, I believe if you give him a bond, we're going to have more witnesses in danger or going to be missing. I believe he's that dangerous, Judge. Thank you.
Court Commission, if I may offer rebuttal, just a few closing statements to.
All right, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. There's a lot that I want to say to the court. I'm going to finish my argument by referring to exactly what we're supposed to be doing here, which is talking about the law briefly. And I won't take too long because I know Mr. Steele has done an excellent job thus far of presenting what the court needs to have in front of it in terms of considering suitability of bond. But I want to start where the prosecution left off and talk to the court briefly about why it's so dangerous to have the state make a presentation in a manner that it did. This statement, and this is kind of emblematic of the entirety of the state's argument. If you give Mr. Williams a bond, that I'm afraid there are going to be more witnesses who are in danger or more witnesses who are threatened or something to that nature, right? And the thing that's so disingenuous about that statement is that just about 10 minutes or 15 minutes into in a prior argument, Mr. Gary conceded that there is no evidence, there is zero evidence that there are any threats being made that can be tied in any form or fashion to Mr. Williams.
Well, I think that's not the statement. I think you said as well with the proffers from other gang members that he's the leader of the gang, he's dangerous, you cross him, and he'll kill them or kill their family. So there is something the court has heard thus far.
If we're breaking it down, Judge, what Mr. Gary was talking about in that regard is what I presume he believes will be evidence in the case. Now, in talking about the bond, in talking about whether or not there is any evidence before the court, right? And there was this discussion earlier.
Well, that's a problem. I mean, I take you all on your word for it, Mr. Adams. I mean, it's a proffer. I mean, it goes to the state's contention of whether or not he's a danger to the community, one of the things I have to look at in the one factor. So whether or not I take it is value, certainly is dependent upon what I, in terms of weighting the situation, weighting what's been proffered thus far.
And I understand that. What I would ask the court to pay close attention to and to keep in mind is that allegations put forth by the state in regards to what they say is evidence that is going to be forthcoming are exactly that, allegations that have not been vetted, that may or may not be accurate, that will come before this court, presumably during the course of a trial. But for purposes of the bond, and for purposes of whether or not Mr. Williams, if given a bond, is going to return to court to face process of the court, to face these charges, whether or not there's evidence that goes to his guilt or innocence, whether he is guilty or not guilty of these charges, is not what is before the court. So
You're absolutely right.
Yes,
You don't have to waste your breath on that.
Right.
I'm very familiar with Mr. Williams and the other co-accused, presumption of innocence, and the court deems them as being innocent of these charges. I'm asked to.
Bro, we've been here all day.
Bond is predicated on, on the issues that the appellate.
I'm ready to get off, man. I don't wish jail on nobody.
So let me then address some specific things that Mr. Gary said.
I don't want to see nobody locked up. I want us all to bring peace to the world. But man, I'm ready to get off this shit.
And to be quite honest, that's a little bit of that's a little insulting, because the inference is that if Mr. Williams has means or has resources, that that is a bad thing, that he is trying, in their words, to quote, I can buy a bond, is what the state said. They said he wants to, quote, pay his way out of jail, is what they said.
Well, I think that they're saying, it's a fact, is resources of the accused in this particular circumstance, but it has to be taken into context with other things. So I'm not saying that. I understand this.
I ain't gonna lie, this dude here kind of fucking up.
It's more so the court's going to consider from the issue of its context of other things.
Yes, sir. And one of the things
and well, being able that you can make one. I mean, so I understand.
And that's precisely the point. The fact that Mr. Williams may have means or may have resources by which that can be brought to bear. Those
appreciate everybody tapping in, though, man.
Ensuring the court of his reappearance, because the other way, of course, to look at it, as you've heard from some of the witnesses,
appreciate everybody watching. Appreciate everybody tapping in.
That if he does not reappear in court, that there are financial resources, there are people's well-being that are put at financial stake because of that, and that is certainly something the court can consider in regards to whether or not he would reappear. Now, what I also think is an inappropriate argument is that the witnesses who took their time to come in here and testify about their knowledge of Mr. Williams, about his background, about what he's done, about his ties to the community, about his investments in the community and so forth, and his employment, his financial status, his jobs. They took their time and came in and testified. I would submit to the court honestly about their knowledge to you about Mr. Williams. I do not believe that there's anything to suggest that anyone who came in here and testified came in because of a financial motive, that they have something to gain or something to lose financially by coming in here and speaking honestly to the court about their knowledge of Mr. Williams, which is what the court needs to make its decision.
I'm taking that from the standpoint of he has significant ties to the
community. And that is, thank you, Judge. And that is exactly what I would suggest that information was. That is what was presented to you, that he has strong ties to the community that weighs in his benefit if he, as the court considers, bond. Now, one of the things that the state referenced, that the state asked you to consider, was whether or not he is a flight risk. And I want to roll this into a discussion of the bond hearing that was held before Magistrate Judge Wolf some weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm going to mark that as court 2 for purposes of the motion. That was done on the 11th of May and filed into our e-file system, or Odyssey, I should say. So.
Yes, sir. That was on Wednesday. I was present for that bond hearing. I was there, and I can tell the court that that would have been 2 days after Mr. Williams was originally arrested. He came for a first appearance. I'll tell you that the court, Magistrate Judge Wolf, heard argument from both sides as to suitability of bond. And I will tell you as an officer of the court that Magistrate Judge Wolf was concerned about the fact that the indicted case was already assigned to you, that there was someone that Mr. Williams was already assigned to on a separate case, a separate but related case. And there were discussions about whether or not, because he had resources, he was a flight risk. Because he had money, he had the ability and wherewithal to leave. And Judge Wolf, I will tell you, in denying the bond, which he did, essentially indicated that he asked me very many questions about whether or not it was a bond hearing scheduled in front of Your Honor, and whether or not you'd be considering the issue of bond on the indicted case, and that he would defer, that he was going to deny bond at the time, but he was going to defer to Your Honor because the other case was in front of you and because that case was related. And so it is my impression from the hearing on that day and the denial of bond that the court anticipated that you would be making the larger decision as regards whether or not Mr. Williams receives bond on both matters or not. And of course, both matters are in front of you now. Now, there is, in regards to flight risk, whether or not he's a flight risk, and some of what the state has said, there is no indication that he's a flight risk. Mr. Gary referenced a failure to appear, and yet conceded that he doesn't know anything about that failure to appear.
It's for a traffic offense. It's of diminished value to the court, but I'm more interested in the access to the private jet.
Yeah,
at PDK in the cap.
And so that's the thing, because our suggestion to the court is that he be placed on house arrest. That he be placed on house arrest. That he have an ankle monitor. That there are post-certified law enforcement officers who are responsible for making sure he complies with the court's conditions. There is no suggestion on our part that he be allowed to fly by way of private jet, commercial jet, helicopter, or anything of that nature. And so the argument that because he has resources, he has in the past has had access to a private jet, that is something the court should be concerned about. We would suggest to you that is not something for you to consider, because we're not asking that he be allowed to have that access. You heard from Mr. Middlestat, who indicated that what would happen essentially is if the court were to graciously grant bond for Mr. Williams, he would be released from where he is now. He will be transported by law enforcement officers to the location that the court has indicated, and he will stay there. And if he is to leave to come to court, the only reason that he would do so under supervision and under guard of law enforcement officers. And when Mr. Middlestat testified, I think he was clear, and he was deferential to the court in regards to what the requirements would be. These are going to be post-certified law enforcement officers who are sworn to uphold the law. We did not suggest that private security, just any individual off of the street, can be served as the people who would guard the house where Mr. Williams would be confined. As a matter of fact,
we on point now, y'all. My personal opinion. How y'all feel in the chat? I'm gonna be quiet, but how y'all feel? I think he's getting it on point now.
The DA's office can.
Let me know what's up. What y'all think? Y'all think he on point now? I think he's getting on point now.
Frankly, circling back around to this private jet issue, let me tell you, Mr. Williams doesn't own a jet, has never owned a private plane or a private jet, and he would not even have access to that because we're suggesting that the court not allow that. It is of some particular note that at the time that Mr. Williams was arrested, when the police came to the house, there were SWAT team officials and plainclothes officers who came to the house. You've seen the video. There were individuals approaching the house from different locations with guns. And the state
we
made
got to
reference
see
to the
how it's
fact
going to
that
work out.
one of the individuals tried to run. It wasn't Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams never tried to leave. He never tried to run. He didn't abscond. He didn't try to fight the officers. He went with them. And so there's no indication that he was a danger to flee. In fact, he had just gotten back into town the day before, and you have heard that the only other time when there was a warrant that was issued for Mr. Williams' arrest, he left a tour, left Las Vegas, left those resources, came right back to the cab, turned himself into custody. And so everything that you heard, all of the evidence, the facts that you heard, would speak against him being a flight risk. He is not, and there is no, they've not presented any evidence that he's a flight risk. An argument in and of itself that he is not sufficient for the court. Is there any danger that he would threaten or intimidate witnesses? We've discussed that a bit. There was some discussion in another bond hearing previously, and I'm wary about trying to make comparisons or make reference to bond hearings regarding any other individuals, because Mr. Williams deserves to have his bond considered simply based upon the factors involving him, characteristics involving him, his suitability for bond, not anybody else. But this talk that we heard previously about people with phones in jails, or people making phone calls, or their witnesses who are terrified right now, other than the state purporting to have other quote unquote, what they say are gang members, or someone's mother who's saying that there are threats being made, that there has been no evidence other than that assertion, that allegation presented to the court. He has been locked up since the 9th.
You got a point.
They have access to his phone calls. They're recorded. They have access to, I mean, he's locked up 22 hours out of the day, sometimes 23, but you've not heard any indication here that, well, he made a recorded phone call and there was something that he said in that phone call that we perceive as a threat, or he's contacted someone and he has asked them to do something that we believe is commensurate with intimidating a witness or trying to influence a witness. You've not heard any evidence of that. And so there's simply no evidence to substantiate the allegation that he would be a threat to intimidate witnesses. Now, moving specifically to the indictment. And I heard you say before, and I accept when the court says, Mr. Adams, I know that guilt or innocence is not the province of a bond hearing. And thank you for that. But they spent a good bit of time going through the indictment. But what they actually did is they simply read their allegations. These are their allegations, right? These are what they say Mr. Williams did, or what they believe Mr. Williams offenses they believe he's committed. They have to prove that. And there is nothing to suggest that simply because they have sat down and drafted up an 88-page indictment that the allegations in this indictment are accurate or are true. I've been doing this for a long time. And there have been times, many times, when the allegations put forth by the state have simply not been borne out at trial. So the state can stand up here and sound as certain as they want to that, hey, we think the evidence is going to, or we know that the evidence is going to show X, Y, Z. And then when months later, after the court has considered that in regards to whether he gets a bond.
Yes, Cadillac 870.
Courtroom,
good question. Yes.
Or it turns out not to be true, or a witness that they say is going to say something, says something different, or is impeached, or someone is proven to not be telling the truth. And so to stand here and say, well, there's a song lyric that we believe is relevant in the case, and they're talking about a particular incident, is trying to convince the court that their allegations are true, trying to convince the court that their allegations are factual, and there's nothing to say that that is the case at this point. In Mr. McGarry, the prosecutor, asked the court to look at several acts in the indictment. Started with Act 9. And the prosecutor, I noticed, read or paraphrased some words in Act 9. All I ever wanted was the money. And then moved on to put him in a wheelchair, taking it totally out of context. This is a song. And the dangerous thing about where we are with them believing that they can pick and choose song lyrics or portions of song lyrics is that they don't know what they're talking about, but they're putting it in here as though it's fact. They could not tell you, I guarantee, who wrote the song, who was actually singing a particular lyric in this song, or what the song is referencing. And that's what's dangerous. And I know at some point we're going to be arguing about whether these song lyrics go to anything specific in the indictment. But Judge, I would just ask you to take a look at what's been offered or what's been presented to you. Act 9. Read just like Elmo, but I never effing giggle. Well, what does that mean? And what does the next line mean? What is that? Is that referencing something specific, a specific count of the indictment? They can't tell you that. And it's taken out of context. Last week when we had a bond hearing, Bob Rubin represented one of the other individuals, said something that I thought, as a 56-year-old person who grew up in Brooklyn with rap music and all of that.
Damn, that nigga 50-something, he don't look at it all. Pause.
It seems kind of bizarre.
That nigga don't look 50-something at all. That nigga like in his 40s.
Trying to tell you what, someone who's a rapper means in a particular song. And I don't mean to suggest that some people have greater sensibilities about rap music than others. Right? But what I am suggesting is that it is somewhat disingenuous to simply quote portions of song lyrics when you don't really know what they are, and to take them out of context, and to not know who wrote the song or who's actually singing the song. Because I can tell you, I've poured through this indictment, and I know,
bro, y'all niggas is hell, bro.
There are some of these lyrics that are quoted or
attributed to him
that were not written by him, and they were not sung by him. But when do we find that out?
The fuck out of here, man.
After they've stood up here and tried to convince you that you ought to use these lyrics as incendiary as they sound to deny him bond, and then 8, 9, 10 months later,
get the fuck out of here.
That wasn't Jeffrey Williams. And that's why it's so dangerous to have the state. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. I was going to, but I'm not going to because I'm mindful of the time. But I think the court gets my point that to quote song lyrics and Instagram posts or group chats or group texts that we, by the way, contest in several of them is not Jeffrey Williams, and that he did not say that and did not say those things. And there's no greater force to them standing up here and saying that he said those things than us saying he didn't, on equal footing. And it shouldn't be considered because it's just something that has to be proven later on. In Act...
Y'all is hell on the internet, bro.
Act 74, I think it is. The state reference.
Y'all some sick ass people, bro.
Act 74. Now that one I thought was particularly interesting and is, I think, symptomatic of what is flawed about the state's argument as to why you should consider everything that they've read to you or presented to you in the indictment. Act 74 references
get the fuck out of here, dog.
Releasing a video.
Y'all is some sick ass people, bro. Y'all is fucking sick, bro. Y'all are fucking sick, dog. Y'all niggas cannot take that this serious on the fucking internet, bro.
And a third writer.
This nigga said, bro, if I was Thug and a lawyer, I would have already said I have a ghostwriter that writes majority of my songs.
They stand up here and say this with the force of authority, thinking that that's going to be, and they make that a central part of their argument. What do they say? They said, the song lyrics say, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. And that, Judge, is exactly where we're telling you that Jeffrey Williams knows. He may not have ever killed anybody that we know of, but he's the man in control. He's King Slime. He's the one who's running everything, and he's confessing it by saying that in this song. I told him to shoot 100 rounds. They left out the other line that comes after that. Like you're trying to movie about it.
I ain't posting that HD.
I mean, it's laughable, but it's an issue for later on down the road. Judge, in regards to the court's consideration, 4 things in front. If you have everything in front of you, Judge, that the court needs to make a determination.
Ooh, let's get it. Let's get it.
It's suitable for bond. I would
I'm finna go get me a drink for this shit, man. Let me go get me a drink. Y'all hold tight.
Set of assurances that any defendant can put in front of you that can give you some assurance that he will reappear for trial. Then we have done. We have given the court every possible option I would suggest to you, and we have offered up the ability to have the court have its say in everything in terms of which of his residences, what house he lives in. The court can have, the court and the DA can have access to video feed from the house, so they can see what's going on in the house while he's there. That these law enforcement officers who will be properly vetted, who have been properly vetted, will be there and will be responsive not to Mr. Williams, not because it's being paid for by Mr. Williams, but because they're responsive to the court, and we'll have reports that are submitted to the court or to the DA's office. We've put that in front of you, Judge. We're asking you to take that assurance and give it significant consideration, not because he's able to pay for it, but because it's going to accomplish what you need for it to accomplish to show you that he'll show back up. We have suggested and we have put before you the option of he needs to work, but having a studio built at his residence where and inspected by law enforcement to ensure that there's nothing untoward going on there, so he can do what he does. That's his job. We have suggested to the court that, not suggested, we're happy to surrender his passport, even though the issue is not leaving the house, but we'll surrender it anyway. We have suggested that his calls can be monitored, and so any device that's used to make any phone calls can be monitored. And so whoever he talks to, whatever he says to them, will be known. Anyone who comes to the house has to be cleared and will be known. But the court would have to approve a list of individuals who can come to the house. There is, in short, nothing more that we or any defendant can give to the court to satisfy what the court would have in front of it to ensure that he returns to court. Mr. Williams has not been convicted of anything before, and he stands before this court with some very serious allegations, but we're ready. We're going to be ready. We'll be ready to address them at the appropriate time. But we ask that you consider, respectfully, granting him a bond that allows him to be free from that custody, yet still confined under the court's order, to allow us an opportunity to properly prepare for this trial, we think it's appropriate, Judge. A bond is appropriate. Whatever you believe is an appropriate amount of bond with all of the conditions that we've put in place, or we've suggested to the court, or whatever else the court wants to have. And we believe that we have done everything that any defendant could possibly do to show the court that bond is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Adams, thank you.
Thug, we see you, Thug, and that bitch praying, nigga. That nigga praying. I don't blame you, Thug. Hey, nigga, I believe it. I'm gonna pray. Hey, nah. I feel you, Thug. Pray, nigga. You gotta pray.
Present your issues as to bond, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. May I use the restroom? I need to be here.
I've been holding it for a long time.
It's not funny. Yes, sir. In fact, I'll just take 5 minutes. And everybody can. You come back. Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
The judge said that ain't funny.
Okay.
Hey, I don't blame that nigga. I'll be a praying ass nigga too. Ain't nothing wrong with praying to God, nigga. I believe in God, nigga. I feel you, thug. That nigga life on the line in this hole, nigga. That nigga say he got to pee, nigga. Damn, bro. What the fuck going on, man? This some wild shit. All right. While they on recess, I'm gonna bring these people on. Hey, you gotta mute your other screen, G, your echo on. Hey, King Gary.
Oh yeah. Hold on, that's the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me better now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's good?
All right, so look now, this is what we keep saying about these allegations, right? Hold on.
Screen out, yeah.
Always remember this. Allegations don't make you guilty. You get what I'm saying? They just coming up with a way to keep you in jail. Because, see, you got the power and the finances to do what you do. Now, the whole thing, right, while this is going on, I'm reading the comments, man, it just go to show you how people think. Even though people making jokes of what Young Thug going through, right? Imagine if they was in his shoes, how they'll feel. You feel me? You don't want
to me,
you won't.
So hold on. To me, it's the type of jokes you make. Like, you know, nobody want to have a situation laughed at. I think everybody can find humor in any and a lot of things, right? I wouldn't laugh at him going to jail. We're not laughing about the crimes being committed in prison. It's the certain types of jokes they making that I think certain jokes, even Young Thug might find them bitches funny. You know what I'm saying?
No. Don't get me wrong now. When the dude was like he going to Popeyes and anybody wants to Popeyes, that was funny. But
certain jokes, even if he was in there, he would laugh at that shit, bro.
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
not laughing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't laughing at the situation, but you can't laugh at some shit ain't. Even him asking, man, I gotta go to the bathroom. That shit is fucking hilarious, bro.
Yeah, because the man been in there all day. We've been here all day now. Let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. Just to put thought into what I be talking about. And the reason why your platform is so important, right? Now, you got over like 5,000, maybe 5,400, 5,500 people watching, right? Let's just say you had 10,000 people, right? In the organization that deals with urban development. Urban development is buying small towns in the United States. Because when you look it up, you'll see small towns for sale. And these got something to do with like 100 acres, 200 acres for like $1 million, right? So if you got 10,000 people times $100, a simple $100, that's $1 million. You feel me? $200, that's $2 million. $300, that's $3 million. So we can start our own infrastructure and get our own SBA grants that we don't have to pay back, which is $1 billion industry dealing with infrastructure and transportation and mailing systems for your small town. But guess what? You got some people ain't gonna want to do that because they can't see farther than what they can see. But they'll stand in line for them Jordans though. So it's just a lot, King. And I'm glad you got a platform that deal with this, bro.
For sure. No, he did not get a bond. They about to probably get a decision right now. I know I said that like 10, 11 times. Doug had to go use the bathroom, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, I was ready for a recess too. I felt the lawyer made some great points, bro. It started off kind of shaky. Then he got to basically breaking down everything the DA had to say.
He broke it down, but the thing about it is why I'm scared for it, bro. Gunner lawyer did the same thing, man.
Well, I'll tell you like this though. Bond or no bond. If that nigga's on his defense team, he's getting his money worth. That nigga
right. Oh, that's for sure. Hey, that's for sure. That's what that is.
That lawyer there is prepared.
But you get what I'm saying though, Ant? Gunner lawyer did the same thing. Gunner and them, but Gunner was like, look, you have whatever you want. They was like, nah, bro, you gonna be in here.
I didn't see what Gunner's defense, how were they countering the points? Like the way he said, look here, man, ain't none of this stuff being guaranteed. Nothing has been where's the evidence of these threats? Where's the evidence of this family member? He said, we haven't seen any of this yet. None of this has been presented.
Right. Because
all that out. Now the judge got a tough decision to make. I'll say this: that rental car situation, with that being in the actual document, that's tough.
Yeah.
But everybody, to be honest with y'all, bro, if you haven't seen a video of the dude killing, this is me. I believe in innocent till proven guilty. I'm not here to promote murder. I don't like murder. I don't want my people doing this. That ain't what I'm on. But if you haven't seen a video of this, there's no DNA evidence of somebody like a dude raping a kid or raping a woman where, hey man, his evidence came back. He actually molested and did this to this baby, this girl, this kid, or we don't see you killing on camera. It's just a theory. I believe you should be able to get a bond. That's my personal opinion, and there's no disrespect to none of these families. Nobody who lost somebody in this who feel away. I'm just saying on the bond side of it. I'm not saying somebody should be able to walk. I believe if you're innocent, you should be able to walk innocent. Hey.
Right, because always remember you fighting for your life, and not only that though, you innocent to proven guilty. You should be able to fight your case on the outside. But they just want a person, they just want like the DA say they want to make an example. So if a person make an example and then they able to keep them in jail, they trying to able to keep them in jail to see if something that's gonna go on or see if they gonna make a call.
But we want to keep it to that point where I want to just make that very clear where I'm at with that I don't agree. Everybody should be given a bond unless you are actually caught in the act of causing damage, not a case y'all built on me. Y'all don't have a video of this. Y'all have to go through and find things to prove I did this. Pictures, conversation like nah. Y'all need to have a if y'all tell me if a nigga say, hey man, we got you on camera killing this man cold blood, they deny you a bond. I'm not the type of I'm like, okay, bro, I understand why they not giving you a bond. That's what I'm saying. But elevated, man. That boy Marlon in this all. What's going down?
Hey, what's good, bro? I didn't even know how to use it, man. So my apologies. I said I had to press the camera, but man, I'm checking y'all out, man. This is crazy, bro. I honestly don't think this boy gonna get no type of bond because they got to make an example out of him, man. And it's kind of slap in the face.
It is,
and it's sad that they're using all this information and lyrics. I mean, and his attorney right on point, like with his defense and everything, man. But like, I hope this new generation, like, where I'm from, bro, you get to make a decision. Either you gonna be in the streets or you gonna do what you want to do, whether that's playing basketball, whether that's, rapping, whatever. But if you make that decision to be in them streets, this new generation gotta understand you can't be in the streets and be snitching on yourself. That's that new snitching on yourself. I ain't saying, he a snitch, nothing like that, but you're basically going in and just giving evidence to, I mean, they've been doing this shit for years, bro. They've been trying to catch black people on music for years because we get so boastful.
And you see how fast they just passed that in New York, though. Somebody pushed that out of New York, but that's about to help a lot of rappers.
Jay-Z and what you call it pushed that in New York.
Okay,
yeah.
let's talk about that because if somebody pushed that through, because they know what's finna happen with this, man. Them people, they know
But
what's
see,
finna
that's
go
what
on
we
with this.
need, bro. We need people to get out that type. Okay, like people like Jay-Z, bro. We have to fight for our culture, bro, because like I said, that man is a grown man and made those decisions. I'm not saying what he doing is true. If he not, but that's the decision he tried. I mean, people in that lifestyle, but at the same time, they signed up for that shit. But at the same time, you can't incriminate somebody for some rap lyrics, bro. Like I just don't believe that. That's just stupid. I mean, what about like heavy music? Boys going in there saying they bombing shit and shooting up like that. That's the same shit, but they want to do it to our culture because that's just how black people get the end of the stick.
But
we
you
gotta
always
be.
gotta understand. You always gotta understand this too, King. Like we got the First Amendment, so that really you trying to say the First Amendment really don't apply to us black people. You get what I'm saying? But I don't consider myself being black because that's a crayon. You feel me? But people gotta understand the definitions and the wordplay. See, Black Law Dictionary give you an example of the wordplay people use in court, and this is what people need to have. So when you see things like this going on, you can understand what a status means. You can understand what nationality truly means, because by you calling yourself black, that doesn't describe you to a geographical landmass of people. You feel what I'm saying? So when you understand that Africanus was a Roman general who went to Africa and conquered that and named that after himself, that the people over there don't call themselves Africans because they understand 52 countries over there have nationalities for tribes. You see the difference?
Yeah. And I don't know if y'all caught this, but bro, when you in the studio and you writing lyrics and they got this all on YouTube, you can see when you're in the studio, bro, it may be about 20, 30 people in the studio. You're not finna sit up here and write line for line. You, as he said, how do we know he wrote those lyrics? So how you gonna know? Be in the studio, you may take bits and pieces of your partner, take bits and pieces of what you coming up with because it sounds good. You can't incriminate nobody on what is going on in the studio.
And I said that I said that in our private chat that we had, but that he can use that. The lawyer's going to use that. He gonna break that out and be like, listen, every artist in the industry got ghostwriters. There's no way in hell he wrote every single piece of what y'all saying he wrote. That's gonna be a defense.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
It's gonna be Gunna's main defense. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And see, that's the thing about this platform. This platform is building a set where people can intellectually talk about things that know what's going on. Like,
man,
it's no way. This right here. I'll say this. One thing you gotta know. One thing you must know, and you gotta know, that the system of America is designed for us to lose. We have to take our responsibility for our actions at all times, bro. Because if you a man, you put the shoes on, you gotta wear it. You put that shirt on, you gotta wear that shirt. That's the law and the way and the movement of the universe. But understand, bro, at the same time, it's designed for you to lose. It's designed for you to fail. The system, every day a nigga wakes up, you at some point in your mind, not every day, but at some point in your life, as a black man in America, you woke up and said, what do I gotta do to impress the white man? You are subconsciously telling yourself that the white man runs this country. That is a fact. We know this. 400 plus years of slavery, they really can't even give us a direct number of how long we were slaves in America. 400 plus years of slavery. Slavery ended about 150 years ago, right?
Right.
Only up until 56 of those years ago were we able to even be in the same room with these people.
Yep.
You understand, by design, we are half a fucking century behind them on our level. See, people wonder why we still losing, why we still in last place, why is this going on? We are starting from over 500 years behind.
Yep.
Let me show you how you play catch up, though. Let me show you how you play catch up real quick.
Yeah.
Say urban politics create a a nonprofit or a business, right? A private business or a nonprofit, right? See, in Miami-Dade County in Florida and Miami, that's 1,200, right? So that same 1,200 you just spent, our commissioners and mayors, they'll give you a first time grant that you don't have to pay back, which is 15,000. Free government money you ain't got to pay back. So let me show you something, right? Say if urban politics got 10,000 people that got no felonies, no misdemeanors, right? And everybody joined that, and then he like, man, look, every month we need $100. You feel me? $100 would be easy for 10,000 people to give, right? That 10,000 people who just gave that $100, that's $1 million. So we can deal with our own problems because we'll have the finances to do it. So if you gave $100 for 12 months, now your clique got $12 million. So them $12 million, guess what?
Let me tell you this though. You're asking for help. We have a problem. Let me tell you the problem. For over 500 plus years, we have been conditioned and taught involved outside, we're going outside, that our resources are limited.
Straight up.
So with that, it's not let me help you. Let me help you. Let me uplift you. Why do you think black people don't help each other? Once the judge comes back out, we will get right back into this. Once the judge comes back out.
But see, that's the trick to the trade. Like the people who giving $100, they are inside the organization. They know what's going on. It's like you're not deceiving nobody. You feel me? And that's the thing about the Black Lives Matter. Because the Black Lives.
But listen. Those people there is a small percentage. We need every damn. We need. Hold on, we finna get back to the course. Y'all tap out and then come back in afterwards.
All right.
Today, I'm going to ask if Your Honor would permit me to withdraw the bond motion for the time being, and allow me to refile should circumstances change. There's some things I need to talk to my client about, and I think that would be in the best interest of Mr. Jackson at this moment.
Does he go by Mr. Jackson or Stillwell? Either one.
He goes by Mr. Jackson. Okay. But he is also Mr. Stillwell in the indictment.
Okay. All right. Mr. Stillwell, your counsel here is going to withdraw your bond motion for the time being. He'll talk with you a little bit later if he hasn't done so already about the about refiling it or potentially taking some other steps. Okay. All right. So, sir, you can be excused at this point in time, sir. I appreciate your patience. Yeah. Yes. Before you go, hold on, sir. Mr. Silva, hold on. Before you go, Mr. Sharp, would you like to
Robert Allen.
The court waive formal arraignment, have the court enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of your client, and for you to have at least 60 days from the date of receipt of discovery to file any motions?
All those things are my intention. We do wish. Would you like me to restate them, Judge, for the record? What you just said?
Yes, to waive.
We do waive
formal arraignment.
We do waive formal arraignment. We wish to plead not guilty, and we would ask for 60 days, at least 60 days from the receipt of discovery. In this case, to file motions.
Granted. And I will go ahead and, as I said earlier, on the 18th of August at 9 a.m., we will have a proffer session, a waiver session on the record for the various individuals that we indicated earlier. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Charlotte, we'll set your client's trial for 9 January of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. All right. give you those.
I had to get my little sip on something, man. We've been in here all day. I need a drink.
All right, folks, before I go ahead and get started, whatever the decision is today, this is a forum, a public
we
forum.
finna get it.
All are welcome. However, if you feel that you cannot govern your behavior or have acceptable conduct, please, you can exit the courtroom and nobody will be the wiser. If you make any outbursts or statements or anything that the law enforcement professionals in this courtroom deem to be inappropriate, you will be removed from the courtroom and may be subject to other actions. So I just tell you that up front because my deputies are charged with the responsibility of good order and discipline. So whatever my decision is, like it or not, I'll give you an explanation for it, but outbursts are not acceptable, okay? All right. So with that, counsels, I've gone ahead and based upon what has been proffered and the appellate, the case law, I should say, has been provided to the court, I'll summarize a couple of different things already.
Damn, he thought he was going to read it.
Counsel for the state.
Let's go.
For the defense, I'm sure aware of. I'm looking at Coleman versus the state, and that's already been cited as 361 Georgia Appeals 901. And I'll quote from that decision, which is which comes from our court of appeals, Judge Miller, Judge Miller, the presiding judge in that particular case. Excessive bail is prohibited by the Georgia Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 17, and the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And for the 8th Amendment analysis, as you all are aware, that 8th Amendment violation would be excessive bail or no bail, or fixing an amount that is excessive under the circumstances. When fixing, for the purposes of the 8th Amendment, the excessive bail is defined as bail set at an amount higher than the amount reasonably calculated to ensure the presence of the defendant. When fixing bail in Georgia, trial judges' foremost consideration is the probability the accused, if free, will appear at trial, and then the court in Coleman goes on to quote that lesser factors or lesser extent or considerations are the accused's ability to pay, the seriousness of the offense, the accused's character and reputation. I have heard a lot of evidence today about those particular factors in regards to Mr. Williams and his ability to pay and the seriousness of the offenses and his character and reputation from as presented by Mr. Steele, Ms. Hornsby, as well as Mr. Adams. So I have considered those particular issues. Now, also, Coleman goes on to say that a defendant who seeks release on bail has the burden of showing roots in the community. The defendant does not pose a significant risk of fleeing, threatening the community, committing another crime, or intimidating witnesses. And along with this particular case, the court also has considered the seminal case of Ayala versus the state at 262 Georgia 704. And Ayala gives us the framework in Georgia for the purpose of a pretrial bond is to prevent punishment before conviction and secure the appearance of a person for trial, quoting Roberts versus the state, 32 Georgia Appeals 339. And it goes on to say that a trial court may release a person on bail if the court finds the following. So I have to look at the first thing that Coleman directs me to look at is consideration of whether or not the is the foremost consideration is, will he, if freed, appear at trial? And then the lesser factors, and these are: a court may release a person on bail if the court finds, 1, poses no significant risk of fleeing from the jurisdiction or failing to appear in the court when required. 2, poses no significant threat or danger to any person, to the community, or property in the community. 3, poses no significant risk of committing any felony pending trial, and poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. And I'm required to explain any reasons if I deny bond to assist the appellate court in its review, and that the granting or denial of bond will not be set aside unless there's a manifest and flagrant abuse of discretion. That's Jernigan versus the state, 111 Georgia 307, pinpoint 308, very old case from 1903. Now, in regards to considering bond for Mr. Williams, I have considered the first consideration is, if free, will he appear at trial, and to a lesser extent, the other factors. And based upon the court's consideration of the proffer, the 2 things that the court has significant concerns about are him being a danger to the community and flight. And I'll state for the purposes of the record and purposes of my decision that I realize that Mr. Williams is presumed innocent. I realize that he has the presumption of innocence stays with him until the state, by sufficient evidence, is able to prove to a jury's satisfaction beyond reasonable doubt, I should say, that he is guilty of the offense or offenses charged. But however, in this particular circumstance, there have been significant proffers about Mr. Williams as being a danger.
Here we go, y'all. Stay patient. It's coming.
The state's proffer that they have spoken to, taken proffers from other gang members and people who are in this particular indictment and they're not in this indictment, that he is the leader of the gang, he is dangerous, and if he crosses them, he'll kill them or their families. And the predicate or the review of the state, the concerns that I have are some of the statements that he's made about the threats and to others, and that have been chronicled in particular in some of the predicate acts that have been stated for the court's consideration. Whether or not those acts, as Mr. Adams has pointed out, because they have to be proven at trial, is a discussion for another day. But at this point in time, in the aggregate, those particular discussions, in particular, the proffer from the people that the state has talked to already, the group chat that from 2015 starting, anybody goes into a courtroom and tells God honest truth, they'll be fucking killed, pardon me for the language. And this threat is still being talked about. So that is of a concern to the court in regards to the danger to or threats to persons in the community. So and factors, there's no significant arrest of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. That is the court's concern. The 2 major concerns that this court has is danger to persons and threats to intimidate other witnesses and obstruct the administration of justice. So I have some concerns about the flight that I share with Judge Wolf also indicated, but and I'm not going to hold it against him that he is very successful and has significant means, but those 2 factors in particular, threats to persons in the community or poses significant risk of intimidation of witnesses, otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. The court has considered a number of the predicate statements, and And for those reasons in the aggregate, I'm going to deny bond at this time.
Damn, denied.
But
he might get another one.
Mr. Adams, Ms. Hornsby, and Mr. Steele, certainly if you should file any other additional motions or things that change, I certainly will reconsider the court's position on bond. It is not lost on me that I have not given your client a bond, but that is my decision based upon what I've heard, and I certainly appreciate your advocacy on behalf of your client, all of the lawyers thus far who have advocated very well for their clients in this particular position, and I will do my level best to make sure that this case gets tried as expeditiously as possible, and if I can get it on the calendar before the 9th of January, I will endeavor to do so. So, anything else at this point in time?
One thing, Judge.
Yes.
So I know the court filed, sent an email to, I think, the public defender's office concerning getting defendants who are present.
Denied bond, y'all.
Representation.
He will have an opportunity to get another one, though.
Filed a motion today requesting the court respectfully get them so we can get anybody around and get it moved. I want to just give
Mr. Gear, you must think that I have a lot of power. I really don't. Did he
curse at that nigga?
In all seriousness, I've heard from Ms. Bernard, Jean Bernard, and she right now is working on getting people assigned.
I just want to, the court told me to bring copies. I'm just trying to provide copies.
Yeah, you certainly, you should have given copies to the, okay, all right. Okay, you'll give those to Mr. Kearns right here, so I think Mr. Chamberlain's gone. But we are inherent, the court is inherently sensitive as to that issue. And as soon as those attorneys can be appointed, and I have some correspondence from Ms. Bernard saying that they are working on that issue right now, and that we will certainly get those people brought over as soon as possible. But and if you all have any other information in regards to that, please let us know. We are tracking that issue.
Damn, not this boy.
Continue to talk and dialogue with Mr. Chamberlain about that, okay? Yes, sir.
Young Thug denied bond, man.
No, sir. Okay, all right. Thank you for your patience today.
But let's be clear here. A lot of times they deny niggas bond the first time, second time, they find a way to give them an appeal. Money talking this shit. It seemed like he had a chance though, for sure. Hey Pookie, you can join, nigga. Hey Pookie, nah, you probably cutting. My bad, nigga, my bad. I was gonna say if you could join, nigga, get in here. Studio 56 podcast. Make sure y'all go subscribe. Pookie, if you free right now, join this all real quick, nigga. You gotta click that link that's in the chat. Click that link and it's gonna walk you through there. All right, we'll do some closing conversation right now. Cut this off. I'll cut this shit off. Hold on. Yeah. All right. That's it, y'all. Young Thug was denied bond. That is crazy. A lot of shit went on today. I need to do a video right now. I'll probably get up and do it in just a second. I'm going to talk for a little bit, then I'm going to go make this video. Fuck it. I got a little bit of a cold pause. I was going to go fuck with the strippers tonight, but I was going to fuck with the strippers tonight, y'all. But I got a little sore throat, man. Pause. I started feeling like kind of sick. So I'm like, damn, I got my I want to take a COVID test though before I pop out somewhere. So
wave of White Claw.
I ain't tripping about being sick, but I don't want to go nowhere and not caught COVID again, bro. But I got like a sore throat. Don't feel like COVID. But let me ask some people. Hold on. I'll bring you on, Pokey. Yo, where you at? Well, not where you at, but Studio 56 podcast, nigga.
What's going down, my boy?
That, man, y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to Studio 56 podcast right there, bro. What you thinking right now, dog? We gonna be back on Monday too, y'all.
Yeah, Monday for sure, man. I ain't gonna lie, my boy. You know how that jail, how that jail should go. I said that boy. I think that boy gonna sit about probably about 45, 90 days before they even think about giving a nigga a bond. You know what I'm saying?
You said that. You did say that from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Said that at the jump.
I'm telling you, cause you know, like that's a serious case for one. And then they finally got their hands on him, so they ain't just trying to let a nigga go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That shit crazy, bro. We been on this all day, nigga.
Yeah.
Nigga, I started this shit early, like 12 type shit.
No shit.
Nigga, this stream been going for 6 hours and 21 minutes, bro.
Hey, look, I seen it when I clicked on it. Cause I just made it out here to Austin. So nigga, when I seen it, I was like, damn, let me hold on. Cause I was looking for it to see what happened with the Young Thug shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Long ass bond hearing.
It's fucked up, bro.
Have you seen a bond hearing this long before, nigga?
Hell no. I mean, not personally. I know they go on like that depending on the caliber of the case. You gotta understand, it's a lot going on with that case. It's multiple charges, bro. So, I mean, I done been in court when they have a trial or something going on, and nigga, they'll just come back and get everybody recess and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that bitch going on and on and on. You feel me? That's just part of it. Them hoes go like that.
Nigga, they had the whole first part of this shit today was Thug. They was trying to make sure the lawyer wasn't a conflict of interest.
Bro, you think
that shit took forever right there.
Bro, listen. They've been trying to really get this nigga a lawyer away from him for some reason. I don't know
They
what's
say he
going
supposed to
on
be a
with that.
witness in some other shit or something.
See what I'm saying? That's cold. I know one thing. That shit that judge was just saying.
Yeah.
Cold lick, boy. Nigga say, basically, nigga, we let you out, you gonna get the threatening motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers ain't gonna show up to court. All type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
So
it's just sad, man. It's fucked up.
I think shit got wicked today, bro, and you know, it's a crazy situation going on, man. Like,
Bob, you gotta look at it too. They ain't let Gunna go.
Nah.
So you know they weren't gonna let the Thug go. You know what I'm saying?
The dude that said, you know, Gunna could come reapply again, basically, like you could file your motion. So I kind of felt like that, you know what I'm saying? And it was
bro, listen, they filing motions right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Thug them, right? They still in court. Even though they in court, man, listen. They got them, they got that shit going on right now, boy. Trust me, they around the clock. That nigga is not. Listen, man, he ain't bullshitting on the money side.
Nah, hell nah. And then shit, the label behind them, shit.
Bro, listen, we was having a conversation last night at the shop.
We need that though, what y'all say?
I was telling them because I'm like, bro, when have we ever seen record label, like the head execs and shit, really stepping up for rappers, bro? Like stepping up for a rapper, like, you know, usually when a rapper dies, something they'll just tweet out of like my condolences or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Nigga go to jail, they really don't even say nothing at all about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you got a lot of like these head execs, bro. They speaking up for Thug, like, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
That shit
Nah,
crazy.
man, that shit is crazy. We back Monday, man. Y'all make sure y'all tap in right there. Studio 56 podcast. We finna be dropping a gang of content on there.
Yes,
a bunch
sir.
of clips. We just finna start letting them shits fly any kind of way, bro. That's how we gotta get this shit rolling, bro. Like we just got to get them out there. We just got to get
Get it,
whatever. It don't matter. That's how we get this shit up. We finna run that up. Try to get that. We need that shit monetized, nigga, by the end of this year. We don't got time to wait, nigga.
Nah, for real.
We need that channel at 1,000 subs. Studio 56 podcast. The links be in my descriptions on the videos. On this YouTube Studio 56 podcast, y'all. Go subscribe for everybody that's new here. That's the podcast that comes on this channel every Monday. Then the clips are going over there for the people who don't have time to watch the whole thing, or if you just like the short version, quality, good content coming. This is the owner right here. Pookie is driving. Get with him. Haircuts also, nigga. You in Houston, you get a haircut.
Time, all that.
Studio time. Get with him.
Yes, sir.
Cuts on the Cuts app, right? What it is?
Yeah, the Cuts.
So, yeah, the Cuts app.
Pookie Cuts.
Pookie Cuts on the Cuts app. If you need a haircut. Also, studio time. But come serious. Come with your money. We don't got time to play. And we don't be back Monday, bro. So y'all go subscribe to that channel.
Yes. But yeah, bro, I'm gonna hit your line. I'm gonna hit your line in a minute, bro. When I see you,
I'm gonna do a video real quick. And
well, shit, look. Whenever you
give me
done,
a few hours, nigga, when you free.
All right, baby.
All right, y'all. Thug was denied bond today. That does not mean that he's guilty. That does not mean that he locked up. That means he's locked up. That does not mean he's guilty. That does not mean that he was sentenced. That does not mean he about to do a bunch of time, bro. That just means he was denied bond. His lawyer can work on the case with him now. There's more details gonna come out. I haven't seen all this evidence and stuff like that, like these things that they say he did. I did see the 88-page document, but we got more shit coming, man. Let me let King Yuri get his shit off before I get out. What's good, man?
Yeah, man. So basically, yeah, they did like y'all saying, 45 to 90 days. That second bond come up. Them boys will probably get bond or whatever. But the reason why I stayed on because it's so imperative for us to, if we want to do better as a community, we got to stop saying what we can't do and just put it into action and put it into the universe. And
well,
you
look,
never know how the
universe.
universe
I'm gonna tell you like this, man. This is just being real. You have, and I'm never gonna tell a brother to not do his stuff, do what you feel is right. What you saying is 1,000% correct. That is a plan and a play. The only thing that's gonna save black people is time, bro. We're gonna get there with time. Nothing else is going to save us. And we are hundreds of years behind. We don't have control of the entertainment industry. We don't have control of the media. We control no industry in America but the spending industry, the consumer industry. That's what we are valued at, consumption. Financially, attention, and everything else. Entertainment. But guess what? We don't own those industries. We are just the people that are participating in them. What we have to have is generational wealth. More of our people starting to get banks, which they are. They working their ass off to get them. More of our people creating an industry where people have to shop with us, black-owned businesses. It was just the first black-owned grocery store opening up in Houston. Got to get more promotion for shit like that. More black restaurants. So to be successful in America, you have to have black corporations.
Now I get all that. I get all that. What you're saying. All I'm saying is, okay. Prime example.
No, bro. I know what you're saying. That's dope. But I'm in reality. If you don't control a part of the industry, you got nothing here. Why do you think they tore down Black Wall Street? Because they saw we were building our own industry without them. Anytime we build our own shit without them, they're going to come take it down. Once we tried to get in rap and hip hop, Jay Prince, Yak Gotti, and I think Rockefeller.
Yeah, they hit them niggas with the federal indictment.
Their own distribution. They were like, we're going to build our own distribution. Suge Knight, I think, whoever it was. We're building our own distribution in rap and hip hop. To do what? To cut out the motherfucking middleman to where this culture can be black owned. What happened? They came in with a RICO Act.
Facts.
What? That same RICO Act that destroyed Murder Inc. They were found not guilty on it and beat that case. So that means they never did anything illegal. So guess what? They should have been able to go through with buying our own distribution and our culture of hip hop. These motherfuckers can't dance. They can't sing. They not smarter than us. They not none of this. The thing is, the system is set up for them to win. This is not our country. We just live here.
Yeah, that's real, man. That's real. You said in my phone.
That's all it is, bro. I know what you're saying. Pay it forward. Support your people. Create nonprofit organizations. Get everybody on board. But guess what? Nobody got time to focus right now. Ain't nobody trying to hit on another nigga talking about get them $100.
Nah, see that's the thing about what I'm trying to show you. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just saying that I'm putting it out there in the universe, saying that if a person create a nonprofit or a business and they own Zoom with all the people that signed up for it, and you know they made their moves by that, and I'm saying in the sense of what I'm saying is because I don't research. You feel what I'm saying? I don't went on SBA.gov and I done seen that if you have a nonprofit or a business and it's tethered around these things, urban development and certain things, these are billion-dollar industries that you can tap into that you're not using the people that's in the organization finances. That's all I'm saying. You feel what I'm saying? Like you're not using your own money. You're using their money.
You're using their money, and people do that. They do that. You were right. But guess what? You just answered your own question. You using their money. For us to have power, we can't get the money from them. As long as we have to go to them for the money, you answering what I said. We have to go to them for everything.
But you can't literally say that though, King, because what I'm trying to show you, shit, Trump people go ahead and write grant proposals all day, every day. That's what he got. He got a team of grant writers, bro. And every day they try to get up and find him a grant for him. So we can't keep saying that. We can't keep saying, oh.
See, stop talking about Trump. He had $1 million loan out the gate. But guess what Donald Trump had bigger and more important than that $1 million loan? The blueprint and the relationship. You give a nigga $1 million all day. Nigga fuck up $1 million. I know I can fuck up $1 million. I wouldn't do it now at this age. But you give most niggas in the world $1 million. If they ain't got no blueprint, no plan, or no relationships to make that $1 million work for them, they ain't got shit. They just gonna go broke. Donald Trump was raised in wealth. His daddy was wealthy. His family was wealthy. So you front a wealthy dude, your son, $1 million, plus he already been around all these relationships. His name already ring bells. Don't talk to me about Donald Trump getting grants. He's already set in stone.
But see, that's the thing what I'm trying to show you, bro.
Ain't no but. Don't talk about Donald Trump. He not you. He not me. You don't have those relationships or those blueprints. They not gonna open them doors up for you.
And see, that's the thing that I'm saying. I don't go by the oh, boy, they can't do this, they can't do that, bro. We got to stop saying that because as long as you keep saying that.
Hold on real quick. Dawg said, look, man, stick to the subject at hand, professionalism, and staying on topic, gonna build your channel. Nigga, I got 100,000 fucking subscribers, nigga. Look at the numbers. We've been talking about this for over 6 hours today. This is the closeout. You learn how to be a motherfucking viewer, my nigga.
That's all.
Stick to the subject at hand, nigga. This my shit. This over 6 hours we've been talking about this case. It ain't nothing else to talk about. He got
I ain't lying.
We talking about real life shit right now.
Real shit.
If you want to see what happened with the no bond, go rewind, my nigga. And that's all I'm just saying. You get fronted $1 million, bro. You saying the right shit, dog. You optimistic. That's fine. I believe in that energy. I believe in having good energy, my nigga. But I'm keeping it real with you right now. This is just where it's at. Fuck what them white dudes doing. Them niggas got relationships. We have to wait. We have to keep our head down, save our money, try to put our resources together as much as possible. In time, we are 500 years behind. You know that, right?
Right. No, I know what you're saying, King.
That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna bring my boy BP on real quick, bro. I'm gonna get with you.
All right, love.
Bet. What's good?
What it do, baby?
About to go do this video real quick on who I'm gonna do this shit on. I want to touch on that Yak Gotti shit, bro. Like I'm gonna do a video on that, but I'm gonna tie the other shit into that shit and all that.
As far as what him being called a snitch?
Yeah. Cause that shit, like, bro, that nigga took the charge, bro. And like, even if he did over talk to the police, he took the motherfucking charge and did the time, and his partner did not go to jail. They were in the car together. They both got out the car running. There were guns in the car.
Type shit.
He has to take that charge, because if he don't take that charge, he's a whole ass nigga. That's even if he was doing the shooting. We don't even know.
And like I was saying in the comments earlier, bro, that shit happened like 7 years ago. The nigga took his lick like a man supposed to, and the damn sure didn't have a clue this shit was gonna be used in a RICO in 2022. You know what I'm saying? Not that he would have did anything differently, but I'm just saying.
And niggas just ran with this shit on the blog. Then they put the other shit. You put this motherfucking shit right next to the damn. They put this right next to what's that shit? The documents, the 88-page indictment. So they put the old case paperwork of him saying what happened and da-da-da. They put this next to the indictment, and you see both of their names on there with the trickery shit. And it's like, bro, that ain't no snitching, bro. Y'all niggas be doing too much on this internet, bro.
Type shit, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm gonna do that video.
No, I ain't really want too much, bro. You already laid it all out, and
yeah,
all we can do is wait now. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, this been the longest stream I ever fucking did, nigga.
I'm glad you stayed down, though. Nigga talking about professionalism, fuck, nigga. Nigga stayed on like 7 hours today. It's 6 hours and 38 minutes right now. I'm looking at the shit.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Talking about, man, you need so your platform can grow. Nigga, be fucking quiet, nigga. Like, you
nigga just hit 100K subs, man.
That's
and
what
nigga,
I'm saying.
And we staying humble. We staying humble.
Always.
It's not that. It's just when niggas talk out of term, nigga gonna get corrected on that. That's all.
See, the thing is, bro, it's a difference when you just give an opinion, but when you come with some fly shit like you know better and you don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't know shit, bro. I don't fuck with that. Like, you trying to talk down to me or tell me about my shit and you don't even know what I put in on this shit. You don't know that I been on this shit for 5-6 hours today, and I already said I'm concluding this topic. We doing the closing arguments. You know what I'm saying? So it's like niggas just coming your shit speaking out of turn and then talking down to your shit. That shit disrespectful, nigga. You know what I'm saying? When a nigga put his all in this shit, nigga, that's just disrespectful. Nigga, I spend money on this shit. Nigga, I put energy. I travel with this shit, nigga.
Nigga probably came in here at the last minute, like you said.
Or whatever, or however, like whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Nigga gotta wait a little bit. Read the room. Nigga gotta learn how to read the room. But if you jump out of line, I gotta put you in place for how hard I go. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, we on this shit. Nigga, I dropped a video on Rilo earlier today. Dropped a video yesterday on what? I dropped 3 videos yesterday. I dropped the motherfucking interview.
One of them character witnesses' voice sounded like Rilo a little bit, bro.
Yeah.
Nigga, Rilo. One of the first, he was like the first or the second nigga to speak.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Facts, bro.
So they hear Rilo with what you think he gonna do?
I think Rollo gonna get out before the year.
Got some time.
But next year he scheduled to come home regardless. Next year. But they saying that it's something that they got in that case that they could possibly have him released this year, at the end of this year. But it's next year regardless.
No shit.
Next year he come home regardless of all, because they getting credit for all the time he been in. That's like 4 and some change. Then he gonna do the program, and they supposed to knock like a year off on that program he gonna do.
Word.
Yeah, he gonna be coming home real soon. We'll be seeing Rollo free for sure.
Well,
Rollo be free for sure.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Rollo, bro. One thing I say, Rollo was giving back, bro. Rollo was really feeding the homeless, taking care of niggas, take care of people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was selling weed, but nigga, weed finna be legal, my nigga.
White people. He was just doing it in his own special way. They ain't like the way he was doing it compared to the way they doing it. Fuck all of them.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Them hoes been locking us up for years behind that shit. Then they swoop down in here and make the most out of it. Look at this.
And that's what I was gonna say. Like I'm telling homie, the weed selling industry, it is no reason why our culture and our people should not be at the top of the weed industry business.
Come on.
We should be at the very top. But guess what they do? They gonna make it to where, hey, you gotta do all these loopholes, all this and all this shit that we don't have access to, shit that we don't really want to do. Things that they know that, okay, them niggas ain't gonna be able to do this and do that. We'll throw this roadblock up for them niggas that they want to sell weed. Like, come on, bro.
And then you can have all the love for it and interest in it in the world and know everything about it. But if you ain't got the resources to start your shit up, you out of there. And the white folks, they had the resources. A lot of them didn't even know much about weed, didn't care. It's a financial situation, man. Fuck it. They placed themselves in that hole.
Yeah. But yeah, man, we gonna be rocking, man. We got more shit coming. I want to say this, man. Stay out the streets, stay out these police way, stay on your pivot, stay prayed up, man. I tell y'all like this, bro. Do not crash yourself out, bro. Don't crash yourself out, man. Stay positive, stay up, stay prayed up. Some of y'all caught up in that street life, man. Don't crash yourself out. Make sure you got in your mind that you was not trying to retire being a street nigga, bro. You could be a nigga from the streets. Make sure if you have already made that decision to be in the streets, you got to tell yourself, I want to be the nigga that was in the streets, but I'm that nigga that retired from this shit because I went legit. That's what y'all got to be thinking, bro. Because this right here, what y'all seeing today on this live, that's the end result of being in them streets, bro. That's the end result of being in them streets.
This what can really happen to you. I'm a nigga who grew up half my life going to the feds for visits. My brother did 14 straight, nigga, no breaks in between. In the Fed, Texas Feds, nigga. So yeah, I know about that. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't answer them calls every week. You know what I'm saying? Like for 14 years type shit. So yeah.
Sure, man.
That shit real, man. Especially, bro, I'm telling you, bro. When it's happening to you or somebody, you know. Hey, before we get out of here, I want to shout out to Texas Podcast, though. Studio 56. My nigga Pookie, my nigga Twan.
Sure.
All y'all go follow, subscribe, whatever. Then Spirit Springer. Shout out to Spirit. Shout out to 2K. He tapped in early, I think.
Yeah, 2K came
I forgot the
early.
other dude's name.
2K.
I fuck with they shit, though. They really ain't got enough eyes on they shit. I feel like niggas sleeping on them, bro. So y'all go fuck with them.
Yep.
That's all I gotta say.
Y'all fuck with Spirit Springer, fuck with everybody doing these podcasts, man, out here in Texas. I think Spirit Springer my favorite right now, bro. Personally, that's my favorite.
Shit live, man.
I like how they doing they shit. Him and Talks with 2K. Shout out to Rico too. Them three right there. That's a good collective.
Yeah, I couldn't think of dude's name. Yeah,
that's Rico. That's Rico. Keep that shit going, man. Shout out to everybody in Texas doing media, doing their shit too, bro, for sure. And we're gonna have more content coming on here. Y'all know this. I'm gonna drop the content regardless, man. And I'm gonna go ahead and normally I don't do videos this late, but I'll go ahead and drop this one with Yak Gotti. Fuck it. It's hot right now. And we got more shit coming, man. Y'all stay on y'all pivot. So Hit that like button too, man. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, that dude at the end, I'm not gonna speak on that dude. I will 692 James. I seen some things online and I didn't like what I saw. And not even just the content that he puts out. I seen some accusations and his response to the accusations, and I saw another video that a YouTuber reacted to with him around some questionable people for his position, and I was like, this don't look good, bro. What that energy ain't right over there, especially with the charges you have. So I won't get into that yet because I don't like throwing dirt on niggas' names for shit like that. 804 Savage Life want to come in? Let's go. I'll give you a chance to stand on what you said. Well, actually, I'm going to see what you're going to do when you come in here. 804 Savage Life. That's the link for you. Before we go, come on today, Junior. Let's get it. 804 Savage Life. Come on, man. Shout out to everybody that subbed today. Everybody who first time that just came here. This is an all-around hip-hop channel, podcast, commentary videos, interviews. I appreciate everybody who subbed for the first time, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button, too. Excuse me. Come on, 804, man. If you coming, come on, bro. We got to get up out of here now. I ain't trying to rush you, but come on. I'm going to give you your piece since I talked shit to you. But I had to talk shit to you, nigga. Y'all, come on, man. Come on if you coming. Come on now. Come on. We 647 on here, man. Hours in. Come on now. The link is there. Let me drop another one for you, nigga. Come on. I damn near want to get another video out there. I'm trying to debate. I think I'm going to do it. Fuck it. Fuck the views. Fuck all that. We dropping, nigga. I've been going hard all day, nigga. I didn't went harder before, nigga. I done worked all day and all night, nigga. We'll put them type of shifts in with this content shit, nigga. We ain't stopping. Nigga hit 100K subs, nigga still turned up and dropping content every day, nigga. We ain't taking no breaks, nigga. What that nigga Babyface Ray say, nigga, to grind a little bit longer if you out there playing honest, nigga. I'm moving with integrity. I got my motherfucking morals and codes, nigga. I got to go 2-3 times harder because I ain't doing no fuck shit, nigga. I'm about to drop another video tonight, man. Y'all, come on, man. You got 30 seconds, 804. I'm giving you time, man. Shout out to everybody who stayed in here, man. I appreciate y'all staying down, bro. Oh, 804 is 304, 304, whoever. He know he talking about. No, he got denied bond, man. He got denied. I'm about to change the title on the video, too, so y'all could just see that before y'all even watch it if y'all want to. So, hey, man, Young Thug was denied bond today, but he will be able to get another hearing. We got more shit coming, more videos, all that, man. Y'all stay on y'all pivot for shit show. Homie did not come join. I guess he didn't want to join. We here, man. Y'all stay on y'all pivot. We out. 1,000 for shit show. Hit that like button too, man, on y'all way out. And hit the subscribe button if you ain't subscribed. New content every motherfucking day, nigga. 100K subs. Appreciate y'all for helping the nigga get there. We at like 103 right now, nigga. We did 3K subs. I hit 100K Friday morning. Now we at 103. It's a good time right now. You know, this shit be up and down, nigga. Sometimes you be doing no subs, then sometimes you will have a run. We on a little run right now, so I appreciate y'all, man. Stay on your pivot for shit show. We got more coming.